Konoha, becoming a great capitalist starting from Tobirama's resurrection. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 76 Kokuzu, you are all leaks. It's doubled. Isn't this going to be a war? Make way. Don't crowd around here if you're not buying. 10,000 taels all in. Overnight, the futures hall transformed into a market-like bustle, bustling with activity and packed with people. Uchiha Kusunoki and the Fire Country daimyo collaborated to manipulate the market, doubling the price of pig iron in a single night. Overnight, enthusiasm in the futures market ignited. In the past, only wealthy nobles and wealthy merchants could profit from holding pig iron. But now, with Uchiha Kusunoki's arrival, the barrier to profiteering in pig iron speculation has been shattered. Even street vendors with a few savings can use a month or two's income to gamble. Those who first jumped on the bandwagon have seen their assets doubled. Word spread quickly, and people from all walks of life developed a keen interest in pig iron futures. How could it be so fast? Kokuzu observed the rapidly rising price of pig iron, the red rising part of the price making him envious. White Fang's assets had grown from over 10 million ryo to over 20 million ryo. It was a shame that Mr. White Fang had hidden his account, so he couldn't witness his profits firsthand. But Kokuzu could already imagine just how lucrative Master White Fang's profits must have been. The money he'd earned in one night could sustain Kokuzu for months doing ordinary bounty missions. Should he make a move? Kokuzu's hands trembled slightly, his heart pounding. He'd only just begun to study the secret manual White Fang had given him, and he hadn't yet mastered it enough to put it into practice. What if he lost money if he acted rashly? This old-school ninja, whose roots dated back to the days of Hashirama Senju, was torn between two minds. Traditional thinking still held him back, and he remained skeptical and distrustful of this new technology. The price of pig iron was slowly rising with each passing second. Those around him, without even understanding what futures were, had already rushed in and were already turning a profit. Kokuzu scoffed at such people. Master White Fang's book described them in detail, using a vivid term to describe them: leeks. They were like leeks, destined to be harvested over and over again. Kokuzu watched as more and more people rushed into the futures market with red eyes. The leeks who entered yesterday had already doubled their profits. Now these leeks were making money, and he was still hesitating. It was time to act. I could buy a little first, just to test my skills. I want to buy 100,000 ryo. Kokuzu left his seat, pushed past those still in line, and simply jumped in line. Queuing? Every second he waited increased the cost of buying futures. What kind of a line was that? The person who had been cut in line was about to curse Kokuzu, but a look from Kokuzu frightened him back. Yes, sir. In a minute or two, the formalities were complete, and a beautiful card was exchanged in Kokuzu's hand. His fingers touched the card, and a strange, pleasant sensation filled his heart. The moment Kokuzu received the card, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened, as if he'd been transported back to the day he'd first become a ninja. A strange sense of dread suddenly overcame him. Could it be that the price had dropped just after he entered the market? Kokuzu instinctively glanced up at the price of pig iron, which was still slowly rising. Huh? Kokuzu relaxed slightly and returned to his seat. He had originally planned to continue his bounty missions, but now he had no desire to work. He was consumed by the constant worry about the price of pig iron. For the entire afternoon, Kokuzu did nothing, his dark green eyes fixed on the slowly rising price. By the time the afternoon had passed, the price had tripled. Even Uchiha Minami would have been stunned by this. The rate of increase was beyond his control. Uchiha Minami had originally only intended to profit from the nobles and merchants, but now even the common people were getting involved. This was beyond his expectations. Half a day passed, and Kokuzu's stomach began to growl. Although his body, transformed by the earth's wrath, had become extraordinary, he still had to eat on time. The evening sun shone on Kokuzu's face, and he couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time had flown by. He recalled the price he'd paid for the item. It had tripled. 30,000 ryo? Such an easy profit. That's what Master White Fang meant when he said in his book, "Making money is as easy as breathing." He was so naive. He hadn't taken it seriously when he first saw it, but now that he'd experienced it, he understood its profound meaning. This was so satisfying. Oh no. Why didn't he buy more? A wave of regret washed over Kokuzu, and he silently calculated, if I bought 1 million, the profit would be 300,000. 10 million, the profit would be 3 million. 100 million, 30 million. 1 billion, 300 million. Kokuzu had been a bounty hunter for over a decade. Working day and night, he could earn close to 50 million ryo a year. With a bit of luck, he could snag a bounty on the list, often reaching tens of millions ryo, and even 100 million ryo a year wasn't out of the question. A mere 1 billion ryo was something Kokuzu could manage with a little effort, but it was also nearly his entire fortune. Just now, if he'd gone all in, he'd made 300 million ryo. Kokuzu's heart was pounding. 300 million in an afternoon? What an incredible pace. But that was just Kokuzu's fantasy. He couldn't just throw his entire fortune into something new. A profit would be a win for everyone. A loss would be enough to make Kokuzu suicidal. He shook his head, putting aside these unrealistic fantasies and planning to go out for dinner. Earning 30,000 ryo so easily was something worth celebrating. Being a bounty hunter also required a strenuous travel and intelligence gathering. It wasn't an easy job, not to mention the life-threatening risks. Snack. Kokuzu decided to treat himself. He usually ate a dozen or so rice balls in one meal. They were just for energy, so the taste didn't bother Kokuzu. Besides, the rice balls were delicious. He'd been chewing on the Binglian beasts during battles and travel, and the taste was indescribable, dry and slightly bitter. He could make an exception today and order a bowl of miso soup, Kokuzu thought, as he stepped out of the trading hall. Shortly after Kokuzu left the trading hall, the price of pig iron began to rise again at an incredible rate. While the nobles and merchants didn't have the same access to information as the ninja villages, they were still quick to react. The inexplicable rise in the price of pig iron was already puzzling to them, but they were a cautious bunch, so they didn't act rashly. Only when intelligence reached them about the Uzumaki clan, Konoha's underlings, raiding the Hidden Mist village, did they rush into action. Konoha and the Uzumaki clan have a close relationship, and the Uzumaki clan's raid on the Hidden Mist village is viewed by the nobles as the same. It seems Konoha, having received funding and unable to bear the urge to attack the Hidden Mist village, is ready to attack the Hidden Mist village. This is going to be another fierce battle. The Fire Nation's pig iron nobles are truly delighted by the thought of war. After all, they won't have to fight, and the casualties will be those pesky ninjas. They are overjoyed. This ninja war will bring in huge profits. It's just a pity. They bought pig iron at the bottom of the market, and the price has been hyped up, resulting in a significant loss of profit. The nobles lament this. Considering the recent series of pig iron-related measures within the Fire Nation, someone must be behind all this. The answer is obvious: the bastard daimyo is cheating them out of their own pockets. As for Konoha, they hadn't considered that at all. How could these ninjas, who only knew how to carry out missions for bounties, even consider getting involved in the pig iron business? Konoha was merely a white glove for the daimyo, but considering its extraordinary military prowess, these nobles didn't have the guts to liquidate Konoha. Long immersed in the business of hype, the nobles knew only too well the secret, the fastest, most accurate information. In this respect, they were far inferior to the daimyo. The daimyo had access to Konoha's information channels, making it virtually impossible for the ninja to dig up information, while they were just ordinary people. Go find the daimyo. The well-connected nobles instigated a powerful figure in the Land of Fire, the Minister of Finance, the very one Uchiha Kusunoki spat on. While the Minister of Finance was nothing compared to Uchiha Kusunoki, he held considerable weight in the power dynamics of the Land of Fire. Every penny these insects amassed was paid to their superiors, one level higher up. The Minister of Finance, who normally received numerous benefits, naturally felt obligated to negotiate with the daimyo on their behalf. Daimyo, your greed is truly unsightly. The Minister of Finance at the Fire Nation's Imperial Palace stuffed a thick red envelope into the servant's hand. The servant, who had been previously indifferent, immediately beamed and eagerly went off to deliver the minister's message. Less than half a cup of tea had passed before the servant emerged from the daimyo's room. My lord, the daimyo is unwell and cannot come to see you. I have something urgent to attend to. Please return. The servant interrupted the Minister of Finance before he could finish. The daimyo was adamant. He wasn't the one behind this deal, Konoha was the one running it. He was merely profiting from it, and this time, it was these insects who were being ripped off. On a daily basis, they all cried poverty to him, their land holdings growing larger and larger, yet none of them paid taxes. That would be fine. It was common practice for nobles to not pay taxes on their land, and they even dared to tamper with the treasury accounts. This was practically crossing the daimyo's line. But these insects were working in unison, deceiving their superiors and subordinates in every possible way to conceal their actions. Now they wanted to beg him for help? Too late. What's going on? What did the daimyo say? As soon as the Minister of Finance returned home, the insects eagerly surrounded him, prying for information. They had come to him on their own initiative, so the daimyo wouldn't even give him a chance to talk. The pig iron business is such a huge business, you can't just take all the profits and let them eat the scraps, bones, and a little soup at the end. We can all manage the business together. After all, it's all those ninjas' money, so this time, you can give the daimyo a bigger share. Everyone's expectant gaze is fixed on the finance minister, who could only smile wryly and shake his head. The daimyo was determined to have the lion's share of the spoils this time, truly intending to let them eat the scraps. They were at the mercy of others, their channels monopolized, leaving them with no room for resistance. It's all your fault. You shouldn't have listened to those ninjas. Speeding up the circulation of pig iron and making prices transparent, it was all nonsense. The daimyo was waiting for us right here, you're blaming me. I only agreed because you all agreed. Why didn't you say anything to resist, Tisk? Why didn't you resist? Aren't you afraid of a shuriken piercing your head in the middle of the night? The insects immediately erupted in impotent rage, attacking each other. Their high positions didn't mean they were superior to ordinary people, it was more of a. After a while of mutual attacks, they began to accuse the daimyo of being incompetent. It was clearly a Fire Nation matter, yet he allowed ninjas to interfere. Government was government, and military affairs were military. In the ninja world, the separation of military and political power is complete, practically two separate systems. This explains the unscrupulous deception these insects perpetrate. The daimyo wouldn't dare allow ninja to interfere in government affairs. What if a genius among them discovered how fun it was? Just flipping the ball and making money would be a ton of fun, much faster than completing missions. Thousands of years of ancestral rules would likely be broken. How much effort had gone into keeping these ninjas at bay? Allowing ninja to interfere in government affairs would be like inviting a wolf into the house. If Uchiha Kusunoki were to voice his disapproval, expressing dissatisfaction with the court's insignificant inhabitants, he could help replace the daimyo with capable ministers. He wouldn't have to worry about being accused of murdering his own ministers. Konoha would have the evidence ready. With a single illusion, they'd be cleared of all the dirty deeds they'd committed in 3 lifetimes. The daimyo would immediately swear that his ministers were all incorruptible, free of corruption, and needn't worry the Hokage. However, this time, he was skirting the rules. Uchiha Kusunoki simply wanted to start a small business and make some money. He understood the rules of the ninja world and had even consulted the daimyo before proceeding. Naturally, the daimyo was fully on board with the idea of profiting from these insects. The insects argued for a long time, then noticed their numbers dwindling. The more resourceful among them had already slipped away. Since the situation was irreversible, they had to accept the facts and quickly send people to the futures trading hall to buy. While the current price wasn't the lowest, the profit was still considerable. Staying here to argue would only mean eating some minced meat. The miso soup is so delicious, Kakuzu smacked his lips, savoring the flavor. The last time I had miso soup was probably a few months ago. It was specifically to get closer to my mission target, so I ordered a bowl from a restaurant and sipped it for ages before finally reaching my target. So focused on completing the mission, I didn't even savor the miso soup. Now, it's such a shame. Kakuzu pushed open the door to the trading hall. Even though it was night, the lights were still bright. The atmosphere was even more lively and bustling than when I left in the afternoon. There were even more people there. Kakuzu used to be able to find a seat in the trading hall, but now it was packed. Long lines formed at every trading window. The shouts and curses of those waiting in line were incessant. Kakuzu struggled to push past the people who had been squeezed to the door. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw so many people suddenly filling the trading hall. The first thing he did upon entering was check the pig iron price. The moment he saw it, Kakuzu's breathing quickened, his dark green pupils constricted, and he couldn't believe his eyes. His mouth dropped open, his hands trembling slightly. Had he read the price correctly? Kakuzu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he was seeing things. He hadn't had miso soup in ages. Could it be that this time, there were mushrooms in it, giving him hallucinations? He hadn't seen it wrong. The price of pig iron had gone up again. Not just a couple of levels, but it had doubled again. That meant Master White Fang's account was now over 40 million ryo. In the time it took to eat, Master White Fang had made another 20 million ryo? Making money was as easy as breathing. Kakuzu's mind replayed this thought. He had thought he'd grasped it, but now he realized he'd been superficial. His perspective was too narrow. Endless regret washed over him. He'd clearly meant to increase his position before dinner, but why had he hesitated? Why had he thought he'd wait and see? He'd missed his chance to make a fortune again. The price of pig iron had doubled again. Should he continue to invest now? The same question once again confronted Kakuzu. Leaks are always like this, hesitantly watching the price creep up, afraid to make a decisive move, only watching from the sidelines. For the miser Kakuzu, every penny counts. He's like a pixie, always taking in, never spending. The leak mentality is perfectly embodied in him. Make way, the man on his back pushed Kakuzu aside, rushing to the end of the line with fistfuls of cash, eager to buy in. Kakuzu knew this man. Wasn't he the owner of the weapons shop? Even he'd started trading futures? It's up again, ha ha ha. I knew this futures would be profitable. Glad I added to my position this afternoon. The price continued to rise, and cheers echoed in their ears. They were the lucky ones who had entered the market this afternoon, having happened to catch the insect's massive buying drive up pig iron prices. They were cheering non-stop. This was the first time they had experienced such easy profits, and they were congratulating themselves on the correct decision they had made that afternoon. But the sound of these celebrations was incredibly jarring to Kakuzu's ears. I was clearly here first, discovering futures trading and obtaining White Fang's secret manual. I was so far ahead of them, yet why were they making so much more money so quickly? This wasn't fair. Kakuzu, who had originally planned to look through the manual to calm himself before making a decision, felt his inner defenses begin to crumble. As a ninja, calmness and caution were their keys to survival on the battlefield. The slightest mistake was fatal, potentially costing them their lives. Kakuzu was well aware of this truth. Making money applied to him as well. He needed to be clear-headed before making any decisions. Kakuzu was now in a state of turmoil. The cheers of celebration in his ears, his eyes constantly watching the rising price of pig iron, made it impossible for him to calm down. Every moment was an agony. Should he increase his holdings? What if the price dropped the moment he bought? There wasn't a war going on right now, and the price of pig iron had risen so high, it was completely counterintuitive. Ninja instincts restrained Kakuzu's urge to increase his holdings. He left the trading hall and breathed in the fresh air. The room was filled with material desires and the sound of shouting and roaring. Only by detaching himself from these external factors could Kakuzu find peace. Calmly thinking, Kakuzu recalled the words in Master White Fang's secret manual. What did they say? What others discard, I take, and vice versa. They're all dead, only I survived. Suddenly, Kakuzu felt as if he had opened up his Ren and Do meridians. He felt he should do the opposite. The price of pig iron was bound to fall. Now was the time to sell. Someone must be manipulating the market, driving it up to take advantage of these profiteers. I, Kakuzu, had inherited Master White Fang's secret manual. There was no way I was being deceived at this moment. Sell. I must sell now. By the time the price drops, it will be too late. Kakuzu suddenly became impatient. There was no time to lose. He had to go back and sell all the over 200,000 futures contracts he had. With a sudden thought, Kakuzu immediately returned to the entrance of the futures hall and pushed it open impatiently. The crowded crowd, the roar of celebration, and the waves of impatient shouting from those waiting in line continued to be heard. Humph, these leaks. Kakuzu watched this group of leaks revelry with a cold eye, pushed through the crowd still queuing, strode forward to the service window, and still did not queue. Queue? Kakuzu would never queue in his life. Time is money. What if the price suddenly drops while he's waiting in line? However, Kakuzu's behavior immediately aroused public outrage. Everyone was queuing, Why was he cutting in line? But when Kakuzu once again revealed his terrifying murderous intent, all the anger disappeared. Kakuzu's fists were huge. I want to sell. Are you sure you want to sell? The waiter was a little skeptical. The price of pig iron had already risen so much this afternoon, and it was still rising. Why would he sell now? Yes, I want to sell. Kakuzu's resolute voice made the people around him sneer, but everyone covered their mouths, not daring to say a word. Kakuzu had obviously noticed the suspicious glances nearby. What are you looking at, you bunch of leaks? When the price drops, I'll cut you off. Kakuzu took the money and shouted confidently to the people around him, then walked out of the trading hall. These leaks didn't understand futures at all. Chapter 77, Gang Up on Each Other, Bread with Cheese. A week later, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Why did I act on my own? Why did I sell my futures? No. Akiya, crossed out, why on earth? Kakuzu vented his frustration alone in the woods. The surroundings were in shambles, large swaths of trees destroyed by the fire escape, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. Kakuzu's joy after selling his futures was short-lived before disappointment. The price of pig iron didn't plummet as he'd imagined, but instead continued to rise. While not as dramatic as before, even these daily increases of 1 or 2 levels were heartbreaking. For Kakuzu, not making the money he could have earned was worse than death. I can't give up like this. I must carve out a niche in the futures market. Kakuzu recalled the days spent in the trading hall, the group of profit-hungry idiots who had looked at him like a fool. If they hadn't feared his power, they would have jumped in and mocked him. Humiliation lingered in Kakuzu's heart. Why could these leaks make money, but he couldn't? He had once assassinated the Second Hokage and survived. Every ninja knew the Second Hokage's strength, and the significance of surviving his assassination was self-evident. Unique in the ninja world. Failure is never a shame, but the fear of failure is. Having figured it out, Kakuzu once again entered the futures market. With his brilliant mind and Uchiha Kusunoki's leaked secrets, he continued to make money. There was no so-called trickery involved, it was simply catching a bull market. The repeated rallies, pullbacks, and small declines were all orchestrated by Narashikeon. With his exceptional intelligence and Konoha's superior intelligence, Narashikeon mastered the market, and his rapid progress astounded Uchiha Kusunoki. He was born to do this. After witnessing Narashikeon's abilities, Uchiha Kusunoki confidently handed over the entire futures plan to him. Initially, Uchiha Kusunoki was able to maintain a steady pace. However, as the tide turned, things became more difficult for Uchiha Kusunoki. As an Uchiha, he excelled at cutting people down. The peace didn't last long, as the war he least expected began. The Iwagakure village, as planned, launched a surprise attack on Konoha's headquarters. The Konoha army was immediately routed, retreating dozens of miles, a feigned display of power. Konoha was now facing a 2-front war, perhaps even a 3-front war. Although the Kumagakure village had signed a peace treaty, Uchiha Kusunoki remained concerned. Those shady individuals were skeptical and might even surprise him. To reduce financial pressure, Uchiha Kusunoki decided to shorten the battle. Konoha possessed an intelligence advantage, having already gained advance insight into their enemies' plans, and this advantage must be exploited. Konoha's intelligence department was far more formidable than Uchiha Kusunoki could have imagined. This was thanks to Senju Tobirama. God knows how he'd managed to plant so many spies deep within Iwagakure. Lure the enemy deeper, stretch their supply lines. Seeing the promise of annihilating Konoha, the Iwagakure couldn't possibly pass up this opportunity. Konoha's operations meeting room, everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. Uchiha Tomita has successfully completed his blocking mission, pinning the Iwagakure forces to this very spot. Uchiha Kusunoki pointed to a wooded area on the map of the ninja world. Uchiha Tomita had forged a defensive structure there, firmly anchoring them. Konoha's elite defenders were assembled there, leveraging the terrain to deliver a decisive blow to Iwagakure. The Iwagakure, once on a smooth course toward Konoha's home turf, had experienced the bitter taste of pride and inevitable defeat. Their forces were completely unable to advance, as if the previous victory had been a deliberate attempt to lure them forward. And indeed, that was precisely what happened. The drawbacks of the relentless advance were now apparent. Supply lines were stretched too thin, and the daily bills were so frustrating that the Tsuchikage was almost tearing his bandages. Detonating tags, kunai, shurikens, and ration pills, treating the wounded, Purchasing medical supplies, bills piled up before that Tsuchikage like a stream. Uchiha Kusunoki had decided to fight that Tsuchikage here. He could sell some futures contracts, but the profit would be small. With the battle stretched so far, Iwagakure's losses were already 2 or 3 times those of Konoha, and the numbers were steadily increasing. But now, neither advancing nor retreating was possible. Having fought to this point, was he just going to return in disgrace? Even if Tsuchikage could accept it, his subordinates wouldn't. They were just waiting to crush Konoha and earn military merit. Another war of attrition. Ninja teams from both sides crisscrossed the forests and hilly woods, eliminating each other's defensive strongholds one by one, employing assassinations, ambushes, and poisonings. These experienced ninjas engaged in an incredibly brutal battle. The battle had barely begun, and it was already escalating. A jounin might meet his end by the side of a seemingly insignificant rock, falling silently in such a place, a situation no one wanted to witness. Uchiha Kusunoki felt helpless, but this was war, and the enemy Konoha faced at this moment was no easy task. What's the situation with Kurigakure? Uchiha Kusunoki turned to inquire about Kurigakure's intelligence. They were the most crucial force in this war, determining its trajectory. The Kurigakure's warships have been repaired and set sail 3 days ago. They must have docked by now. More detailed information will have to wait until tomorrow. Uzumaki Mito reported the intelligence to Uchiha Kusunoki. Despite their many disagreements, facing a formidable enemy, both men unanimously chose to put their past disagreements behind them. Is that so? Keep a close eye on Kurigakure's intelligence and report any news immediately, somewhere on the shore of the Land of Fire. What's the news on Iwagakure? As soon as Hazuki Jinjetsu stepped onto land, he eagerly inquired about Iwagakure. He'd been having a rough time lately. Konoha's ninjas, working in conjunction with the Uzumaki clan, had been conducting small-scale harassment against their fleet, using the same old tactics, only blowing up ships, not people. They were using shadow clones, and no ninja could sustain such a prolonged spree. But the Uzumaki clan weren't just any ninja, their high chakra and high health were inherent traits, a fact that truly nauseated Hazuki Jinjetsu. Hazuki Jinjetsu couldn't help but worry about the logistics. If they kept going at this rate, Kurigakure might not be able to outlast Konoha. It would be more reliable to attack Iwagakure. The Iwagakure army has advanced deep into their territory, now trapped in a dilemma. Hazuki Jinjetsu took the intelligence and reviewed the recent events between Iwagakure and Konoha. From the outside, Hazuki Jinjetsu keenly spotted Konoha's strategy. Lure the enemy deep into their territory, stretch the front, and prepare for a war of attrition that wears down the Iwagakure. Any ninja who fought in battle knew that a war of attrition tested a ninja's endurance. Fighting constantly, a comrade who had fought alongside them just a few days earlier could be dead beside them in the next moment. Honestly, Uchiha Kusunoki didn't want to resort to such tactics, but his strength didn't allow it. He wasn't 6th path level powerful, and his main Gekkai Sharingan wasn't permanent. Excessive use would blind him. Hazuki Jinjetsu recalled the Uzumaki clan's latest, disgusting tactics. He feared that if Kurigakure engaged Konoha, it would inevitably suffer attrition. Its logistics would be constantly harassed by the Uzumaki clan, leading to the same fate as Iwagakure. Hazuki Jinjetsu wondered if Konoha could survive the rigors of fighting on 2 fronts. But Hazuki Jinjetsu knew that his own Kurigakure would undoubtedly be severely weakened. Konoha's strongest warriors had yet to be deployed, and the ultimate outcome of the bloody battle with Konoha was likely known only to the 6 Paths sage. After careful consideration, Hazuki Jinjetsu became even more determined to crush Iwagakure. This time, he had to achieve some results. Konoha was a tough opponent, so it would be better to exploit Iwagakure, a weak target. Hazuki Jinjetsu couldn't help but feel excited. As he led the Kurigakure army in a wide circle, encircling the Iwagakure forces from behind, Tsuchikagemu's expression would surely be quite vivid. It was a pity, however, that Tsuchikagemu was wrapped up like a mummy, his entire face covered, obscuring his expression. Go. Konoha is strong, and Iwagakure is bleeding. Assault Iwagakure. Hazuki Jinjetsu gave the order with impetuous decisiveness, turning his spear and charging directly behind Iwagakure. The strange direction of Kurigakure's attack baffled the Konoha defenders. Wrong direction. Why are we heading towards Iwagakure? Uchiha Kusunoki received intelligence about Kurigakure the next day and excitedly convened a war meeting. While others might not know Kurigakure's intentions, How could Uchiha Kusunoki not know? This was a plan aimed at Iwagakure. Uchiha Kusunoki's plan was ultimately effective, and the ninja world continued its course. He refused to allow Kurigakure and Iwagakure a chance for a decisive battle, instead engaging in a war of attrition until all three villages were drained of their last breath. Iwagakure advanced triumphantly, penetrating deep into the heart of the Land of Fire. By the time they realized what was happening, they had been pinned down by Konoha. Any wiser Hozuki Genjutsu would have avoided this situation. Having fought this far, turning back was impossible. He had no choice but to march north to attack Iwagakure. In the war meeting room, Uzumaki Miro surveyed the map in intelligence, baffled. Hozuki Genjutsu's strategic intentions were beyond her comprehension. The direction of Kurigakure's attack is truly bizarre, completely outside our defensive range. Do we need to adjust our battle plan to stop Kurigakure? Uzumaki Miro was uncertain. Kurigakure's attack direction would require significant adjustments to the original defense plan. There were too many weak spots in Kurigakure's defenses, which could easily be breached. No need, let Kurigakure get through, the blocking mission is just a facade. Kurigakure's target is Iwagakure, Uchiha Kusunoki gave the order with conviction. Konoha's battle plans required joint planning and discussion by the top brass. Every plan was voted on by a show of hands, and only those approved by a majority would be implemented. This was an unspoken rule within Konoha. Everyone voted, and if the operation failed, everyone shared the blame. The Hokage could, of course, deviate from this unspoken rule, but the consequences of a failed plan would fall solely on the Hokage. Even Senju Tobirama rarely exercised this right. Warfare was dangerous, and a single defeat would severely undermine the Hokage's authority. Ridiculous. How can you decide on a battle plan like that when we haven't even gathered enough intelligence? Uzumaki Mito retorted in frustration. This situation had happened again, just like the previous so-called futures proposal. Mito objected several times, but was always brushed off by Uchiha Kusunoki. Finally, the futures proposal was made a separate project, assigned entirely to Hyuga Takuma and Nara Shikeon, with no one else allowed to interfere. They were simply playing with Konoha's safety. Uchiha Kusunoki had already allocated 10 billion yen for the project, a third of Konoha's previous budget. No one except Nara Shikeon, Hyuga Takuma, and Uchiha Kusunoki knew how much had been spent on this damned plan. Uzumaki Mito, the safety of Konoha rests on me, not you, Uchiha Kusunoki, you'll regret this. Enough, Uzumaki Mito, I'm the Hokage. Uchiha Kusunoki glanced at the ANBU members nearby, who expertly lifted Mito up and escorted her out of the operational meeting room. This situation had happened more than once, they were used to it. Uchiha Kusunoki once again asserted his authority over the remaining Konoha leaders, and naturally, the plan was approved. As Kusunoki's orders were carried out, the Kurigakure army advanced unimpeded. Konoha's defense was merely a show of force, firing a few shurikens at each encounter before immediately withdrawing. Hozuki Genjutsu had initially expected a costly flank to the Iwagakure headquarters, but he hadn't expected it to be so easy. Hozuki Genjutsu was no fool, he saw Konoha's slack. This time, Iwagakure was in dire straits. Iwagakure didn't have as much money as Konoha, but even a bite would fill their stomachs. Meanwhile, the battle in the Futures Hall intensified, its intensity rivaling that of a ninja war. But while ninja wars burned with blood and flesh, Futures Wars burned with money. For more than a month, White Fang has appeared from time to time under the instruction of Nara Shikeon, guiding public opinion. Every time he appears, he predicts an increase on the eve of the rise. Nara Shikeon will also deliberately smash the market to make White Fang look good and predict a decline in advance. Give these leaks a little sweetness from time to time to facilitate the final harvest. Not long after, Nara Shikeon received intelligence from Uchiha Nan and knew that the final harvest was about to begin. The second Tsuchikage will eventually die together with the second Mizukage Hozuki Genjutsu. The First Ninja World War is about to end, and Uchiha Nan informed him of the outcome of this war in advance. Although he doesn't know how the Hokage predicts the future. Since the Hokage has given the order, he has to take action. Chapter 78 When the sickle falls, no leek grows in vain. A bunch of leeks. Kakuzu stood triumphantly on the third floor, overlooking the retail traders still in the first floor hall. After over a month of trading, Kakuzu's capital had successfully catapulted him into the ranks of the wealthy. Lord Kakuzu, the fruit plate and dessert are here, A servant placed plates of beautifully presented food before Kakuzu. This set meal wasn't cheap, costing 8,888 taels. The taste was naturally excellent, but at this price, it was clear the food wasn't about the taste, but about the ceremonial status. To put it bluntly, it was a scam for the wealthy. In the past, Kakuzu would have never ordered such a set meal. But things were different now. Money was too easy to make. With Kakuzu's current capital, he could easily make millions. He used to work tirelessly, 365 days a year, completing bounty missions, and earn less than he did in this month. Money was so easy to make. Life was so hard back then, so what's wrong with enjoying it now? Kakuzu waved his attendant away, picked up a toothpick from the platter, and savored a piece. It was truly sweet. As he ate, Kakuzu expertly opened his account. The string of zeros following the profit amount made his dark green eyes nearly glaze over. Virtual trading, free from the bonds of paper money, saw tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of taels in a single transaction. The bull market surge fueled Kakuzu's greed. Originally planning to invest only a small amount, Kakuzu, upon witnessing the speed at which financial magic could generate profits, immediately abandoned his old principles and steadily increased his investment, now totaling over 300 million taels. The returns were naturally lucrative. The total value of the futures contracts had tripled, and the price of pig iron had reached its previous peak, increasing eightfold. However, the price of pig iron was already high. Any slight disturbance could cause it to plummet. In the past, the price of pig iron was controlled by nobles and merchants. Once it fell to a certain level, they would actively support it and push it up. This time, the situation was far more complicated, with too many retail investors entering the market. Street vendors, landlords, wandering samurai, rebel ninjas, bounty hunters, and all sorts of other people got involved in the trade. Some of these people didn't even understand the concept of futures trading before jumping in. Once the price dropped, a fear of a crash would instantly sweep the entire futures market, crashing prices so low that even their parents wouldn't recognize them. It's going sideways. This time, the price has been sideways for a full day and a half. Kakuzu watched the price fluctuate, the sweetness in his mouth diminishing, and he felt a sense of unease. It had never been sideways for so long. In the past, when the price went sideways, it would usually rise again after an afternoon. This time, it was clearly different. Kakuzu's eyes drifted to the other large room, where White Fang sat. White Fang was still reading calmly, unfazed by the sideways trend, as if he had everything under control. Seeing White Fang's composure, Kakuzu's heart settled once again. White Fang's aura now grew thicker and thicker. The god of futures, White, the market manipulator, the man blessed by money. After so many days of public appearances, White Fang's status had become deified in the eyes of these leaks. It was White Fang's repeated predictions of rising and falling prices that saved them from disaster. Whenever the market fluctuated, White Fang would step forward to reassure them, predicting the upward trend, and his predictions were always spot on. Even the nobles and merchants regarded this young man with a new regard, marveling at his theories, each one revealing a profound truth upon closer inspection. The wiser among the insects were skeptical of White Fang's theories, listening to them and not taking them seriously. But they were certain of one thing: White Fang had inside information. This allowed him to execute trades before the markets rise or fall. Kakuzu admired White Fang so much that he practically tore through the manual White Fang had given him. Although Kakuzu correctly predicted some price fluctuations based on the manual, he wasn't always right. Mastering the manual's principles to the level of White Fang was Kakuzu's dream. Kakuzu had approached White Fang more than once, seeking his guidance. However, each time, the results were disappointing. White Fang knew nothing about futures. He memorized every speech, and the contents of the manual were written by the Hokage, so how could he possibly explain them clearly? More importantly, the Hokage had once solemnly warned White Fang that futures trading was a trap for insiders and manipulators to exploit, and that he should never trade arbitrarily. He must always follow instructions. In response to Kakuzu's sincere requests for advice, White Fang urged him to read more and practice more. White Fang was also concerned about the current price of pig iron, which had caused him to panic. In just over a month, the price had skyrocketed eightfold. The last time pig iron prices reached this high, it was during the height of the fiercest fighting between the 5 major ninja villages. But now, Even after the current war had barely begun, the price had already reached its current level. White Fang was tempted to sell all his futures contracts the very day they went sideways. That's a full 80 million taels, enough to save White Fang more than 10 years of hard work. After a day of anxious anticipation, White Fang finally received intelligence from Narashikato. The final harvest was about to begin. The scythe, long foreshadowed, was finally about to fall. The simple words in the intelligence sent a cold sweat down White Fang's back. Although he had anticipated this day, the arrival still left him feeling dizzy. With such a massive price increase and such a massive amount of capital, anyone with a little savings in the land of fire poured their money into the fray. The common people were struggling to survive, struggling daily on the brink of starvation. The main victims were the middle class, wandering samurai, rebel ninja, and the most formidable nobles and wealthy merchants. When the bubble bursts, the middle class will embark on a frenzied spree of high-flying, while wandering samurai and rebellious ninjas will likely hunt him down. Meanwhile, nobles and wealthy merchants will place high bounties on White Fang's head at the gold exchange. In this saga of harvesting the leeks, White Fang plays the role of driving them into the abyss, cheering on the manipulators behind the scenes. The money he's making is incredibly valuable, but no matter how scorching it may be, White Fang can't turn back. Now is the time. White Fang has memorized the script for this time. It's time to send these leeks under the scythe. White Fang took a deep breath, rose from his chair, and slowly walked to the stairs. Having become a future star, his every move was watched with intense scrutiny. Master White Fang is about to speak again. Everyone, be quiet. Master White Fang, is this price still a good price to buy? The futures hall immediately became bustling with activity, as the leeks looked to White Fang like pilgrims, hoping for his advice. You're getting nervous again, thinking about giving away your chips again, aren't you? I've told you countless times, every time you sell at a low price, I'll buy them back at many times the price next time. You must remember one thing, the current price isn't important, you know? What's important is that you won't see the current price again in a month or two. Now is the best opportunity to buy at the bottom. You're still panicking now. 10 years from now, when others have achieved financial freedom, you'll still be doing nothing because you're still hesitating today. Buy at the bottom, you bunch of losers. White Fang's voice grew deep and magnetic, rising in volume, bewitching like a demon. The persona that Uchiha had painstakingly cultivated for White Fang finally showed its effect. White Fang's words were like a clarion call, and futures prices climbed again. The Ninja World War has begun, and this time it will be even more brutal than before. The price of pig iron is still mid-slope. Charge. If you don't make up the difference, White Fang, will fill it. The excitement, accompanied by White Fang's cries, reached a peak. The profit-seeking leeks were even considering throwing their entire fortunes into the fray. White Fang's image was so flawless that it had completely blinded them. The shouts, the clamor of the queues, and the rising red curve of prices made Kikuzu's heart pound. The price of pig iron is still mid-slope? If I invest the remaining 700 million ryo, wouldn't it double to 1.4 billion? Greed and reason clashed. Over a month of futures trading had already raised Kikuzu's threshold. Earning a few 100,000 ryo from a single mission was too slow. Kikuzu no longer cared about that kind of money. Futures trading was still a fast money-making strategy. In the end, greed overwhelmed reason, and Kikuzu staked his entire fortune. White Fang's predictions had never been wrong, and this time wouldn't be either. All in. The nobles and merchants had a modicum of common sense and didn't throw their fortunes into the fray like the leeks. They were still waiting for news about the ninja war. This time, the news arrived faster than usual. Kirigakure had already landed in the land of fire. Konoha and Kirigakure were already engaged in a war, and the battle between Iwagakure and Konoha was raging. There were even rumors that even Kumagakure would join the fray once again. Uchiha Kusunoki spread a mix of truth and falsehood, and it was difficult for these nobles and merchants to discern truth from the shinobi's rumors. Truth or falsehood no longer mattered. All the news indicated that the war was escalating, with signs of a repeat of the First Ninja World War. That White Fang brat had inside information. The nobles and merchants, who had been hesitant about increasing their positions, joined the leeks army and began a new round of bottom fishing, sending pig iron prices soaring once again. Narashikato was slowly unloading his stocks. This time, he was investing tens of billions of yuan, and with the hype, the price had nearly increased tenfold. He couldn't sell too much all at once, he had to do it bit by bit. To ensure the daimyo's actions were sound, Nara Shikeon seized all of the daimyo's accounts and handed them over to Konoha for management. With hundreds of billions of renminbi at stake, Nara Shikeon was unable to manage them all by himself, and he urgently mobilized personnel from within the clan to bring the situation under control. Gradually, the price of pig iron began to rise more slowly, though it continued to climb daily. The famine was rampant, with countless profiteers pouring money into the market. The nobles and wealthy merchants were also well off, and with the Nara clan's ingenuity, everything went smoothly. At the Iwagakure headquarters, Tsuchikage Muse sat in his makeshift tent, his eyes bloodshot. The intense attrition war was tearing his heart out. Several times, Mew considered challenging Uchiha Tomita to a one-on-one duel, believing that eliminating the frontline commander would unlock a new path. But Uchiha Tomita gave Tsuchikage no chance. Uchiha Tomita's strength was undeniably impressive within Konoha. Though he lacked the main Decay Sharingan, he was still a formidable force. While Uchiha Tomita might be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight, he wasn't alone. Surrounded by a group of elite Uchiha Jonin with 3 Magatama-class skills, that Tsuchikage risked being hunted down if he wasn't careful. The situation faltered. Watching the steady decline, Tsuchikage began to consider retreat. The battle was stretching too far. Another month or so would cost him everything. He'd fallen into Konoha's trap. Bitterly, Tsuchikage felt he wouldn't gain any advantage this time, and it was time to find an excuse to return to the village. After all, this time, they had reached Konoha's heartland, a reasonable outcome. They'd won face but lost substance. Konoha had already been severely depleted by the Kumagakure barbarians, and this war of attrition wouldn't end well for them. If everyone was defeated, no one would be the loser. Tsuchikage Mutsu consoled himself with this thought, his mind racing, trying to find a chance to return home with dignity. It would be best if Konoha initiated peace talks and then extorted some compensation. The most direct solution would naturally be to kill Uchiha Tomita, but Uchiha Tomita was as slippery as a loach, not even offering a single fight. Tsuchikage-sama, no, something's wrong, what's going on? Why are you yelling? Could it be that Uchiha Tomita is leading a surprise attack? Tsuchikage Mutsu frowned. What could possibly get worse? Even if Konoha's Hokage personally went to the front lines, Tsuchikage Mutsu wouldn't fear him. It was simply a strategic decisive battle. This war of attrition had been going on for over a month. A real showdown would be preferable. No, Tsuchikage-sama, it's Kirigakure's second Mizukage, Hazuki Jinjetsu, who has led the 7 ninja swordsmen to the flank of our camp, intending to raid our rear. The wounded, the food, and the supplies are all there. Tsuchikage Muse's vision went dark, still unable to process the news. Hazuki Jinjetsu circled most of Konoha and headed straight for our rear? Are you crazy? Even a glance at the map will tell you how ridiculous this statement is. Chapter 79 Uchiha Non, I'm going to slap Uzumaki Mito's face with money. Kill them all. A mist swept over, blurring vision. The standard ninjutsu of the Kirigakure. Hazuki Jinjetsu twisted the head of a small-time Iwagakure thug with one hand, pointing his other finger at the Iwagakure troops advancing to block it. The faces of the 7 ninja swordsmen behind him lit up with excitement. Today was the day to make a name for himself, in the ninja world. Kill them all, and you'll get a lot of heads. The Kirigakure, located overseas, had always maintained a closed-off policy towards the outside world, while employing a repressive policy internally. Their training of ninja was harsh and brutal. The 7 ninja swordsmen were nothing but bloodthirsty monsters, and today, they were unleashed en masse. Ha ha ha, this time, Iwagakure can't escape, Hazuki Jinjetsu grinned wildly. He had little personal vendetta against Konoha, his attack on Konoha was more a matter of strategic considerations. It was he and that Tsuchikage who held an irreconcilable hatred, and this was the time to settle old scores. Kids, stop playing cat and mouse. Strike a decisive blow, Hazuki Jinjetsu warned the 7 ninja swordsmen. These unruly brats had fallen into their old ways again, choosing to toy with their enemies before killing them even though they could have quickly defeated them. More and more Iwagakure were arriving. They had to quickly carve a path to their rear. Cutting them off would expose them to pincer attack from both Kirigakure and Konoha, ultimately annihilating them. Seeing the situation looming, the Iwagakure captain quickly pulled a flare from his backpack and fired it into the air. As the flare launched, a strange chakra wave unleashed. It wasn't long before Hazuki Jinjetsu, still scavenging his enemies, suddenly paused. With his astonishing senses, Hozuki Genjutsu sensed a frightening chakra surge. This level of chakra was nothing short of monstrous. Bang, bang, bang. Several massive magma bombs rained down from the sky, scattering the following Kurigakure team to smithereens. Hozuki Genjutsu dodged the scattered, hot lava and spotted a small, red-haired ninja radiating chakra that seemed to be tangible. A tailed beast Jinchuriki? Hozuki Genjutsu had only experienced this level of chakra from a tailed beast. Had Iwagakure successfully developed one? In the past, only one village in the ninja world possessed a Jinchuriki, Konoha. To seal a tailed beast within a human body, two conditions must be met: a vessel capable of withstanding the tailed beast's backlash and a corresponding sealing technique. The sealing technique was crucial, otherwise, even the strongest physique would be useless. Could your physical strength surpass that of a tailed beast? Sealing techniques, complex and advanced ninjutsu, were mastered by only a handful of ninjas, primarily the Uzumaki clan. I hadn't expected a village in Iwagakure to possess a master of this level of sealing techniques. What a miscalculation. Tailed beasts are nuclear-level weapons for modern ninja villages. Their use is incredibly costly. Once released, sealed tailed beasts attack indiscriminately, seeing no distinction between friend and foe. In their eyes, all humans are damned. Retrieving a tailed beast after it's released is a major hassle. Who knows how many lives would be lost trying to subdue a raging beast. Such destructive weapons as tailed beasts should be avoided if possible. The Hidden Mist village also received two tailed beasts from Konoha, the Three Tails and the Six Tails, but Hozuki didn't bring any with him. If the seals on these dangerous creatures were broken, allowing them to escape, the entire attack would essentially be a failure. Everyone, stand back. That bread is the tailed beast Jinchuriki, Flame Mountain, Melting Release. Old Purple was a lucky creature, a test subject for the Iwagakure Jinchuriki. Perhaps it was the Iwagakure's half-baked sealing technique that worked, or perhaps it was because the Four Tails Goku, a monkey sealed for so long, wanted to talk to someone. Since Old Purple resembled a monkey and had the same hair color as his own, he settled quietly within Old Purple's body. Old Purple rushed into the crowd of Kurigakure and began a fierce mowing down. His Four Tails chakra mode was coated in magma, injuring anyone who touched him, and killing anyone who touched him. Still a brat, Old Purple moved swiftly, slicing through the Kurigakure crowd, mowing down the smaller hordes. The 7 ninja swordsmen's attacks were repeatedly repelled by Old Purple's magma-soaked chakra mode. Old Purple now resembled a humanoid molten lava, charring anyone who touched him. Furthermore, in this mode, Old Purple could even withstand a Rasengan, demonstrating incredible defensive power. Damn it, Hozuki Genjutsu gritted his teeth. Even in this situation, the Iwagakure village had somehow managed to summon its Jinchuriki to turn the tide. If this dragged on, with its Tsuchikage arriving, the situation would be difficult to control. Get behind me, I'll take care of this brat, Hozuki Genjutsu commanded. Scattering and dodging wouldn't outrun this brat, he had to deal with him himself. Water style, water cannon, Hozuki Genjutsu began with water style. Against fire types, water was essential. Water style, waterfall jutsu, water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Hozuki Genjutsu continued to unleash his sea style, the surrounding ground instantly transforming into a vast ocean. Under Hozuki Genjutsu's powerful water style attack, puffs of smoke billowed from Laozi's lava chakra coat, and the heat emanating from his body began to subside. It really worked. Hozuki Genjutsu beamed with joy, preparing to intensify his attack. He could see the brat before him was about to collapse. He had to capture him alive. This brat must be captured alive. If the sealing jutsu he possesses can be fully understood, the two-tailed beasts of the Hidden Mist village won't have to remain languishing in the dust. Old Murasaki, a short man, struggled relentlessly in the water. The massive waves from Hozuki's Genjutsu water style slammed into him, leaving him dizzy and choking on water. His strength was steadily draining. Earth style, super light heavy rock jutsu, still struggling in the water, Old Murasaki's body suddenly lightened, and he emerged from the water. A rock appeared beneath his feet, carrying him out of the range of his sea-style jutsu. Ahem, thank you, Inoki. Old Murasaki continued to spit out the water from his stomach and thanked Inoki for coming to his rescue. The earth-style jutsu he had just performed was the signature move of the second Tsuchikage. He hadn't expected that Tsuchikage to think so highly of him that he'd even taught him this technique. You're welcome. Leave it to me next. Inoki hovered in the air, gathering chakra in his hand. And a cone of light appeared. Dust style? Young Laozi was inwardly surprised. He'd even learned that Tsuchikage's move? Dust release, origin separation technique. A cone of light instantly morphed into a cylinder, sweeping towards Hazuki Genjutsu. Everything it touched was annihilated into atoms. Damn it, everyone, scatter and dodge. Don't get hit. Hazuki Genjutsu quickly dodged, his cold eyes fixed on Inoki, hovering high in the sky. This short, stout figure had mastered both dust release and the super light and heavy rock technique. He must be that Tsuchikage Mu's successor. Hazuki Genjutsu dodged, but his fellow Kurigakure troops weren't so lucky. Despite Hazuki Genjutsu's warnings, many were still caught in the attack, their bodies sliced off. Kill them. Hazuki Genjutsu refused to hold back. Both the short Jinchuriki and the short, stout Inoki were too dangerous. Capturing them alive was hopeless. Hoha, Hazuki Genjutsu, you're getting worse and worse. Hazuki Genjutsu was about to attack when a harsh, mocking voice pierced his ears, sending veins throbbing. He knew from the sound that Tsuchikage Mu had arrived. Floating in the air, Tsuchikage Mu nodded in satisfaction at Inoki. He had lived up to his expectations. Inoki's strength was already worthy of inheriting the position of Tsuchikage. He had given him all his skills, and all that remained was the sharpening of the battlefield. Apparently, after more than a month of attritional warfare, Inoki had grown rapidly and was now capable of standing on his own. Looking at the slightly beleaguered Hazuki Genjutsu, Tsuchikage Mu taunted him. It was a beautiful thing to see his nemesis beaten to pulp by his own apprentice. HMPH, even the master and apprentice together are no match for me. Summoning technique. Hazuki Genjutsu bit his finger and unleashed a summoning technique, summoning his summon beast, the giant clam. Magical steaming tower. A massive cloud of smoke erupted the instant the giant clam appeared. The mist, which had just been dispersed, once again filled the battlefield. Back off, everyone, run as far as you can, Tsuchikage Mu shouted, urging the remaining Iwagakure to retreat. This was no longer a battle they could participate in. The thick fog made everything seem unreal, a mirage. Their own ninjas would simply kill them one by one in this area. Inoki floated in the air, the ground shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see anything. The figures within it flickered indistinctly. What should we do, master? Tsuchikage Mu sneered. He'd fought Hazuki Genjutsu countless times, and he was using this technique against him. He couldn't tell which of the figures in the mist was the real one, but that didn't matter. Simply destroy them all. Dust release was the jutsu best suited for large-scale obstacle clearing. Dust release, original world separation technique. Tsuchikage Mu unleashed dust release. A cylinder of white light, several meters in diameter, swept recklessly through the mist, dispersing the smoke wherever it passed, and everything around it vanished into nothingness. Hazuki Genjutsu dodged repeatedly, mentally cursing Tsuchikage Mu 1,000 times. Dust release, such a shady, mass-destructive ninjutsu, should be banished from this world. Steaming danger. Hazuki Genjutsu created a clone nearly his own size, then began to pant. This move would drain a great deal of energy and shouldn't be used lightly. The clone leaped high, rapidly firing several water cannons from its hands, using the momentum to charge towards Tsuchikage Mu in midair. Scatter. Tsuchikage Mu, sensing something was amiss, immediately pushed Inoki and Laozi away. Instantly, the clone exploded, a mixture of oil and water exploding into a cloud of high-temperature steam that burned Tsuchikage Mu, who was a step behind. Damn it, that old fellow, Hazuki Genjutsu, is still so cunning. Tsuchikage Mu, enduring the pain of the scorching steam burning his skin, unleashed a sensing jutsu against Hazuki Genjutsu, searching for him. He instructed Inoki and Laozi to hold the Iwagakure troops aside. This time, he was determined to settle the score with Hazuki Genjutsu. The explosion faded, and hail fell from the sky. His clone, once roughly Hazuki Genjutsu's height, quickly shrank, preparing for another explosion. His right hand transformed into a sickle and charged towards the main Iwagakure force. Tsuchikage Mu could fly, and his shrunken clone was incredibly recognizable. His previous move could only be used once. He had to find a way to lure Tsuchikage Mu down. Hazuki Genjutsu's clone swiftly rushed to the Iwagakure forces. Its shrunken speed was a level higher than his own, and it caught up with the Iwagakure forces in a matter of seconds. Another unparalleled slaughter. The clones moved unhindered, leaving blood everywhere they passed. With their rapid impact, they gradually grew larger, quickly building up to their next explosion. If they couldn't kill Tsuchikage, they'd at least blast those Iwagakure half to pieces. Hazuki Jinjutsu gleefully launched into a killing spree, only to notice Tsuchikage flying towards him. Got you, Tsuchikage, mentally confirming Hazuki's location, charged at him at full speed. Hazuki was now severely exhausted and no match for him. Hazuki hid and fled, summoning his clones to return quickly. Still trying to run, just surrender, Tsuchikage increased his speed, lowering his altitude, closing in on Hazuki. A white light shone from his hands, bringing him within striking distance, enough to annihilate Hazuki. Ultimately, he had won the battle. Tsuchikage Mew was overcome with emotion. It was Hazuki Jinjutsu who had caused his transformation into this horrific state, and now, at last, the time for revenge had arrived. Hazuki Jinjutsu turned back to gaze at the nearly condensed white light. His strength was failing him, and he was truly doomed. Sensing no hope of escape, Hazuki Jinjutsu resolved to drag someone down with him even if he died. He turned away, using his remaining strength to launch 2 water bombs to stall for time. Tsuchikage Mew easily dodged the water bombs, the light in his hand intensifying. Not running anymore, ready to accept your fate, Tsuchikage Mew watched Hazuki Jinjutsu, panting and nearly exhausted, with a surge of joy in his heart. The thought of his nemesis dying at his hands filled him with a trembling excitement. What should he say now? This was the enemy he had grappled with for most of his life. He had to give a speech to accept his award. Tsuchikage Mew paused for a moment, and just as he was about to say something, he saw Hazuki Jinjutsu's sinister smile. "Mummy, do you think you've won? Let's go to hell together." Tsuchikage Mew suddenly realized Hazuki Jinjutsu's clones were approaching and immediately dropped the dust release he had been preparing, attempting to distance himself. Hazuki Jinjutsu, using his last remaining strength, leaped and grabbed Tsuchikage Mew 3 or 4 meters above the ground. With a resounding boom, Hazuki Jinjutsu's clones exploded, instantly killing both. 2 sworn enemies, driven only by hatred and never love, met their end together. The devastating explosion attracted the attention of Kirigakure and Iwagakure, who dispatched ninjas to investigate. Naturally, the 2 sides engaged in another fierce clash, a brutal battle that ultimately drew the attention of Konoha, forcing them to retreat. The First Shinobi World War was drawing to a close, with the second generation of the Kage from each of the 5 major ninja villages dead without exception. Uchiha Kusunoki, far away in Konoha village, received the news that very day. Overjoyed, he immediately passed the news to Narashikato. Konoha ninjas were also dispatched to maintain security at the Futures Hall. They couldn't let these losers destroy the hall. This damn war was finally over. Thinking of the profits from this futures trade, Uchiha Kusunoki felt relieved. Uzumaki Mito had been giving him a hard time for so long, and this time, he was going to give her a slap in the face. Chapter 80 Uzumaki Mito, you don't look well. Do you want to see a doctor? It's falling again. It's been slowly falling for 3 days straight. Brothers, I can't hold on any longer. I'm running. The hall was still crowded as usual, but the atmosphere had become incredibly oppressive. The real big players, Konoha and the daimyo, had already largely withdrawn their funds. The slow rise of the past was the last glimmer of light in this pig iron futures market. In the VIP room, Kakuzu's dark green eyes watched the 3 days of losses, feeling a surge of anxiety. The price of pig iron had returned to the level it was at during White Fang's final speech, the day Kakuzu bet all his remaining money. If he cut his losses now, Kakuzu would still be making a fortune, but Kakuzu wasn't willing to accept that. Kakuzu had used his intelligence channels to gather information that the Hidden Mist village had landed in the Land of Fire and engaged Konoha. There were even rumors that the Hidden Mist village had marched north to attack the Hidden Mist village. Kakuzu simply smiled at this rumor. Fake news. The Kirigakure landing port was a full halfway point across the Land of Fire from the Iwagakure forces, a far-fetched prospect that Kakuzu didn't take seriously. Warfare was a whirlwind, with so many rumors, both true and false. But the news of the escalating ninja world war was true. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure had all joined the fray, and even Sand and Kumagakure could join in the future. Logically, the price of pig iron, which had been skyrocketing, wouldn't have fallen for 3 consecutive days. There had to be something fishy going on. Kakuzu had reason to suspect this drop was a coordinated market crash by futures buyers, hoping to dump the market and buy at the bottom. He wouldn't be fooled. He should hold on to his chips and wait for the right moment to soar. Running away now would be a foolish act. Kokuzu consoled himself, his eyes drifting towards White Fang's room. He could vaguely see White Fang still sitting in a chair, leisurely reading. If Master White Fang wasn't panicking, why should he be worried? White Fang, the leek's spiritual pillar, hadn't spoken yet. The leeks in the first floor hall were practically desperate to flee, but afraid to, waiting for White Fang's guidance. 3 or 4 days passed, and the Fire Nation nobles and wealthy merchants finally received the latest news from the Ninja World battlefield. The Mizukage and Tsuchikage had both perished. After a clash between the Iwagakure and Kurigakure forces, they began a large-scale withdrawal from the battlefield. The Konoha ninja army was unstoppable, crushing the defeated, reclaiming lost territory along the way. This war, which had the potential to engulf the entire ninja world, had died down in less than 2 months. The war was over. The insects, terrified by this news, held a meeting overnight. Their main point was one: everyone, please exit in an orderly manner. If they sell their futures together, they'll destroy the entire market. The meeting was filled with bickering and insults, with everyone eager to be the first to profit. The insects had already accumulated significant positions at the peak, and running now might still yield some profit. If the news got to those unruly people, they'd be stuck. The nobles held power, and even if their money went missing, they could slowly recoup it. Merchants, however, were in dire straits. Their businesses were primarily physical, and the chain reaction of a loss of cash flow could easily bankrupt them. But it was too late. While they were arguing, Konoha's last remaining funds were withdrawn. Uchiha Kusunoki issued orders to spread the news of Konoha's victory throughout the Land of Fire, marking the end of the First Shinobi World War. That Tsuchikage and Mizukage were both annihilated. The Hokage was about to convene a 5-cage meeting to discuss the post-war structure of the Shinobi world. Various news spread frantically throughout the Land of Fire. The futures market was Konoha's property, so naturally, such news reached the leaks the fastest. While the insects were still wrangling, the price of pig iron futures began to plummet to an unimaginable level, suffocating them. A green downward curve pierced the eyes of the leeks, and they frantically rushed to the trading window, trying to sell their futures, but the market was filled with sell orders and no buy orders. The profiteers could only lower and revise their prices repeatedly, but the more they did, the less they could sell. Panic permeated the market, and in just 2 days, prices were approaching their original starting point, with pig iron fetching 630,000 taels per ton. Over a month of skyrocketing prices, they were retraced in just 2 days, as if in a dream. Cries of pain, curses, and cries of regret filled the futures market. Fortunately, Uchiha Kusunoki had been prepared, dispatching a large number of Konoha ninja and the daimyo's soldiers to jointly suppress the unrest. However, Uchiha Kusunoki could only maintain stability in the futures market. He had no control over events beyond the futures market. The spectacular side of the aerialists swept across the Fire Nation like a whirlwind. In the Fire Nation capital alone, hundreds of people committed suicide by jumping from buildings in a single day. They were all true gamblers, recklessly mortgaging their property and even borrowing from loan sharks. For these people, Uchiha Kusunoki could only offer a simple death. In the VIP room, Kokuzu hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. His eyes were bloodshot, and he slumped limply against the sofa, looking completely worn out. "It's over, it's all over, all my savings are gone." Kokuzu felt as if his 5 hearts had died. All the bounties he'd earned through decades of diligently completing missions, through thick and thin, had vanished into thin air. Pa. Kokuzu slapped himself hard, trying to clear his head. A pile of futures trading cards lay on the table. Kokuzu had loved them in the past, but now he hated them. The price of pig iron was still plummeting. There was no buying, only selling, and there was no telling how far it would fall. Unsold futures cards meant nothing to Kokuzu, too useless to even clean up his mess. With his eyes fixed in despair, Kokuzu glanced at White Fang's room. Master White Fang was still there, reading. The plummeting prices over the past 2 days had completely devastated Kokuzu's brain, and he'd forgotten White Fang was still in the nearby VIP room. Could there be a chance for a change? A spark ignited within Kokuzu's heart, already filled with ashes. 2 days of starvation had weakened his body, and the combined mental and physical toll of the situation had him stumbling to his feet, intending to head to White Fang's room to investigate. Kakuzu pushed open the door, revealing a puppet resembling White Fang, sitting with a book. White Fang had already fled 2 days ago, and remaining here was a desperate act. Leaks, remember this last word, don't sell, you won't lose money, smiley face. A piece of white paper was taped to the puppet's face, the sarcastic words and playful smile instantly piercing Kakuzu's defenses. Damn it, White Fang is in cahoots with the manipulators behind the scenes. Despair and resentment all gushed out, transforming into rage. White Fang, Kakuzu, will never stop fighting you in this life. Kakuzu roared to vent his anger, vowing to tear White Fang into pieces. The roar spread throughout the Futures Hall. The name White Fang attracted the attention of the leaks downstairs, and they all went upstairs to find out what was going on. At this moment, Hatake Tsukumo had returned to Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo, who was happily counting money at home, shuddered all over, and felt that a malicious force had marked him. This time, Hatake Tsukumo earned almost a small goal, and if he saved a little, he would never have to worry about food and drink in his life. Sure enough, I shouldn't have left that note. Lord Hokage really has a bad taste, killing people and destroying their hearts. How terrible. Hatake Tsukumo had already put on a mask and vowed that he would never take it off in his life. Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, you are truly far-sighted. My admiration for you is like a mighty river, unending. Narashikeon's smile narrowed his eyes to a slit as he heaved a stream of flattering praise at Uchiha Kusunoki. This futures trading plan wasn't just profitable, it was a massive win. It's like a flood, unstoppable. Hinata Takuma quickly took over, flattering Uchiha Kusunoki once again. Shikeon, Takuma, you're too polite. This is just a demonstration of my insignificant abilities. Uchiha Kusunoki, with a token of modesty, appreciated the flattery from Narashikeon and Hinata Takuma. Who doesn't like flattery? Furthermore, the profits this time were truly enormous. You two have made tremendous contributions to this futures plan. The organization will never forget your contributions. You two are my crouching dragon and phoenix cub. Ha 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 ha. You're welcome, Hokage-sama. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere in Uchiha Kusunoki's office was lively, the three of them laughing heartily. Suddenly, the door opened, an uninvited guest disrupting the joyful atmosphere. Narashikeon, Hinata Takuma, you two are finally back. Uzumaki Miro flung the door open aggressively. Ever since Uchiha Kusunoki sent them to the Land of Fire to implement that rubbish futures plan, they had vanished from the face of the earth. Their only line of communication was through Uchiha Kusunoki, and no one else could find them. For this rubbish futures plan, Uchiha Kusunoki had directly allocated 10 billion in funds, completely relying on his power as Hokage to act arbitrarily. Now that the war was over, the results of the futures plan should be made public. As soon as Narashikeon and Hinata Takuma returned, Uzumaki Mito rushed to the door. Uchiha Kusunoki, you spent 10 billion on that pig iron futures plan. It's time to give an explanation. Uzumaki Mito directly challenged Uchiha Kusunoki. She was deeply disapproving of his plan. A ninja should do ninja things. So it's Miro-sama who's here. You've arrived just in time. It's time to give an explanation to the Konoha ninja. Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't hold back his smile. He was eager to slap Uzumaki Miro in the face. How could such a slap be made with so few witnesses? A meeting must be held, and all the Konoha ninja must be summoned to witness it together. Soon after, in the meeting room, all the Konoha ninja gathered. The Hokage announced that he had an important announcement today. The results of the pig iron futures plan were already in. I heard from Lord Uzumaki Mito that a full 10 billion yen was spent, effectively squandering the ninja clan's hard-earned wealth. Who knows what the outcome will be? Konoha's ninja clans are so broke they were practically selling off their ancestral property. They'd previously hoped to recoup their losses with funds from the Fire Country daimyo, but instead, Uchiha Kusunoki has been forced to sacrifice their own flesh and blood to support Konoha. Konoha has fought another war in the past month, a high-intensity war of attrition that has not only cost the lives of many ninja, but also emptied its pockets. If this damn futures trading plan turns out to be a losing proposition, then Uchiha Kusunoki should be relinquished as Hokage. They'll desperately unite with the Senju clan to remove him from the throne and replace him with a reliable Hokage who can represent the clan's interests. Uchiha Kusunoki, stop the nonsense and just announce the results. Uzumaki Miro sat in her chair, scoffing at Uchiha Kusunoki's formalism. He could have just told her the results directly, yet he insisted on holding a meeting to announce them. It looked like they were making money, Uzumaki Mito wondered, but how much could a small futures business earn? Konoha didn't own any of those massive iron mines, so those merchants wouldn't just give up their profits for nothing. At most, they'd give a few 100 million ryo as a token of respect for Konoha's strength. With so much capital invested to make such a small profit, it would be more cost-effective to invest the money in ninja, reducing their casualties. Since Mito-sama is so anxious, let's get straight to the point. Smart. Tell her how much we made this time. Uchiha Kusunoki crossed his legs impudently and gave Narashika a wink, asking him to read out the profits to the ninja clan. Yes, Hokage-sama. Narashika suddenly felt a little depressed. He had just called himself Wallen, but why did he change to Dakunming this time? While simple and straightforward, Narashika felt that it didn't feel right. Wallen sounded better. He would have to raise this with a Hokage someday. This time, Konoha will invest 10 billion ryo in the futures plan, the Hyuga clan will invest 300 million ryo, the Ino Shikachu clan will invest 500 million ryo, and the Uchiha clan will invest 1 billion ryo. Before Narashika could finish his words, the ninja present were stunned. Uchiha Kusunoki not only invested Konoha's money in the futures plan, but also invited the Hyuga, Ino Shikachu, and other clans to invest as well. The ninja clans were all very poor now, and it was likely that these clans had already sold everything they had to invest in Uchiha Kusunoki, not fearing losing everything. Konoha's profit this time was over 100.5 billion ryo, with a net profit of over 90.5 billion ryo after deducting costs. The Hyuga clan's profit was over 1.5 billion ryo, and the Ino Shikajo clan's profit after deducting costs was over 2.5 billion ryo. The Uchiha clan's profit was over 10.2 billion ryo. Narashika kept muttering about the profits. And the exaggerated profits made the other ninjas paralyzed. Profits. Profits. Our futures trading so profitable? We're not on board, we're not on board. Uzumaki Mito was also speechless at the outrageous figures. She seriously suspected that Uchiha Kusunoki had used 10 billion ryo as funding to send Konoha's ninjas to rob the nobles and wealthy merchants of the Land of Fire. How else could a mere futures trading system bring in so much money? Uzumaki Mito's suspicions were correct. Uchiha Kusunoki had indeed robbed those insects, but he had adopted a more gentle method. While this small sum was painful for the insects, it wasn't enough to break their bones when shared among the various families. After years of greed, the insects still had plenty of money. Not to mention the Fire Nation's gamblers, wandering ninjas, and bounty hunters, who had already shouldered nearly a quarter of the burden. Uzumaki Mito thought of the Senju clan, still desperately poor. If only he had supported Uchiha Kusunoki, the Senju clan would have joined him. His thoughts drifted, even thinking further ahead. A bitter expression fell over him. Mito-sama, are you feeling unwell? Would you like to have the family's medical ninja take a look? Faced with Uchiha Kusunoki's malicious teasing, Uzumaki Mito's face darkened even further. Chapter 81 I am willing to offer my loyalty to Lord Hokage. Mito Uzumaki's face turned cold, and she turned her head away, not wanting to see Uchiha Kusunoki's arrogant expression. The Uchiha's inherited arrogance, coupled with Kusunoki's unbridled smile, made Mito Uzumaki understand why Senju Tobirama hated the Uchiha so much. He's truly an evil Uchiha brat, with no respect for elders at all, Mito Uzumaki muttered to herself, but she remained firmly seated, not even considering moving. She couldn't miss the next part of the meeting. Konoha had made such a fortune, the only thing left to do was to divide the spoils. After so many years of hardship, the time had finally come for the sweetness of the day. Anyone who left a meeting at this moment would be a complete idiot. The ninja leaders present looked at Uchiha Kusunoki with fiery eyes, instantly forgetting the past unpleasantness. From now on, Uchiha Kusunoki was Konoha's greatest Hokage. Hokage-sama is truly far-sighted. You're my idol. If you don't mind, I'll be your adoptive father. I heard that Hokage-sama likes twins. My family has a pair of twins, both 28 years old. If Hokage-sama likes me, these ninjas, driven by profit, are as shameless as the insects of the Fire Nation. They're willing to resort to all sorts of pimping tactics, and as long as Uchiha Kusunoki pleases, they'll do anything. Konoha has over 100 billion in funds, and who wouldn't envy them? Konoha has never been wealthy since its founding. Funding has been insufficient since the beginning. Even with the support of the daimyo, life was tight. Building a pentagonal ninja village would require too much money. During the reign of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the ninja world was relatively peaceful, allowing them to focus on development. Back then, the funds allocated from above were distributed among the ninja clans, allowing them to gradually grow and prosper, and to have more children each year. After all, back in the Warring States era, a family's progress was considered a success if they saw fewer deaths each year. The death of the Shodaime unleashed a chaotic war on the ninja world, a relentless struggle that ultimately cost the clan money. Life was unbearable. Now, with Uchiha Kusunoki's arrival, the sky's the limit. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were nothing. Could they be given a fortune to develop the family? It's better for the dead to remain in their graves, the living must be realistic. Thus, the title of Konoha's strongest Hokage was thrust squarely upon Uchiha Kusunoki. The Uchiha refused 3 times, but financial power wouldn't allow it. Ultimately, Uchiha Kusunoki accepted the title, bringing him one step closer to that damned Sarutobi Hiruzen. Next, let's discuss how Konoha will spend its latest funding. Uchiha Kusunoki, tired of the flattery, decided he couldn't afford to waste time on these unscrupulous ninjas. He needed to get down to business. Hokage-sama, you know it was our clan's ninjas, living on sand every day on the front lines of Sand Village, who first withstood the Sand Ninja's initial offensive. Go away, the Sand Ninja are nothing. They're the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. Hokage-sama, our clan's ninja team leaped 1,000 miles into the Kumagakure positions, catching them off guard. Without that attack, the peace talks between Konoha and Kumagakure would have been delayed for months. Bullshit, while our clan was withstanding that Tsuchikigemu's dust release, As soon as Uchiha Kusunoki finished speaking, the ninja clansmen began recounting their exploits from the First Shinobi World War. Their arguments grew heated, their boasting gradually escalating into political attacks on the opposing clans. If Uchiha Kusunoki hadn't been sitting here, they would have come to blows. Uchiha Kusunoki watched them bicker from his chair, inwardly lamenting the numerous internal disputes within Konoha. However, Konoha had only been established for a little over 20 years, so the fact that the various clans had been reconciled to this degree was already a remarkable achievement. This also made it easier for Uchiha Kusunoki to coerce and manipulate them. Uchiha Kusunoki's ascension to the position of Hokage was based on his family's prestige and his own martial prowess. From this day forward, he possessed a reputation all his own. This was truly remarkable progress. Uchiha Kusunoki sat on the throne, while Nara Shikato and Hinata Takuma stood firm like guardians. They quietly sipped tea and watched the ninja clans bicker. As the executors of the Pig Iron Futures Plan, they had no need to boast about their achievements and seniority. It's worth noting that even Senju Momoma eventually lost control of the situation and personally joined the fray with the other clans. With the Senju clan now in decline, they were the leaders in opposing the Pig Iron Futures Plan. Now that the Pig Iron Futures Plan was generating significant profits, Senju Momoma, despite the pride of being one of Konoha's 3 major clans, personally engaged in the fight for the benefits. Reputation is not as important as strengthening the clan's power. This is the frustration of being a clan leader. After arguing for most of the afternoon, they still couldn't reach a conclusion, and finally, Uchiha couldn't stand it anymore. These ninjas had completely abandoned their dignity for money, using such a rich vocabulary of insults that even Uchiha, a long-time Zone veteran, wanted to take out a notebook to write it all down. They had completely lost all respect. Uchiha personally divided the profits, and any clan that felt they were getting less was forced to accept it. Uchiha had commanded the last great war in the ninja world, and the extra funds were earned by Uchiha. He held both military merit and financial power firmly in his grasp. Now, whoever he pleased was entitled to eat. However, the funds were too huge, and the ninja clan had indeed been living a harder life in recent years. A previous fund had even been forced onto Konoha's account by Uchiha. As a result, each ninja clan received a satisfactory figure, enough to restore their clan's population and further train their clan's ninja. The Uchiha clan was generous, and every ninja leader present had a rosy complexion. Even Uzumaki Mido, with his shrewd face, was grinning from ear to ear. With the money being distributed, the subordinates were naturally convinced. Everyone, let's take advantage of this meeting today to continue discussing the future development of Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki's expression was serious, intending to train Konoha's child, who is already in his 20s, according to his own wishes. The ninja clan members put away their smiles and listened to Uchiha Kusunoki's speech with solemn expressions. First, Regarding the Ninja Academy's enrollment, which has been put on hold again due to the war, it's time to get it back on track. Both for students and teachers. As Uchiha Minami finished speaking, the Aburame clan leader immediately stood up and announced his intention to enroll the clan's core members in the academy. Aburame Shin had been sitting in the corner, and Uchiha Minami had even forgotten about this insect-focused clan, whose presence was truly indescribable. Uchiha Minami's face was filled with surprise. This clan truly was silent, yet suddenly made a splash. They were directly joining Uchiha Minami, astonishing not only Uchiha Minami but the other ninja clans as well. You're so good, Aburame Shin. Everyone thought you were honest, but now you're standing up without a word, eager to serve Uchiha Minami as a dog. No, to offer your loyalty to the Hokage. It doesn't matter who they serve, they never dared to get involved in the past battles for Hokage. They weren't a powerful clan like the Hyuga, so even a wrong bet wouldn't matter. Now the situation in Konoha was so clear. There was no need to be reserved any longer. The faster they fell, the more benefits they would reap. Did you see how lucrative the rewards were for Uchiha Kusunoki's first acquisition of the Nara clan, which also benefited the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans? The Aburame clan leader was quite interesting. Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Aburame Shin with satisfaction. If he hadn't stepped forward, Uchiha Kusunoki would have simply ignored the Aburame clan. The Aburame clan's power was greatly underestimated in the original Naruto novels. The forbidden techniques developed by nanoscale insects spread like a plague. In this world of weak ninjas, even Uchiha Kusunoki would be killed on sight if he wasn't paying attention, and would never understand even if he died. And there was a lot of potential in developing insects. From combat to intelligence gathering, they also have a promising future in production development. Bugs are known for their rapid reproduction. Given the opportunity to eat, they can multiply endlessly. A bite of one was crunchy, with 5 times the protein of beef. Uchiha Nan's mind was inexplicably conjured up images of grotesque madness. Even more terrifying was the game's Zerg development model. Talking about such things in the ninja world might seem far-fetched, but with Senju Tobirama around, they might be able to come up with something interesting. Focus on training. Uchiha Nan took note of Aburame Shin and decided to keep him in the spotlight. Their clan's presence was too low. Hokage-sama, I'm from the Inuzuka clan. Inuzuka Iwao spoke eagerly, following Aburame Shin into joining Uchiha Nan. Their two clans were deeply intertwined. While not as close as the Ino Shikachu clan's generations of mutual support, in this treacherous ninja world, having a clan that supports each other was a rare sight. Unlike the original Uchiha clan, no one stood up to say a word when they were exterminated. Their interpersonal relationships were too bad. In the entire ninja world, such relationships between ninjas are rare. It was mainly during the Warring States period that they worked for employers. In order to complete the task, it was too easy for ninjas to fight each other. Employers with sinister intentions would even specifically pick on families with good relationships to carry out opposing tasks. Even the best relationships cannot withstand the provocation of interests. As for the provocateurs behind the scenes, Uchiha Kusunoki's thoughts diverged. Recalling the families with such relationships in the original Naruto, and his eyes stopped on Hinata Takuma. The Hyuga clan seemed to have a good relationship with the Kaguya clan of Kirigakure. There were even rumors that they were cousins, one playing with eyes and the other playing with bones. The style of the picture was very inconsistent, but the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Kaguya clan was indeed very good. The fates of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were practically identical, ostracized by the upper echelons and then insurrected. The only difference was that the Uchiha clan was hacked to death by their own people, while the Hyuga clan perished in the struggle for their own rights. The Hyuga clan is truly courageous. I, Uchiha Minami, admire you. I'll find an opportunity to steal some men from Kirigakure someday. As for the Inuzuka clan, Uchiha Minami only remembers the tooth-to-tooth trick. Consider it a buy one get one free deal. Very good, both clan leaders are truly righteous. Konoha will never forget your sacrifice. Uchiha Minami commended the two clan leaders for their allegiance. Inuzuka Iwao beamed with joy. Aburame Shin, even more expressionless than the Uchiha clan, also smiled, though it was uglier than tears. Our clan, and us, the remaining clan leaders all pledge their loyalty to Uchiha Minami. If you don't actively serve as a dog now, you won't even get shit in the future, let alone meat. Uchiha Kusunoki nodded in satisfaction. The ninja school was the core of Konoha's development for the next few years. Originally, He had to talk to each of the clan leaders individually to get them to support the school, which would have been a tedious process of coercion and bribery. But now was more convenient, the money was in place, and they all nodded and agreed. And the second thing is, we need to establish a Konoha Science and Technology Department, with dedicated funding allocated. Everything in this area must be classified as top secret. Technology is the primary productive force. The future of Konoha must not rely solely on the fixed salary of the daimyo and the meager income from missions. Konoha has a bright future. Uchiha Kusunoki delivered his usual speech, a master of making promises that made the ninja under his command excited. Who wouldn't like money? The Hokage had proven his ability, so it was right to listen to him. Agreed. Uchiha Kusunoki's proposal was naturally passed unanimously, finally solving Senju Tobirama's laboratory funding problem under a clever pretext. Senju Tobirama immediately demanded 3 billion. That was the cost of building a state-of-the-art laboratory, and the subsequent expenses hadn't been calculated yet. It was likely equivalent to waging a medium-sized war. The Uchiha couldn't afford that, and had no intention of doing so. Senju Tobirama's research was for the development of Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki could use Konoha's funds to support the Uchiha, but using Uchiha's money to support Konoha would be too much of a burden. He wasn't so noble-minded. As for the third thing, I plan to set up a company, and the Uchiha will take a stake. Konoha owes you a lot of debt in the past. Would you like to convert that debt into shares? Uchiha Kusunoki offered his final proposal. The best way to change the ninja's mindset was to bind them with profit. Konoha was Konoha, and the clan was the clan. They were clear on this point. A ninja would risk their lives for Konoha, but ultimately, it was for their clan. Konoha was backed by their family. Given a choice between Konoha and their clan, they would almost unhesitatingly choose their family. The interests of Konoha and the clan are sometimes at odds. Konoha is a military organization and doesn't interfere with production. Forcing these ninja to abandon their martial arts training and engage in production is too much of a burden for these ninjas, who have been plagued by the ninja tool theory for millennia. If the ninjas invest in a large company and see the annual dividends, they will realize that there is also a vast future for ninjas in production. It's important to unleash their initiative. Once these ninja guerrillas see the beauty of capital, they'll be unable to stop. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan agrees. As the head of the Hyuga clan, I believe in your abilities. I pledge my loyalty to you, Hokage-sama. Hinata Takuma was the first to respond to Uchiha Kusunoki's proposal. He was the first to take the plunge, the first to establish a relationship with Uchiha Kusunoki. Now he's reaping the benefits, willing to support whatever Uchiha Kusunoki does. There's no way around it. Uchiha Kusunoki's vision is simply too high, as vast as a 3-story building. I am willing to offer my loyalty to Lord Hokage. I am willing to. For a moment, the voices in the conference room resounded. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Tobirama, you are Hokage, but you cannot go down the path of crime. Money isn't everything, but without it, nothing is impossible. This truth was eternal in the Rabbit Kingdom of the past, and it remains unchanging in this world of extraordinary power. The war is almost over, and the 5 major ninja villages have all been severely damaged, requiring a long period of recuperation and the cultivation of new blood. Thanks to Uchiha Kusu's miraculous manipulation, Konoha's accounts have been flooded with funds exceeding those of the other 4 major ninja villages combined. This has caused Konoha, in its dying state, to sit up in shock and pray for another 500 years. Uchiha Kusu's lavish spending has rebuilt Konoha, once ravaged by war, at an astonishing pace, bursting with unimaginable vitality. Previously, due to the war, the ninjas spent all their money on war preparations, rushing to the battlefield. As a result, the income of small vendors in the village has declined, and prices have risen due to the war. This has led to extremely difficult times for all the vendors in the village. Now, Uchiha Kusunoki was showering money on Konoha's ninjas. They'd returned from the battlefield with their heads held high, and with money in their hands, they naturally wanted to spend it and have fun. They didn't want to experience the pain of dying with their money unspent. Money is money when it's spent. Consumption creates circulation, reviving Konoha's fragile commercial system. Popularity brings in more money, which in turn generates more taxes. Uchiha Kusunoki walked the streets. The lingering shadow of war still hung over the villagers, but their eyes were brighter than before. When hope reigned, humanity would be filled with unparalleled vitality. Uchiha Kusunoki went to work, followed by Kid and Suzu. At first, the Konoha villagers gave him strange looks, but after Uchiha Kusunoki skillfully lowered his moral compass, all obstacles vanished. This ninja world isn't monogamous, you can envy them all. Walking the streets of Konoha, observing the villagers' renewed spirits, Uchiha Kusunoki knew his strategy was on track. The living conditions of the common people weren't deceptive. At the Hokage building, Nara Shikeon had arrived early to begin his workday. The Hokage building was now dotted with pineapple-haired people. The Nara clan's talents lay in management, and Uchiha Kusunoki was determined to fully utilize them, enlisting them to help him tackle Konoha's myriad problems. He'd go insane if he had to spend every day at the Hokage's desk, reading documents. As soon as he entered, the working ninjas greeted him. They were used to his lateness and slacking off. As long as his boss was profitable and willing to pay them, they, his subordinates, naturally had no problem with his lifestyle. Enrollment for the Hokage Shaman Ninja School has begun. We are selecting talented children from the civilian population to attend. According to your opinion, the school system has been changed from 2 years to 4 years. Uchiha Non sat in a chair, listening to Nara Shikeon's report on the village's recent progress. He deeply detested the ditch system of ninja school, where graduates had to complete missions to support themselves after 2 years. This was more than just child labor, it was the production of cannon fodder on an assembly line. If Konoha had sufficient resources, he would even consider extending the duration to 6 years. There was no fixed age limit for admission to the ninja school. Generally, anyone under 12 could enroll. This led to him seeing too many 10-year-olds enthusiastically carrying kune and shopping people down on missions. They weren't time travelers like me, with cheats, and most of them ended up in a bad way. In peacetime, they could be assigned E-rank missions to ease the situation. Once the ninja world tensed, they'd all be sent on bandit-clearing missions to see some bloodshed, then thrown into the battlefield. Among the nearly 1,000 cannon fodder, there would always be someone who stood out and became a chunin, or even a dozen jonin. By the way, remember to carefully screen the orphanage at Konoha. There's bound to be something great among these children. If they have lost both parents, carry a deep blood feud, or are engaged, be sure to bring them to me. I'll personally assess them. Remember, don't include those with the surname Tang, and the annual funding should at least allow these children to have meat every now and then. As Uchiha Kusunoki listened to Nara Shikeon's report, he suddenly remembered the Konoha orphanage and began to mutter. The orphanage was a place of exceptional talent. It would be unusual for a high-spirited anime like Naruto not to have a few demons. They must be treated with the utmost care. Yes, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikeon noticed that Uchiha Kusunoki had begun to speak in a strange way. Over their time together, Nara Shikeon had grown accustomed to it. He understood some of what Uchiha Kusunoki said, but he had no idea what he was talking about. However, since the Hokage had emphasized his request, Nara Shikeon, as his subordinate, naturally followed through. After listening to Uchiha Kusunoki's instructions, Nara Shikeon went over the remaining enrollment arrangements with him. Uchiha Kusunoki, satisfied that they were all sound, signed them off. All that remained was to wait for enrollment to conclude. At the start of the semester, Uchiha Kusunoki would visit the Ninja Academy to meet with the new students and discuss the values of the Will of Fire. Is the price of pig iron still falling? Uchiha Kusunoki then expressed concern for the price of pig iron. The Fire Nation's pig iron industry, thanks to Uchiha Kusunoki's intervention, had been hurtling in an unpredictable direction, with prices already collapsing. This time, Uchiha Kusunoki planned to buy the dip, purchasing a batch of low-priced pig iron. The success of this pig iron futures plan was due to the right timing, location, and people, making a repeat highly unlikely. The price is still slowly falling. According to Konoha's information channels and my own judgment, pig iron prices will bottom out in a week. Nara Shikeon was deeply interested in futures, keenly aware of their enormous value. This business relied on information asymmetry and the sheer volume of capital, a fact Konoha was unrivaled in the Land of Fire. The temptation to profit from price manipulation was simply too much. I'll leave this area of business to you. I trust you to handle it. Uchiha Kusunoki nodded, and immediately assigned Nara Shikeon to continue managing this area of the business. Nara Shikeon was deeply moved by Uchiha Kusunoki's words of trust, and just as he was about to express his loyalty, He was startled by his next words. "By the way, I want to buy some iron ore from the land of fire." Uchiha Kusunoki's words were undeniably shocking, launching into a deal worth tens of billions. Even though Konoha had money in their bank account, they couldn't afford to spend it so lavishly. "Hokage-sama, that's a hefty price tag. A single iron mine costs at least tens of billions of ryo. A super large mine would be even more outrageous, potentially exceeding several billion." Narashikagawa was unnerved by Uchiha Kusunoki's outrageous spending. Konoha had never dealt with this kind of business before. "Luan, take a long-term view. Money is meant to be spent, don't be stingy. The money can be split in two. We can form a joint venture with them, with Konoha taking the lion's share. We need to completely control the price of iron. The future demand for steel in the ninja world will be enormous. As everyone knows, steel is the lifeblood of industry. Uchiha Kusunoki's ambitions are immense. He wants to industrialize the ninja world, and steel is indispensable. Therefore, he must control the steel sector himself. To control an industry, one must control its source. Uchiha Kusunoki planned to negotiate directly with the merchants and nobles who owned iron mines in the Fire Nation, offering to take over a batch of iron ore from the insects at a low price. These people, arguing their long experience in the pig iron industry and being the most aggressive in all-in, were the worst offended by the sudden arrival of Uchiha Kusunoki. They were now even facing delays in paying their miners' wages. Iron ore is like a hen that lays eggs. Many in the Fire Nation wanted to take advantage of these unlucky individuals who overgambled, but Uchiha Kusunoki intended to take the lion's share. Hokage-sama, the major merchants in other industries, and the nobles, Narashikagawa expressed concern about Uchiha Kusunoki's decision. It wasn't just about the money. Competing for iron ore was a difficult matter. HMPH, dare you compete with Konoha? Whether you're a buyer or a seller, Konoha ninjas will deliver fruit baskets to you every day. Uchiha Kusunoki chuckled sinisterly. The fruit in the fruit baskets Konoha sent out was incredibly sweet. Anyone who ate the sweet fruit and didn't show respect to Konoha would be courting death. "Alright, Hokage-sama," Narashikagawa said helplessly. This method wasn't acceptable. Last time, the daimyo had a guarantee, but this time, Konoha was acting independently. What if the daimyo wasn't pleased? Despite his concerns, Narashikagawa still followed Uchiha Kusunoki's instructions. Even if the sky fell, he had Uchiha Kusunoki as his superior to support him. What was there to fear? Narashikagawa and Uchiha Kusunoki discussed the future 5-Kage summit again. After finalizing the general outline, Narashikagawa left Uchiha Kusunoki's office with a worried look on his face. Now, only Uchiha Kusunoki and the newly arrived Kid and Suzu were left in the office. Time to slack off again. Uchiha Minami reclined in a chair as Fang expertly gave him a shoulder and neck massage. "Ah, Ling, why are you under the table? It's still daytime. Oh, give me a few massages." The office wasn't very soundproof, so Uchiha Minami only briefly enjoyed their services and stayed until the end of the day, letting them go home and shower and wait for him. After get off work, Uchiha Minami traveled alone to a remote dungeon in the Uchiha clan's territory. Originally dilapidated and shabby, it had now been spruced up by Uchiha Minami's men and renovated, now filled with luxurious laboratory equipment, making it a state-of-the-art laboratory in the ninja world. Security was now heavily guarded, with clan ninjas stationed there. Uchiha Minami issued a strict order that no one but himself could enter the laboratory from now on. It was time to relocate Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Minami had previously searched Konoha village for laboratory equipment and discovered that the most advanced equipment was in the hands of the Senju clan. He tried to requisition it, but was flatly refused. All the funds embezzled by Senju Tobirama in the past went to the Senju clan's own accounts, having nothing to do with Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't use them, so he had to siphon off some experimental equipment from elsewhere in Konoha for his use. Uchiha Kusunoki walked into the laboratory, which was permeated with the smell of money. Every instrument and experimental material was priceless. A humble potion in the corner might be worth tens of thousands of taels. Uchiha Kusunoki opened the summoning scroll, and a coffin appeared. Senju Tobirama kicked the lid open, expressing his displeasure at Uchiha Kusunoki's unreasonable imprisonment. "Uchiha Kusunoki, how's the lab getting ready? The junk you found isn't enough for my needs. Senju Tobirama, come out and see your new home." Uchiha Kusunoki gestured towards the newly renovated laboratory. Senju Tobirama grumbled as he slowly emerged from the coffin, his eyes widening. Senju Tobirama eagerly stepped forward to touch the lab equipment. He randomly picked up a small instrument and carefully stroked it, his eyes filled with fascination. This instrument is a true work of art. It's only found in the land of sand. Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't identify the instrument, but he knew it was expensive, costing over 100,000 ryo. Senju Tobirama put the instrument down and selected a lavender solution from the pile. And this solution? I've been wanting to buy it for a long time. The land of demons itself can't keep up with demand, and you can even buy this. Senju Tobirama surveyed the lab, his joy fading as he addressed Uchiha Kusunoki solemnly. Did you steal from Konoha's funds? This lab is worth more than 3 billion ryo. Konoha really needs money these days. You're the Hokage. You should take the lead. You must not stray into crime. Uchiha Kusunoki rolled his eyes. It was you, Senju Tobirama, who started the embezzlement of Konoha's funds. Don't worry, do you know how much money Konoha had on the books a few days ago? Over 100 billion. Uchiha Kusunoki recounted the pig iron futures plan to Senju Tobirama from beginning to end. He had been holding back on the news, specifically to show off. Uzumaki Miro had been slapped in the face, so how could you, Senju Tobirama, escape this? Senju Tobirama's expression shifted from initial disdain upon hearing about the pig iron futures plan to a thoughtful expression, finally turning to disbelief. Tobirama, you've failed miserably as Hokage. I wonder how much the Konoha ninja have suffered under your influence. You didn't see the look on Uzumaki Miro's face when he got his share of the money. Tisk tisk tisk, now that everyone's got their share, they've started calling me Konoha's strongest Hokage. Uchiha Kusunoki teased Senju Tobirama with a smile, and his face darkened. A failed Hokage? How could that word even apply to him? You're the strongest Hokage in Konoha. Believe it or not, Big Brother can crush you with one hand. Senju Tobirama really wanted to punch Uchiha Kusunoki in the face. That arrogant expression was truly annoying. HMPH, it's just a small amount of money. Senju Tobirama was only being stubborn now, but inwardly, he had a different view of Uchiha Kusunoki. Did Uchiha Kusunoki have the wrong reincarnation? How could those Uchiha brutes have such brilliant minds? Could it be that activating the main Decay Sharingan actually boosted their IQ? They could even come up with something as unheard of as futures. That's over 100 billion. If I had that much money on the books when I was Hokage, why would I even negotiate with Kumaga Cure? I could just fight them to the bitter end and capture that bastard Reincarnated alive. Senju Tobirama muttered to himself. Chapter 83 Uchiha Non, sooner or later, you will be hung on a street lamp to repent if you continue like this. Tobirama, you should be really happy, right? I'm your successor, after all. I've done a great job as Hokage. I led Konoha to peace talks with Kumaga Cure, defeated Iwagakure and Kurigakure, and earned over 100 billion. I've done such a good job, just give me a smile. Success and fame aren't the goal, just be happy. Uchiha Kusunoki, observing Senju Tobirama's somewhat depressed expression, listed his own achievements, trying to cheer him up. HMPH, stop flattering yourself. My chosen successor is Sarutobi Hiruzen. You, the evil Uchiha brat, are a usurper, Senju Tobirama instinctively retorted. Konoha was a military group, and Uchiha Kusunoki's usurpation of the throne was pure subjugation, a taboo. But Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly can't do as well as I do. Uchiha Kusunoki interrupted Senju Tobirama, flashing a confident smile. He knew all too well what the future held for Sarutobi Hiruzen after he became Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, his mind would probably be to rob Peter to pay Paul, hoping to use the daimyo's dead money to slowly restore Konoha's health. Once the health was restored, the ninja war would begin again, and then he would slowly recover again, continuing this pattern for decades. HMPH, how do you know? Senju Tobirama tried to argue, but Uchiha Non waved him off, changing the subject. This kind of debate was pointless. Senju Tobirama viewed him with tinted glasses, and he couldn't let him hold Konoha's future hostage. How are the research on those electrical appliances I gave you going? They're going to make a lot of money. Uchiha Non got down to business, expressing his absolute confidence in Senju Tobirama's research prowess. After so long, there should have been some breakthrough. Naruto's time was only about 30 years ago, and while refrigerators and televisions weren't yet ubiquitous, they were already here. The technological advancements of the ninja world couldn't be judged with the same lens as in previous lives. Even some sophisticated instruments these ninjas could make by hand. I've completely understood the structure and principles of air conditioning, including, but the television and radio you gave me are more complicated. Signal transmission, converting sound and images into signals. Senju Tobirama, upon hearing Uchiha ask about his area of expertise, began to explain his knowledge to him. Uchiha listened for a moment, then interrupted Senju Tobirama's rambling. He simply asked for the results. He didn't want to hear about the process. Air conditioning can be manufactured, but televisions and radios require some more testing. Uchiha nodded. This progress was incredibly fast. Air conditioners could actually be manufactured. But manufacturing alone wasn't enough. Uchiha wanted to mass-produce them and sell them to the entire ninja world. Air conditioners were sure to be a huge hit. The ninja world's summers were scorching hot. In the land of fire, temperatures could reach over 40 degrees Celsius at their hottest. The nobles resorted to all means to beat the heat, even filling their rooms with large basins of ice. Hiring an ice-release ninja directly from a daimyo of his rank naturally wouldn't be cheap. After all, it was an international ninja hire, costing hundreds of thousands of ryo per trip. That was just the cost of hiring the ninja, with daily charges still required. Maintaining a comfortable indoor temperature 24/7 was no easy task. Manufacturing isn't a problem, but widespread adoption is. Air conditioning is powered by electricity, but chakra can also be used. Senju Tobirama rambled on for a while, and Uchiha understood. Ordinary people didn't have much chakra to spare. Promoting electrical appliances first required widespread electricity. The world was still largely fueled by firewood, so jumping straight into the electric age would be incredibly difficult. Even Konoha, always at the forefront of technology, hadn't yet achieved widespread electricity. Electric lighting in the village was limited to the homes of the senior ninja, and villagers still used candles at night. The challenges were numerous. However, technical issues weren't Uchiha's concern. He could leave it all to Tobirama. Tobirama, your workload has increased again. Generators, wires, light bulbs. Uchiha listed new tasks to Senju Tobirama like a menu. Senju Tobirama was overwhelmed. He would have to study Hashirama's cells and handle all of this stuff at the same time. How could he possibly handle it all on his own? You're treating me like a donkey. I'm all by myself, without even an assistant. Senju Tobirama protested vehemently against this servitude. However, his objection proved futile. Uchiha pondered for a moment and came up with a solution that would satisfy both parties. The multiple shadow clone technique. There were two main drawbacks to the multiple shadow clone technique. First, if the chakra level was insufficient, the clones would lack combat effectiveness. Second, if the caster had sufficient chakra but created too many clones, the fatigue of the clones returning to their original form could kill them instantly. But Senju Tobirama didn't have to worry about any of this. With enough chakra, he could theoretically create an infinite number of clones. If used in combat, they'd likely vanish into smoke at the mere touch. But now, he was using it for scientific research. There was no need to worry about the clones returning from exhaustion and dying. Senju Tobirama was already dead. These multiple clones were simply designed to exploit Senju Tobirama's labor. They went from single-threaded to multi-threaded. Their invincible brains suddenly multiplied. With dozens, hundreds, even thousands of Senju Tobirama working tirelessly for him 24/7, wouldn't scientific research efficiency skyrocket? Uchiha shared his thoughts with Senju Tobirama, leaving him speechless. It made perfect sense. But the original purpose of his invention of impure world reincarnation wasn't to use him like an animal. No. That was worse than an animal. Animals even had time to eat, sleep, and rest. Uchiha Kusunoki actually made himself work 24 hours a day, saying that only the living need sleep and that a long rest for the dead is a waste of time. When passion becomes a year-round job, the meaning becomes tainted. What a beast. The Uchiha are truly born evil. Tobirama, you are the second Hokage. Before your death, you devoted your life to Konoha. Even your funeral generated income for Konoha, and your spirit continues to contribute to Konoha after death. I would call it a great sacrifice. Uchiha Kusunoki kept on praising Senju Tobirama, his words so inconsistent with his solemn expression that it made Senju Tobirama want to punch him. How could someone so immoral and unscrupulous be called an Uchiha? What kind of darkness had Uchiha gone through to become like this? Lord Tobirama, don't you want Konoha to become great again? Uchiha said this, directly defeating Senju Tobirama. It was worth it for Konoha. There should be no such thing as mental fatigue in impure world reincarnation. Maybe, Senju Tobirama was not so sure about this. When he invented the impure world reincarnation jutsu, he had never thought about it in this direction. Would excessive mental fatigue of the soul cause the soul to be shattered? I have no problem agreeing to your request, but the problem is that in my current state, I simply cannot perform the multiple shadow clone jutsu. The sacrifice you performed the jutsu is really too poor. Senju Tobirama made the request. It was okay for Uchiha to be a slave, but he should at least be given the opportunity to be a slave. Now he can only perform a simple clone jutsu. With an impure world body that can cast multiple shadow clones, other ninjutsu can be barely released, such as his own masterpiece, the Flying Thunder God technique. He might have a chance to escape. Senju Tobirama has his own little plan in mind. He still wants to overthrow Uchiha, but his current thoughts are different from the past. His opinion of Uchiha has changed. From a person who must be killed to an object that can be won over, Uchiha plan for Konoha is very much to Senju Tobirama's liking. Some of the wonderful ideas made Senju Tobirama praise him. Moreover, Uchiha ambition is even greater than that of his ancestor Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's vision is only for the entire ninja world, while Uchiha is directly targeting the daimyo, wanting to overturn the millennium-old system of the ninja world. However, Uchiha was much more reliable than Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara could only rely on brute force. Actually, it wasn't impossible. But regardless, Uchiha Madara still failed. Uchiha had his own theories and action plans, and if he implemented them slowly, he really had a chance of success. Senju Tobirama also wanted to see what the future would be like without the daimyo and with highly developed productivity. It wouldn't be like the present, with the ninja world ravaged by war. Uchiha and Senju Tobirama had the same lofty goals, but they had significant differences. Senju Tobirama felt that he was more suited to being an executor than Uchiha. After all, Uchiha was an Uchiha who had activated the main Gekyo Sharingan. Just because his current brain circuits seemed normal didn't mean they would always be normal in the future. He was always a destabilizing factor for Konoha, and there was only one person in the entire ninja world who could suppress Uchiha. And that person was Senju Tobirama. Defeating Uchiha Kusunoki and regaining the throne of Hokage was Senju Tobirama's goal. Did Konoha have a rule that a dead person couldn't continue to be Hokage? Could Senju Tobirama return from the dead? Furthermore, he was working illegally for Uchiha Kusunoki year-round in this dark underground laboratory, and all future honors would belong to him alone. This alone was unacceptable to Senju Tobirama. Being an obscure, unknown figure wasn't what Senju Tobirama desired. He envisioned becoming Hokage again. His scientific prowess, combined with Uchiha Kusunoki's whimsical ideas, would allow him to serve as his deputy, keeping him in check and preventing his misdeeds, and together they would strengthen Konoha. It was a perfect scenario, a bright future for everyone. Is that so? No problem. I can help you get a stronger body. Senju Tobirama was still lost in thought, but Uchiha Kusunoki had already agreed to Senju Tobirama's request, which was a legitimate one after all. Today, Uchiha is no longer afraid of Senju Tobirama's rebellion. He is no longer the rookie who has rashly relied on force to ascend to the throne of Hokage. Senju Tobirama has been dead for several months, and the situation in Konoha has changed drastically. The Hyuga clan, the Ino Shikacho clan, the Inazuka clan, and even the Inazuka clan, all of them, from the most prestigious ninja clans in Konoha to the lesser-known smaller clans, have all been rallied around Uchiha. From the smaller ninja clans, Uchiha gave them large sums of money, and from the larger ninja clans, he not only gave them large sums of money but also rights that Senju Tobirama had never granted them. Not to mention that Senju Tobirama is now dead. Even if he were resurrected, Uchiha would not be inferior to him. Following Uchiha means having money and power, and what will it mean to join Senju Tobirama's forces? Is it just the dead left over from the Ninja World War? I'm sorry, Nidame, the Sundame has really given you too much. Seeing Uchiha Kusunoki agree so easily, Senju Tobirama was extremely excited, but his expression didn't change at all. He continued to discuss Konoha's future development with Uchiha Kusunoki. I remember Konoha had a generator. I led the team to build it. We wanted to popularize electricity in Konoha, but a small generator wouldn't be enough. Not only does it need to be improved, but we also need to build several more and convert them into large power plants. As for the energy source for the generator, what do you plan to use? I have two options, chakra and coal. Konoha's demand wasn't huge before, so we've always used chakra. Now that we're using electricity on a large scale, the limited chakra that the original ninjas had isn't enough, Uchiha Kusunoki frowned. If they wanted to supply electricity to the entire Konoha, burning coal alone would cost a fortune every month. One doesn't know how expensive firewood and rice are until they manage the household. Although Konoha is rich now, Uchiha Kusunoki will find ways to save money wherever he can. Tobirama, how long do you think Konoha can sustain electricity by draining the chakra of a single-tailed beast? Uchiha Non thought of the 9 tails and felt they should be put to good use. It would be a waste to have such a large beast at home, just letting it sleep inside Uzumaki Miro all day. The 9 tails was so massive, its chakra could be described as vast as the ocean. After draining it, it could slowly regenerate its own chakra. A top-tier power bank would be a waste. Most importantly, it was free. The 9 tails was Konoha's property, so it could be had for free. To put it bluntly, the day Uzumaki Mito became the 9 tails Jinchuriki. In Konoha, her weapon's attributes outweighed her human attributes. She was also Konoha's property, but Uzumaki Mito's status was so unique that no one dared to say so. He could use his status as Hokage to co-opt Uzumaki Mito's labor for free. You're truly outrageous. With a Kyuubi's chakra, with Konoha's current size, a single charge would last at least 6 months. Senju Tobirama wanted to rip open Uchiha Kusunoki's brain to see what was going on. Why hadn't he thought of such a brilliant idea? This will solve Konoha's power problem. Tobirama, you need to speed up and get these things done. Electric lights are a top priority, so start with them. I'm going to light up all the streets of Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki was excited. Electric lights meant a lot to humanity. At night, Konoha was completely dark, like a small town in the lower tier of the ninja world. The streets were deserted as soon as dark. Konoha was the future center of the ninja world, the most prosperous area. How could it be like this? Why are you so anxious about electric lights? Senju Tobirama was curious about Uchiha Kusunoki's answer, figuring that with his way of thinking, his answer would definitely be different from what he had imagined. Hearing Senju Tobirama's question, Uchiha Kusunoki's expression became serious. The popularization of electric lights has a revolutionary effect on Konoha. In the future, both ninjas and villagers can not only work during the day, but also exploit their labor force at night and contribute to Konoha. After hearing this, Senju Tobirama suddenly wanted to hang Uchiha Kusunoki on the street lamp. Chapter 84 Nine-Tailed Fox, Uchiha Non, what are you going to use to pay back what you owe me? At night, after Uchiha Non and Senju Tobirama reached an agreement, they immediately selected a suitable sacrifice from the Anbu dungeon and created a new body for Senju Tobirama. Of course, Uchiha Non still imposed a series of restrictive orders on Senju Tobirama, ensuring that he could only work for him in the underground laboratory every day. Although Uchiha Non was not afraid of Senju Tobirama jumping out and opposing him, he still had to avoid any trouble that could be avoided. It would not be good to hear that he had secretly dug up the grave of the previous Hokage and forced the deceased Hokage to work as his slave. Then, with a dark face and a look of resentment, Senju Tobirama threw himself into scientific research, creating more than 60 clones at once to carry out scientific research. They were the strongest scientific research team in the ninja world. This was already the limit of Senju Tobirama's impure earth body. He completely abandoned combat ability to pursue the number of clones. A light punch could turn a clone into smoke. Senju Tobirama was truly a natural-born master. In just 3 weeks, with his all-out efforts, he had completed the design for the light bulb, the large battery, the generator modification blueprints, and the power plant design. All that remained was to invest in the implementation plan. This was a lucrative business. Konoha's future electricity demand would undoubtedly be enormous. Perhaps the power plant's annual electricity sales alone could sustain Konoha's current economy. Investing in a power plant was an investment in the future. Building a large power plant was not cheap, requiring a budget of at least 3 billion, not even including research and development costs. No other ninja village, save Konoha, would invest in such a project. In the past, such a sum would have been astronomical for Konoha, but now the Konoha treasury was flush with cash and could certainly afford it. However, Uchiha Kusunoki had to consider the clan's interests. Uchiha Kusunoki, through his position as clan leader, directly proposed to secure a stake in the power plant, generously offering to contribute half the cost. Such a massive investment was considered a major, village-level project in Konoha, and naturally caught the attention of the Konoha clan. That same day, Hinata Takuma, accompanied by Hinata Asuka and a host of gifts, visited Uchiha Minami. Uchiha Minami was now eating shit, and Hinata Takuma was even trying to get a bite to taste it. He wondered if this shit was actually a panacea, just looking like shit, and he'd beg Uchiha Minami to take him with him. And Hinata Takuma, this shameless fellow, hadn't even given up on pimping for him. That little girl was only 12 years old. The two children in his family were already wearing Uchiha Minami out, and if another one came along, he felt he'd die young. Next up were Narashikato and Senju Momoma. It seemed the Uchiha clan couldn't have it all to themselves anymore. The ninja clans now had money. A mere 3 billion would be gone once the larger and smaller clans shared the burden. They even argued over the proportion of shares to be contributed, which Uchiha Kusunoki was pleased to see. The ninja clans were finally starting to understand. In the end, it was Uchiha Kusunoki who made the final decision. Konoha would contribute 30%, the Uchiha clan would contribute 20%, and the Hyuga clan would contribute 20%. As long as the Uchiha clan held the position of Hokage, they would have a veto over the future development of the Konoha power plant. The only remaining issue was hiring. The massive power plant project was too large to be manned by Konoha's own construction team, so they had to recruit from outside. The announcement of the job posting immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the unemployed and displaced from Konoha by the war. These people lived in a daze, relying on Konoha's occasional handouts to survive. Konoha wasn't a charity, so Uchiha Kusunoki was being kind by keeping them from starving. But now they finally have work to do that can fill their stomachs. Originally, Uchiha Non was planning to pay some wages. This time the project was very large and a lot of workers had to be recruited. However, this group of refugees who were almost starving started to compete internally in order to compete for construction jobs. They just wanted to be fed and work for Konoha for free. Such a kind offer, of course, Uchiha Non accepted it with a smile. Emerging capital is like a fish in water in this deformed ninja world. So the boss of the Konoha engineering team complained to Uchiha Non with a stern face, saying that his brothers had to make a living and that Konoha's first generator was built by this group of workers. Considering that there is a difference between workers with work experience and refugees who know nothing, the wages of this group of engineering teams will remain unchanged. Konoha still needs to support local technical workers. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had gone by. This project mobilized far more financial, material, and human resources than any previous public welfare project, and it also boosted Konoha's economy. In the Hokage's office, progress was encouraging. Uchiha Kusunoki, slacking off in his office, sighed heartily. With one hand, he reviewed the progress report for the power plant construction site, while with the other, he sipped his goji berry tea from a cup. He'd been overworked lately and needed some rest. The original generators had been modified and were ready for use, while the remaining generators were still under construction. Rows of bottled structures, nearly 10 meters tall and long, numbering hundreds, had been erected in the power plant area. Workers worked around the clock to build them, storing the tailed beast's chakra, ensuring they could drain the 9 tails completely in one go. A massive circular structure connected these bottled chakra storage devices, used to extract the tailed beast's chakra. Everything was ready, except for the 9 tails power bank. Uchiha Non ordered his men to invite Uzumaki Mito to his office. Uzumaki Mito learned of Uchiha Nan's idea and was surprised by his audacity. The ninja world used the tailed beasts as weapons. Uchiha Non, on the other hand, simply used the tailed beasts as infinitely rechargeable power banks. Uchiha Non, you know, the 9 tails has a very bad temper. It's not easy for me to control the 9 tails and extract its chakra. Uzumaki Mito began to complain, saying a lot of nonsense. Uchiha Non was not stupid, so he naturally understood. Uchiha Non could get free use from Senju Tobirama, but he couldn't get free use from Uzumaki Mito. He wanted Uzumaki Mito to work without paying her. If this matter was brought to the attention of the shareholders of the ninja clans, Uchiha Non would not be able to gain any advantage. Mito Uzumaki was, after all, a living being, with a unique status. He possessed both power and status. The shareholders hadn't yet evolved into fully fledged capitalists who valued money over shamelessness, and they still had to maintain their dignity. Besides, they were all around each other, and there was no benefit in offending Miro and the Senju clan behind him. 500,000 ryo per draw, Uchiha Kusunoki offered, roughly the price of an A-rank mission. Compared to coal, this price was dirt cheap, and one draw would last 6 months. As long as Mito Uzumaki agreed, it would still be a huge win for Uchiha Kusunoki. Burning coal for a year would cost hundreds of millions. Uchiha Kusunoki had done thorough cost research, taking advantage of Mito's lack of market understanding. Besides, the Nine Tails lives with me, and I've always advocated using love to influence the tailed beasts. The Nine Tails and I have been together for so long, an outsider like you wouldn't understand the feelings we share. The Nine Tails is practically my closest friend and beloved. Uzumaki Mito was spouting these sentiments with deep affection. She hadn't been saying the same thing when she chained the Nine Tails before. Her point was clear, the price was wrong, she needed more. This time, the money wasn't going to the Senju clan's account, it was going to Mito herself. In the past, ninjas could only earn money by completing missions, but the day she became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she'd say goodbye to missions forever, and her income had been cut off for years. As the darling of the Senju clan, Mito naturally had no shortage of food, clothing, or daily necessities, and could easily withdraw money from the Senju clan's account. But after all, Mito was a married woman, and constantly receiving money from her husband's family was considered acceptable given her power and status, though everyone considered it perfectly natural. As a strong woman, Mito Uzumaki always felt a thorn in her side, but that wasn't the main reason. She was thinking about the future. She had to save money for little Tsunade. Tsunade's gambling habit had become increasingly aggressive. She'd previously only gambled a few thousand ryo, but now she was losing tens of thousands. She'd even used a transformation technique to gamble at a casino and nearly been detained. What would happen when she grew up? Would she lose hundreds of thousands, even millions, of ryo? That would be gambling debts. The Senju clan wasn't just Hashiramas, it was a large family with thousands of members. How could Tsunade possibly help her pay her gambling debts when she grew up? Unless the clan died out and Tsunade inherited the entire estate, but that possibility was completely ruled out, as the clan had been passed down for millennia. If you love your son, you should plan for him. Mito Uzumaki had fully witnessed Tsunade's gambling nature. She was even worse than her grandfather, Hoshirama, and there was no hope of correcting her. Mito Uzumaki knew that this wealthy Uchiha Kusunoki had money, so she had to ask for more. She planned to bank it and, after her centenary, pay Tsunade monthly payments, at least ensuring she wouldn't have to live too poorly. 1 million ryo per draw. That's the price of an S-rank mission. Don't push your luck. An average jounin only gets a few S-rank missions a year, and they're life-threatening. Mito Uzumaki pondered for a moment. 1 million ryo per draw, and that would likely mean several more per year, would bring in at least 2 million ryo. Her old bones could easily live another 10 or 20 years, so that would be at least tens of millions ryo. For an ordinary ninja, that was an astronomical sum. After all, the maximum death pension for a jounin in Konoha was 5 million ryo. Deal, it's a deal. Let's sign it now, a huge profit, and a huge profit indeed. When Mito Uzumaki saw the enormous profit potential of the power plant and the cost of coal, she'd undoubtedly raise the price. Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't wait to draft a contract, signed his name, and affixed a Konoha seal. The opinions of the remaining shareholders no longer mattered. Sign it. Uchiha Kusunoki handed the pen to Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito possessed the ability to sense emotions, and although Uchiha Kusunoki tried his best to hide his inner joy, Mito sensed something was amiss. Why did he think Uchiha Kusunoki was so excited? Was the asking price too low? Mito Uzumaki hesitated, not signing immediately. You've already agreed, are you going to go back on your word? If not, I'll call a shareholders meeting. Mito-sama, you've essentially just sat there and gotten the reward for an S-rank mission for free. I'm taking care of you. If you don't believe me, just look at how the junior ninja clan's jounin is scorning your greed at the shareholders meeting. Uchiha Minami feigned an embarrassed smile and prepared to take the contract. Mito Uzumaki then became anxious. Even with her limited understanding of money, the price was already high. She knew nothing about the electricity consumption of the industrial age. I sign. Mito Uzumaki signed her name, causing Minami to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Mito Uzumaki keenly sensed Minami's joy, which intensified. Damn, it's going to be a bargain. Mito Uzumaki regretted it internally, but she had already signed and couldn't go back on her word. After returning to the Senju clan, she had to gather intelligence on the power plant, especially the cost of the alternative coal. Let's see how much I've lost. I came here too hastily this time. Uzumaki Mito thought to herself as she followed Uchiha Kusunoki to the Konoha power plant. Konoha power plant. Uzumaki Miro came to the circular building room, and a huge amount of chakra fluctuations erupted from her body. In order to prevent the Nine Tails from resisting violently and damaging the chakra transmission device during Uzumaki Miro's extraction of the tailed beast's chakra, Uchiha Kusunoki even used chakra to sneak into the Nine Tails' sealed space to keep an eye on it and prevent it from doing anything wrong. Uzumaki Miro placed her two hands on a special instrument, and a large amount of chakra was extracted from her body. This chakra naturally belonged to the Nine Tails. The tailed beasts are special life forms composed of chakra. To make an inappropriate analogy, extracting the Nine Tails chakra is like extracting its red and blue bars. How could the Nine Tails endure this? Even though its body was tied up like a dumpling with chains, it still resisted frantically. Uzumaki Mito, you stinking bitch, Uchiha Minami, you bastard, you're just watching right here. Please save me. I helped you win the position of Hokage of Konoha last time. The Nine Tails felt a massive chakra drain from its body and began to panic. Uzumaki Miro pushed the extraction power to maximum, draining the chakra of several tailed beast balls in just a few moments. Snow leopard, No, Nine Tails, shut up, Nine Tails, you've lived in Uzumaki Miro's body for so many years and never paid rent. What's wrong with her draining a little bit of your chakra? You're a polite tailed beast. Don't be so rude like the One Tails. Remember to repay a favor, don't you? The Nine Tails' fox eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Minami's words had completely changed the Nine Tails' perception. Uchiha Minami's words were so amoral that even Uchiha Minami could say them. He had actually believed that Uchiha Minami was a good person. Repay a favor. You even say those words. This is a dingy, shabby place. If it weren't for Uzumaki Mito's sealing technique, I'd have run away long ago. You and Uchiha Madara are the same, neither treating the tailed beasts as human beings. Uchiha Nan, you've lost all your dignity. How are you going to pay me back for what you owe me? Uchiha Nan, you're the most shameless person in Konoha? Fuck you. The Kyuubi roared with curses, but Uchiha Nan waved his hand indifferently. Ever since the incident with Geet and Suzu had exploded, his moral integrity had plummeted to a new level. Every strand of the Kyuubi's chakra was filled with the fragrance of money. And the Kyuubi's curses were like heavenly music to Uchiha Nan's ears. The louder the Kyuubi's curses, the more chakra it had left. Mito, step it up. The Kyuubi still has the energy to scream. Squeeze it dry. Uchiha Nan smiled the greedy smile of a capitalist. Chapter 85, Tobirama, from now on you can be called Zhang-san. That's enough, Mito. Stop squeezing. The chakra storage container is full. I think the Nine Tails is going to die. The Nine Tails is now Konoha's greatest treasure. We must understand the principles of sustainable recycling. We won't engage in such a loss-making business as draining the pond to catch fish. The Nine Tails had been drained to its knees. Its once smooth and silky fur had become withered, and even its once massive body had shrunk considerably. Uchiha Kusunoki quickly stopped Uzumaki Mito's high-powered juicer. Chakra was extremely important to the tailed beasts, and it was impossible to seriously damage the Nine Tails. That's not what you said just now. Who said the tailed beast's chakra is free? It's a waste not to drain it. The tailed beasts' lives are worthless. After all, they can be resurrected after death. The more chakra, the better. The louder the Nine Tails screams, the more chakra it still has. Uzumaki Mito, hearing Uchiha Kusunoki scold her for squeezing the Nine Tails chakra too vigorously, immediately repeated Uchiha Kusunoki's outrageous remarks. This despicable, amoral man was practically dancing with joy as he watched chakra containers fill up one after another. And now they're still being filled. When will my 1 million ryo be paid? Uzumaki Miro internally despised Uchiha Nan and directly demanded his reward. Don't worry, Mito-sama, I'm a man of integrity. The payment will be made to the Konoha Electric Power Company account, and I'll send someone to deliver it to you. Before that, I have one more question. When will the Kyuubi's chakra be restored? Uchiha Nan was deeply concerned about this question. Chakra was one of the mainstream energy sources of the future, and the more times the Kyuubi could be recycled, the better. The chakra storage containers could be expanded a little bit. What a beast, Uchiha Nan, I'm in this state, and you still want to drain me dry. The Nine Tails completely lost control of its emotions when it heard Uchiha Nan's words. Although its body was so weak that it could not even stand up, It still screamed and cursed at the top of its voice, accusing Uchiha of beastly behavior. The miserable curses made even Uzumaki Miro feel a little bit uncomfortable. The Ninetales, the leader of the nine-tailed beasts, had fallen to this state. Uchiha had really gone too far. He was truly an evil Uchiha. But, I'm sorry, Ninetales, one draw is 1,000,000 ryo. According to my understanding of the Ninetales, its chakra will recover automatically in about 2 months, no more than 3 months at most. If it works hard to recover, it may take less than 2 months. Uzumaki Mito revealed the Ninetales' secrets to Uchiha without any hesitation. For Tsunade's future, she must make as much money as possible. After waiting for so many years, she finally had such an easy way to make money, and she can't miss it. Mito-sama, for the sake of Konoha, you must urge the Ninetales to recover as soon as possible. Don't worry, I understand. The Ninetales' rehabilitation is on me. Ha. Mito-sama really is Konoha's right-hand man. Uchiha and Uzumaki Miro sang the same tune and settled the matter. Disgusting, you couldn't wait until I was asleep to do this kind of thing. You were discussing it in secret, and now you're planning to squeeze me dry right in front of me. Even Uchiha Madara wouldn't do such a thing. You two are nothing but bandits, worse than bandits. And you still expect us tailed beasts to remember your humans' kindness? Smash it, old six paths, you've screwed up. The Ninetales cursed the two men once more, his mind racing back to the days when he'd been Madara's mount. Those days didn't seem so bad, at least better than now. However, Uchiha Kusunoki and Uzumaki Miro ignored the Ninetales' accusations, happily reaching an agreement and returning to their respective homes. Uzumaki Mito walked briskly home, and a moment later, an Anbu ninja handed her several suitcases filled with money. 1,000,000 ryo. Earning money is so easy. Uzumaki Miro marveled at the ease of the money and summoned Senju Momoki to gather intelligence on the Konoha power plant. If we don't use the tailed beast's chakra and instead burn coal, how much would it cost per year? It wasn't long before Uzumaki Mito received a detailed report. Skipping over the irrelevant parts, she turned directly to the annual cost of coal consumed by the power plant she was concerned about. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, billion? Uzumaki Miro couldn't believe her eyes. The number was so far off from her own salary, it just didn't add up. Count again? 1, 10, 10 billion. Oh, AA. The first generation's philosophy was to pursue peace and end the fighting and war of the warring states period. The second generation's philosophy was stability. After the deaths of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Senju Tobirama strove to maintain stability, both in the precarious ninja world and within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kusunoki also sought to instill his own ideological imprint on Konoha. Changing the minds of his contemporaries required a combination of coercive power and incentives. Teaching children was much easier, they needed to be instilled with correct values. Materialistic dialectics, the industrialization of ninja, class contradictions. Uchiha Kusunoki sought to integrate the intellectual essence of his previous Rabbit Kingdom into Konoha's will of fire. But this was a massive undertaking, and he had to seek help. Because his ideas were so shocking and unsystematic, a sudden publication would inevitably be met with widespread criticism and be withdrawn from publication. So, Uchiha Kusunoki turned to his best friend, Tobirama Senju. During his nightly debates with Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Kusunoki constantly refined his theories, beginning to systematize and localize them within the ninja world. This theory was bound to guide the ninja of Konoha on a new path in the future. This monumental work, which could change the landscape of the ninja world, would be immortalized by Uchiha Kusunoki, even without his other identities as the author. Faced with this immense honor, Senju Tobirama eagerly sought a share of the credit, wanting to have his name added to the author's list. Uchiha Kusunoki argued, stating that he was now the third Hokage of Konoha, and each generation had its own ideas. Why was a dead Hokage like him getting involved? However, Senju Tobirama firmly retorted, stating that he bore half the credit for the book's creation and must be included in the author's list, otherwise he would strike. In the end, Uchiha Kusunoki and Senju Tobirama each compromised, with Senju Tobirama agreeing to use a pseudonym and co-credit the book with Uchiha Kusunoki. Luan, this book will be Konoha's official textbook on the will of fire. All Ninja Academy students must thoroughly study it. Memorizing it earns extra points on the graduation exam. Every enrolled Konoha ninja must have a copy. Memorize the required material highlighted in red within a month. I'll have people checking it out. Also, Give some to the villagers of Konoha for free so we can all improve together. Uchiha Kusunoki instructed Narashikawa to print tens of thousands of copies of his book and distribute them throughout Konoha. If the feedback is positive, the print run will be doubled. Okay, Hokage. Narashikawa took the book and glanced at the cover. The golden embossed words Will of Fire shone brightly, but why were there two authors? Uchiha Kusunoki and Zhang San. Who was Zhang San? Narashikawa swore he had never heard of anyone named Zhang San in Konoha. The political significance of Uchiha Kusunoki's book was undeniable. It would become the guiding principle for Konoha's future work. A name he had never heard of appeared in this book, a strange and eerie quality. To ensure his work was done correctly, Narashikawa decided to ask the Hokage who this Zhang San was. Hokage, may I ask who Zhang San is? Senju Tobirama repeated the question. A well-informed citizen, well-versed in legal loopholes, capable of escaping legal action even if he actively violates them, yet still a law-abiding citizen, Uchiha Kusunoki replied sternly, but Senju Tobirama expressed skepticism. Could such a naive person exist in the world? Later, Tobirama thought the name sounded unpleasant and wanted to change it, but Uchiha Kusunoki didn't give Senju Tobirama a chance to object and immediately made a decision, leaving the basement laboratory. Is that so, Hokage? Mr. Zhang San is truly remarkable. Narashikawa didn't believe Uchiha Kusunoki's nonsense, but he simply obeyed him. His leader's words were undoubtedly correct. After explaining the publication of the new edition of Will of Fire, Uchiha Kusunoki began to inquire about the movements of the other four ninja villages. The First Shinobi World War was over, but the post-war situation had yet to be determined. Konoha was going to expand its business in the future, and peace and stability were paramount in business. Therefore, a 5-cage summit was necessary to reach a consensus. The Sand Village is still the same. The daimyo cut back on spending, and the Kazakage himself became a gold miner in the desert. The Sand Village had no choice but to gradually reduce the number of ninjas, and ninja training has shown a trend of elitism. The mess left behind by a war in the Cloud Village is no less than that of Konoha back then. The third Raikage, after the death of Tsuchikage Mu of the Rock Village, the third Tsuchikage has now chosen his successor, the third Tsuchikage, whose name is Enoki. He learned the second Tsuchikage's bloodline to eliminate dust release, and when the second Tsuchikage Mu was alive, he was already the public heir. It's just that the Kurigakure is in some trouble. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Jinjetsu, died in a hurry, and the successor has not been decided yet. Now the Kurigakure is in internal strife. The Hazuki clan, the Kaguya clan, and Mizuto, the guard of the first Mizukage, are all vying for the third Mizukage. Uchiha Kusunoki thought for a moment and began to recall the content of the Naruto anime. The third Mizukage seemed to be the squinted-eyed guard beside the first Mizukage Byakuren. It turned out his name was Mizuto. If it weren't for Narashikawa's reminder, Uchiha Kusunoki wouldn't have known the third Mizukage's name. His name, personality, and ninjutsu are unknown. The third Mizukage is a mysterious figure in the Naruto anime, but what we do know is that the blood mist era of Kurigakure began during his tenure. During his time in office, he stigmatized and demonized blood-stained ninjas, ostracizing them through policy. Later, the Kaguya clan revolted and was exterminated, while the Mizunatsuki clan perished or fled. Uchiha Obito, a traitor bent on playing the role of a bootlicker, took advantage of the situation and controlled the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, extending the blood mist policy to include ordinary ninjas. Had it not been for Meidarumi's sudden appearance and the unification of Kurigakure's ninjas, Kurigakure might have been completely wiped out by Obito. Kurigakure was truly tragic, encountering a Sarutobi Hiruzen clone. But this was probably good news for Konoha. After all, they weren't afraid of godlike opponents, but they were afraid of idiotic teammates. Let the third Mizukage persecute their own bloodline ninjas, and then find a chance to bring them all down on Konoha. Ding dong, suddenly, a familiar system chime rang in Uchiha Nan's ears. Was this triggering a new side quest? Bloodline Godfather, invite 3 or more non-Konoha bloodline clans to join Konoha. Reward, 60 lucky draw entries. Donuts are delicious, puffs, desserts, cola, milk tea. High sugar is true love, driving a trend of high sugar foods in the ninja world. Reward, 20 lucky draw entries. Ninja voice, singing empowers people, creating 10 hit songs that sweep the ninja world. Reward, 20 lucky draw entries. 3 new quests appeared at once. Uchiha Nan reviewed the requirements and rewards. The requirements were high, but the rewards were quite high. though it was a bit of a gamble. It's a pity to throw it away if you have nothing to gain. How unlucky. Uchiha Non shook his head and put the task aside, and continued to listen to Narashikeon's report. According to the intelligence from Kirigakure, it will probably take at least a month for Kirigakure to select a new Sandaime Mizukage, the 5-Kage summit. Uchiha Non nodded after listening to Narashikeon's report. It seemed that the 5-Kage summit would be delayed for a while. First send invitations to Sand Village, Kumagakure, and Iwagakure. As for Kirigakure, let's do it this way for now. We'll talk about it when they select a Mizukage. Narashikeon nodded, and then planned to go out to do what Uchiha Non had asked him to do. He turned back halfway when he reached the door. Hokage-sama, the ninja school enrollment is almost over. Aren't you going to go? According to convention, the Hokage must be present in person at the school enrollment. Uchiha Non was stunned and almost forgot about this matter. He has been busy with the affairs of the Konoha power plant recently. The ninja school is a special nursery for the Hokage to cultivate his confidence. Senju Tobirama would choose a few days to watch in person every time there were students recruiting, to show that he, as the Hokage, valued this matter. Then let's go and have a look. Uchiha Non felt that it was really boring to slack off in the office, so it would be nice to go to the ninja school for a stroll. Konoha Ninja School. Even though the enrollment was almost over, the enrollment office was still crowded. Becoming a ninja meant having power, and people knew what power meant in troubled times. It's really lively. Uchiha Non came to the enrollment office, wearing the Hokage's divine robe, which immediately ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. Amidst the cheers, the crowd automatically made way for Uchiha Non. Lu Yuan, are there any good students recruited this year, not to mention those from the ninja clan? I want to know if there are any good civilians. Narashikeon, who came with Uchiha Non, named several talented children among the civilians in the ninja school this time. They are born with a lot of chakra, more than the average ninja children. Uchiha Non was listening, and then his attention was drawn to a conspicuous figure. A dark green training suit, a watermelon-shaped head like a pot lid, and thick eyebrows. Might Guy? No, this guy should be called Might Guy now. Please, let me try again. I don't have the talent for ninjutsu, but I can rely on physical skills to become an excellent ninja. The passion of youth. Kid, I remember you signed up last year. I made an exception and gave you another test, so don't make trouble here. The teacher in charge of admissions was already impatient. If the Hokage hadn't been watching, he would have lost his temper and kicked everyone out. Hokage, I'll take that little guy away right now. Narashikeon was a little nervous. He felt like he hadn't done his job well. Uchiha Non saw this scene when he arrived. Don't let him through. Give him enough training resources. In the future, he will become an unprecedented super ninja, the kind that can kill Hashirama Senju with one kick. Uchiha Non stopped Narashikeon. Others didn't know about Might Guy's future, but how could he not know? The user of the 8 Gates of Ninja, who kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 auspicious treasures with a few kicks, and his son Might Guy almost kicked them to the end with one kick. What? Kicked the Shodaime to death? Hokage? Narashikeon was a little helpless. He knew that his own Hokage sometimes liked to talk nonsense, and this time his words were too outrageous. Chapter 86. Lu Yuan, if you want to make a pornographic film, I can sponsor you. Hokage-sama, isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Hearing the complaints of the admissions teacher just now, this spirited young man had been eliminated once last year and was eliminated again this year. It was obvious that he belonged to the level of a waste material. Even if he managed to get into school, he could only become cannon fodder like a Jinan. Narashikeon looked at the ordinary watermelon-headed Might Guy in front of him, with thick long eyebrows and a funny dark green training uniform. In the future, he could kick the Shodaime-sama to death with one kick? What kind of humorous joke is this in the ninja world? Wasn't the reason for the start of this damn ninja world war because of the sudden death of the Shodaime-sama? If the Shodaime-sama was still alive, he could single-handedly break through the entire ninja world. Exaggeration, it's true, he still needs help. For example, Tobirama Senju, this top-level pendant, then Might Guy should be complete. One Hashirama Senju should not be enough for him to kick to death, at least 2 are needed. Narashikeon decisively chose to shut up. He found that Uchiha Non was getting more and more outrageous. The second dame used Might Guy as a pendant, and kicked 2 first dame masters to death. If he continued to talk with Uchiha Non, who knew what shocking words he would say? In other words, the person in front of him was the 3rd Dame Hokage. If someone said such nonsense in front of him, Nara Shikaon would definitely arrest that person and lock him up in the Anbu and torture him for a few days. The top powerhouses of Konoha are not something that anyone can joke about. There are a handful of ordinary, unremarkable people in this world who, relying solely on passion and perseverance, climb to the top, step by step. The next time you think of them, you won't even be able to see their backs. Uchiha patted Nara Shikaon's shoulder and skillfully delivered a sermon. In the Naruto world, the only people who could reach 6 paths level combat power through diligent practice were probably Might Eye and his son. The others were either ex machina or playing with bloodlines. If he reached 6 paths level in the future, he'd probably be classified as a wind spirit moon shadow. Cheating suited him better. Uchiha sighed inwardly and slowly walked towards Might Eye. Might Eye was now sobbing profusely, mumbling something like "it's all for youth" as he embraced the admissions teacher. The atmosphere was both comical and awkward. The admissions teacher watched Uchiha approach him, his heart aching. What sin had he committed to be so unlucky as to encounter a tough guy like Might Eye at work? "Do you really want to be a ninja?" Uchiha approached Might Eye. Deep in tears, Might Eye overheard Uchiha words and realized there was another person beside him. Hokage-sama. Might Eye, startled and delighted, immediately changed his target and threw himself at Uchiha. "Hokage-sama, I really want to be a ninja. My youth is all about." Tears streamed down like long streaks. Uchiha quickly pushed the sobbing Might Eye away. His clothes were incredibly difficult to wash. "Okay, I get it. You passed the ninja school selection." Might Eye's tears surged even more intensely at Uchiha words, and he wanted to throw himself into Uchiha arms once again. Uchiha instantly glanced at Nara Shikaon, prompting him to stand in front of him and endure Might Eye's passionate youth. The so-called will of fire of Konoha means that anyone can become a great ninja through hard work. A great ninja needs to possess these qualities. Uchiha Kusunoki took this opportunity to deliver an impassioned speech to the crowd, spouting off phrases like "the will of fire" and "as long as one works hard, everyone can become a great ninja." Uchiha Kusunoki's passionate speech further excited Might Eye, and his youthful tears surged to a new level. With such an exaggerated flow, Uchiha Kusunoki even suspected he might run out of water. However, once Might Eye truly matured, this scene might become a historical memory, a story of Uchiha Kusunoki's ability to identify a talented ninja. Then, Uchiha Kusunoki quickly concluded his speech and beckoned Nara Shikaon to join him in the Ninja Academy. Uchiha noticed that Might Eye wasn't content with spending his youth with Nara Shikaon, and his goal seemed to have shifted to himself. Will there ever be a day when time really give back what's yours and what's mine? Back at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha hummed a youthful ditty, the melody so lively that Nara Shikaon even began to bob his head to the tune. The Hokage sang quite well. "Shikaon, which class is Tsunaden?" Uchiha was curious to see what life was like for the Sannin at the Ninja Academy during this time period. Nara Shikaon, upon hearing this, led Uchiha to a classroom. In class, the teacher lectured furiously, his hand sliding chalk across the blackboard. Jiraiya was half asleep, his eyes wide open, while Orochimaru, a diligent student, listened intently. As for Tsunade, who was gesturing with her hands while reading an obscure book, Uchiha thought she was learning some ninjutsu or practicing hand seals, until she pulled dice from the table. The three people's behavior perfectly matched Uchiha stereotype of them. "Ahem," Nara Shikaon said, feeling a little embarrassed. He'd heard the Shodame's granddaughter was addicted to gambling, but he hadn't expected her to be studying it during class. She might as well be sleeping in class. "Anyone sleeping or playing with dice, stand in the back and listen." Uchiha, feeling playful, immediately walked into the classroom and shouted. Tsunade jumped to her feet. Jiraiya was still asleep, but a few others who had been dozing off like him did. "Hokage-sama," Uchiha sudden appearance livened up the previously dull classroom atmosphere. Becoming Hokage was a common dream for children in Konoha. The class suddenly became an idle meet and greet. Uchiha cheerfully signed autographs for the children, and the atmosphere began to spiral out of control. It was the teacher who intervened. A single call for quiet study silenced the group of children. To avoid disrupting the class, Uchiha Kusunoki left the Ninja Academy with Nara Shikaon and returned to the Hokage building to continue work. In the Hokage's office, all future training resources for Might Eye, especially those related to Taijutsu, can be specifically allocated. Remember to send him medicinal baths and Taijutsu recovery potions every month. Uchiha Kusunoki was deeply concerned about Might Eye, After all, he held the potential to grow to 6 paths level power. He would later ask Senju Tobirama about the 8 Gates ninjutsu. Might Guy certainly didn't know it yet. The inventor of the 8 Gates ninjutsu remained a mystery, with 2 of the most widely circulated theories. One was that Might Guy himself invented it, and the other, naturally, that it was Senju Tobirama, the master ninjutsu inventor. Okay, Hokage-sama, Narashikyo nodded. Since Uchiha Kusunoki had shown such concern for the watermelon-headed man, he would pay closer attention to him in the future. Could Might Guy really be able to kill the Shadame-sama with a single kick? An absurd thought suddenly crossed Narashikyo's mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The next second, Narashikyo discarded the ridiculous thought, believing the Hokage was just teasing him. Narashikyo's thoughts wandered as Uchiha Kusunoki scrolled through the system-issued quests, trying to figure out what was available. While his daily slacking off was comfortable, it was also getting a bit boring. He could skip the combat quests, none of them were possible. He didn't even bother with the savage, life-threatening quests. 10 lucky draws wouldn't be enough to buy Uchiha Kusunoki off. He felt his moral composure was already low, and any lower would turn him into a humanoid turd. He'd just look at the achievements: long-term quest, I have a Konoha dream; long-term quest, entertainment to death; long-term quest, food controller; long-term quest, heart of iron. Let's see. I have a Konoha dream is a late-stage quest that complements the other quests, so he can skip it for now. As for iron ambition, destroying a small nation is easy, creating a modern military is difficult. Dongfeng Express, mission accomplished. Uchiha Kusu's mind suddenly crossed. With a modern military of this caliber, the challenge would be immense. Assembling heavy artillery to annihilate ninjas? That would be thrilling, but it doesn't quite fit in with the ninja world. Each tailed beast ball takes a while to charge, and the Dongfeng Express is infinitely more powerful than the ball, and hundreds of them can be launched simultaneously from across the ocean. Even if Uchiha Madara were still alive, he'd be blasted to smithereens. The technological gap is simply too vast, and the cost is enormous. Senju Tobirama could be given more work to do, starting with researching black powder and bombs. This task could be skipped for now and dealt with later. Uchiha Kusu set his sights on entertainment to death and the controller of food. These two should be addressed first. Those who control food supplies can't start with a fire nation, they must begin with smaller nations and then gradually expand to larger ones. Entertaining to death, creating an entertainment company, is a task that should be started immediately. An entertainment company, of course, needs to cultivate talented artists who can sing, dance, and rap. The idol economy is indeed lucrative, but it's still far ahead of the current state of the ninja world. In Naruto's time, Uchiha Non remembered that the Snow Nation princess, Furuka Koyuki, was a megastar. Selling her private photo albums would surely bring in huge profits, potentially selling for 100,000 per copy. Uchiha Non was confident someone would take over, that's how fans are. But one must take small steps, one bite at a time. Overstepping too far can lead to serious problems. Uchiha Non decided to start with filmmaking. The film industry in the Naruto world existed long ago, already existing today. It was invented by bored aristocrats as a pastime and a way to pass the time. However, the technology was relatively backward, and films were still in black and white. Luan, what do you think of Konoha making movies? Huh? Disguising identities and stealing intelligence are basic skills for a ninja, but their acting skills are always top-notch. What do those nobles know about movies? The productions are crude, technologically backward, and all in black and white. Konoha needs to be a leader in this industry, not only in film technology but also in content. Besides, the war just ended, and the missions haven't increased yet. Konoha's ninjas have to earn money to support their families and also compete for missions. This can be considered a solution to Konoha's ninja employment problem. Uchiha Nan's words left Naruto confused. He could accept making money in the future's business before. It was to make up for the losses left by the war, but making movies was a ninja's job? However, Narashikyo, acting as Uchiha Kusunoki's external brain, considered the current hits and cautiously said, Hokage-sama, what kind of film should we make? Something erotic? Narashikyo's startling statement made Uchiha Kusunoki's eyes widen. Well, it wasn't impossible. With shadow clones and transformation techniques, a single ninja could film it. The cost of producing erotic films in Konoha was ridiculously low. Uchiha Kusunoki still had some dignity. Making his debut erotic film would take his moral integrity to a whole new level. But it wasn't Narashikeon's fault for his outlandish ideas. Previously, the ninja world was at war, and other films weren't doing well. Only erotic films could sell. Life was hard enough, and if people couldn't get enough of masturbation, then this world would be hell. Of course not, but if you want to make a movie like this, I can sponsor you. Uchiha Kusunoki thought for a moment and decided to encourage Narashikeon's idea. After all, it was a very profitable business. Once he asked Senju Tobirama to upgrade the black and white film to color, the profits from erotic films would likely explode. He'd rather keep the money within his family. He wouldn't make such a film himself. He could let the Nara clan do it, and he could just stay behind and provide a stake. No, Narashikeon shook his head repeatedly. He still had his integrity. If a Konoha assistant went into erotic films, he wouldn't have to stay within the Konoha clan's ninja world. Then let's make a war film, a film unique to ninjas, a film that tells the story of ninja wars from a ninja's perspective. Uchiha Kusunoki had already figured out the plot. The ninja's handsome and magnificent ninjutsu and their earth-shattering destructive power didn't even require special effects. War films were a natural fit. The Ninja World War was still a hot topic, and Uchiha Kusunoki was profiting from the ninja's blood. Hokage-sama, what about the script? Narashikeon once again deferred to Uchiha Kusunoki. Since taking the throne, he had done few things that aligned with his principles, yet the results were surprisingly impressive. Konoha was now the fastest recovering of the 5 major ninja villages. The only thing it lacked was time. Ninja needed time to train, and ninja clans needed time to have children and strengthen their families. Other ninja villages were constantly struggling with a lack of funds. While the saying money can solve 99% of the world's problems, if it can't, it simply means you don't have enough was a bit exaggerated. It was also very realistic. Konoha's rapid recovery was due to the fact that they had money in their bank accounts. I've already thought of the general outline of the script. Uchiha Kusunoki thought of Uchiha Obito's first half of life. If you remove the romantic elements of licking dogs, wouldn't that make it a better script? Chapter 87 Uzumaki Mido, Uchiha-nan, you must be cricketing behind my back. I have never seen the world. Obito chose to break the ninja code to save his companions. He sacrificed himself to save his companions. The remaining 2-man team ultimately completed the mission and secured victory in the war. Narashikeon pondered for a moment. Hokage-sama, this is indeed an interesting scenario, but only ordinary people who have never been on the battlefield would believe such a plot. As the executors of a mission, ninjas must be rational and calm. Sometimes abandoning their companions is a last resort, but if I were to put myself in the story, I would also hope to have a teammate who would not abandon or give up on me. Uchiha-nan nodded, agreeing with Narashikeon's words. The ninja tool theory is now prevalent in this era. Abandoning companions to successfully complete a mission is commonplace. But Uchiha-nan was fighting against this damn ninja tool theory. Ninjas are first and foremost human beings, not tools to carry out their missions. Ninjas have emotions just like ordinary people, and they can also feel pain and resentment over the death of their companions, which can lead them to violate the ninja code. Sometimes overcorrection is unavoidable. Stubborn illnesses require drastic measures. Luan, who do you think outnumbers ninjas or ordinary people? The answer is obvious. Ordinary people, unlike ninjas, are emotional. Besides, no one wants to be used as a tool and then casually discarded. Uchiha-nan's casual remarks gave Narashikeon a shudder. He was a brilliant man, and some of his words were insightful. Sir, times have changed. Ninjas must change too. Hokage-sama, that's a good idea. Seeing Narashikeon's agreement, Uchiha-nan began to consider the casting. The story's protagonists were a trio, and there were only a few trios in the Naruto world that had impressed him. In this era, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were the only 3 involved in pornography, gambling, and drug use. Orochimaru, known as the Cold Lord, has delicate skin, a feminine temperament, and a penchant for eyeshadow. He's a perfect match for a young man, but unfortunately, he's a lost cause. Tsunade is a bit flat-chested now, having yet to achieve a super evolution. It's a shame, the movie loses a selling point. Jiraiya is a bit of a pervert, but let's not talk about that. The next day, Uchiha Kusunoki encountered the prostitution, gambling, and drug-related trio in his office. They were still students at the ninja school, but he had dragged them into child labor. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were so nervous they couldn't speak. It was their first time speaking in the same room with Konoha's true leaders. Only Tsunade remained unfazed. She was accustomed to Konoha's prominent figures flocking to her house. You all have heard the instructions clearly. This is Konoha's first venture into the film industry. You're very lucky. Would you be willing to play the lead role? Jiraiya, the brat, was the first to accept Uchiha Kusunoki's invitation. Although he hadn't heard a word of the script, lost in surprise and nervousness, Jiraiya wouldn't miss this opportunity. The Hokage had personally invited them to make a film. Hokage-sama, we should be paid for our participation, right? Little Tsunade had been desperate for money recently. After her gambling at a casino was impounded, she immediately revealed her identity. The casino, faced with someone of Tsunade's stature, naturally sent her home with great respect. With the Senju family's daughter impounded, they could simply close down. After a brief negotiation, Uzumaki Mito readily settled the gambling debt, a familiar one. She'd done the same thing to clean up Hashirama Senju's mess, who hadn't dared to ask Tobirama for the money. Uzumaki Mito usually attacked Hashirama physically, while Tobirama attacked him mentally, judging him from a moral high ground. Hashirama felt that being tough was more cost-effective than a beating. A month's allowance was immediately deducted. To punish Tsunade for her gambling, Uzumaki Mito decisively cut off her financial resources. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. 50,000 ryo each. Faced with Tsunade's money-grubbing behavior, Uchiha-nan offered them an astronomical sum, a staggering amount of pocket money for a child. Heady? Deal, Tsunade beamed. 50,000 ryo was enough for her to have a good day at the gambling parlor. Lately, she'd been madly practicing her dice-throwing skills. She was sure to dominate the place and win back all her losses. Hokage-sama, I don't need the pay. I'd like to learn from you for a while. Orochimaru wasn't interested in money, he craved knowledge. He firmly believed that knowledge could change his destiny. As the Hokage, being able to learn from him for a while was far more valuable than a mere 50,000 ryo. He was indeed the greatest scientific researcher in the ninja world after Tobirama Senju. Even at such a young age, he already understood the importance of learning. Uchiha Kusunoki readily agreed to Orochimaru's request, but he didn't intend to teach Orochimaru himself. He preferred to let him study under Tobirama Senju. Only a true master could carve a rough jade into a beautiful piece of jade. Uchiha Kusunoki would only ruin Orochimaru's scientific talent. Moreover, the process of teaching Orochimaru could easily form a mentor-disciple relationship. The Hokage had a tradition of killing their teachers. Uchiha Kusunoki wouldn't worry about anyone else, but if it were Orochimaru, Uchiha Kusunoki would have to consider his own toughness. Now that Senju Tobirama was dead, his toughness couldn't have been any tougher. In every way, Senju Tobirama was the more suitable person to teach Orochimaru. Don't go to ninja school for now. Go home and memorize the script. Uchiha Kusunoki gave each of them a script and told them to memorize it. All that was left was waiting for filming to begin. After sending the prostitution, gambling, and drug-related trio away, Uchiha Kusunoki began to arrange the details of the film. Uchiha Kusunoki personally contacted the Fire Nation daimyo, demanding that theaters within the Fire Nation fully promote his new film. The Fire Nation's daimyo readily accepted Uchiha Kusunoki's request. Uchiha Kusunoki had previously helped him make a fortune. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness is repaid with a spring, and Uchiha Kusunoki's kindness could be described as a waterfall. The daimyo readily agreed to Uchiha Kusunoki's modest request. He pledged to promote the film not only in the Fire Nation, but also in the other 4 kingdoms and the smaller nations of the ninja world. He promised to contact all of them and have their cinemas fully promote the film. The Fire Nation was the wealthiest, and affluent places naturally had a rich cultural atmosphere. The Fire Nation had always been at the forefront of the cultural world. If those film industry figures didn't respect the daimyo, then they should have no chance of success in the industry and could simply ban him. Uchiha Kusunoki's promise satisfied him. Being involved in the arts requires understanding publicity. No matter how high quality a film is, without publicity and promotion, its box office revenue will be low, and it's unclear whether it can even recoup its costs. The extras were the easy part. Plenty of Konoha's ninja were still unemployed, so once Uchiha Kusunoki's assignment was announced, they were instantly overwhelmed. Hokage-sama was going to make a movie, and they had to show their support, even if it meant just a small part. That night, Uchiha Kusunoki arrived at the basement lab and instructed Senju Tobirama to upgrade the film technology, quickly, and put other work on hold. Movie? Why would a Hokage like you go make a movie? Senju Tobirama was increasingly perplexed by Uchiha Kusunoki's train of thought. This was simply a departure from his job. What do you know? This is the first step to gaining the upper hand in public opinion. If you don't seize it, someone else will. What do you know, you old fogey? Do you know what smuggling is? A movie always has a good guy and a bad guy, right? We, Konoha, are the good guys, so guess who the bad guys are? This movie will have a huge impact, Senju Tobirama understood instantly. Why hadn't he thought of this? The ninja world has always been divided, fighting each other at the slightest disagreement, viewing each other as bandits. As long as the film spreads widely, and the impression of Konoha as the army of justice is remembered by the entire ninja world, the benefits are self-evident. Truly an Uchiha born evil. He can even think of such a wicked trick. I'll take care of it, Senju Tobirama agreed without hesitation, promising to upgrade the technology within a few days. Uchiha Minami then discussed the film script and casting with Senju Tobirama. Upon hearing that Tsunade would be the lead, Senju Tobirama became restless. He tugged at Uchiha Minami by the collar and demanded he take him to the premiere. Of course, Uchiha Minami disagreed, saying it would be too dangerous to release Senju Tobirama. Then, Senju Tobirama resorted to his usual tactics. He'd go on strike unless he could see the film. Uchiha Minami then promised to show Senju Tobirama the film in the basement as soon as it was edited, giving him a break. Senju Tobirama, after working tirelessly around the clock, deserved a break. When everything was settled and filming was about to begin, Uzumaki Mito arrived at Uchiha Minami's office. I heard you're making a movie with Tsunade in the lead. Uzumaki Mito sat in a chair, glaring at Uchiha Minami with a stern expression, clearly looking for trouble. Is there a problem? Tsunade agreed to it herself. I didn't force her. Uchiha Minami thought Uzumaki Mito thought he'd forced Tsunade into the film, so he made it clear he hadn't done anything to force her. I know that. I don't object to Tsunade making a film, but I'm not happy with her pay. Uzumaki Mito thought back to the previous contracts that had ripped her off. A deal worth hundreds of millions a year, only to be sold for just a few million taels. Uzumaki Mito couldn't believe Uchiha Minami didn't know the annual cost of coal for the power plant, so he deliberately set her up to deceive her. Later, Uzumaki even got his hands on the power plant's business plan. The Senju clan was also a shareholder, so these things weren't difficult to obtain. It was better not to read it. The power plant's future plans and profits had left Uzumaki Mito so angry that she couldn't sleep for days. Give Uzumaki Mito another chance. If the previous contracts didn't have an 8-figure salary, she wouldn't even look at it. Mito Uzumaki has learned her lesson. Uchiha Kusunoki won't do anything that doesn't make money. Now he's going to make a movie again. Although she doesn't understand this, she's sure it'll be very profitable. 50,000 ryo is not a low price. She's just a student. To earn the same as a C-rank quest for a movie is a huge profit. The other leading actors are paid the same, and they've all agreed to it. Mito-sama, you're breaking the rules. Uchiha Kusunoki shook his head, indicating that this matter was difficult to handle. Bullshit rules. Do you make the rules? If you agree to void that contract, I'll let this go. You're not going to give me 1 million ryo for a deal worth hundreds of millions. How dare you? If Mito Uzumaki hadn't considered Uchiha Kusunoki's status as Hokage, she would have started a fight with him long ago. On the one hand, she felt bad about the money, but on the other hand, it was the first time that Uzumaki Mito had experienced what it felt like to help others count the money after selling it. She was so happy with the money that she thought it was a lot of money and it was really easy to make. Uchiha Kusunoki must be laughing at her behind her back, saying that she was an old woman who had never seen the world. When she thought of Uchiha Kusunoki teasing her behind her back, Uzumaki Mito wanted to hide her in the face with a tailed beast ball. Ahem, Uchiha Kusunoki felt a little embarrassed. This was indeed a dishonest thing he had done. But Uzumaki Mito had already signed the contract, and it was impossible for her to cancel it. If she signed a new contract, Uzumaki Mito would definitely ask for a huge sum of money. Lord Mito, this power plant does not belong to me alone. Konoha, Hyuga, and even your Senju clan have shares. Saving costs means making money for your Senju clan. The Senju clan only owns a certain amount of shares. Don't you have any idea how much you Uchiha clan owns? What's more, let's be clear, the money earned by the Senju clan does not go into my pocket alone. Thousands of people are waiting for the Senju clan to support them. How much can I get? Uzumaki Mito didn't want to argue with Uchiha Non anymore. She was afraid that she would be fooled by Uchiha Non again and then defeated by his skilled techniques, so she simply raised a finger. 1% of the film's total revenue? Are you kidding? I and the investors are footing the bill for everything in this film. Not only do we have to pay the Konoha ninjas, but the movie theaters have to make money from the promotion and distribution. You're asking for 1% of the total revenue in one sentence. I think you're dreaming. Uchiha Minami flatly rejected Uzumaki Mito's request. If Uzumaki Mito insisted on such an exorbitant price, then Uchiha Minami would simply choose a new female lead. Although Uchiha Minami hated to break up the prostitution, gambling, and drug-related trio, he had no choice but to do so for the sake of profit. Then tell me a number. Uzumaki Mito knew she was asking for an exorbitant price. But if she didn't ask for an exorbitant price, Uchiha Minami would definitely give her a small price to cover. Uzumaki Mito didn't care about Tsunade's meager salary. She wanted to save face. You can add a zero after the fee, or 1% of the total revenue. That's already a high price. To satisfy her collecting habit, Uchiha Minami decided to relent. To perform a play in exchange for an A-rank mission, Konoha wondered how many ninjas would be vying for it. Uzumaki Mito recalled the intelligence he'd gathered. The highest box office for a Fire Nation film in history was just over 50 million ryo, and that wasn't even factoring in the cost. 500,000 ryo was a much better deal. Chapter 88 I caught a bounty hunter with 5 hearts. I choose 500,000, Uchiha Non. I've gathered all the information this time. I won't let you take advantage of me again. The highest grossing film in the Land of Fire was over 50 million ryans, and I heard it was made by a relative of a daimyo. Then let's sign the contract. Uchiha Non and Uzumaki Mito signed a confidentiality agreement, stipulating that Tsunade's 500,000 ryans payout couldn't be disclosed. If it leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. Uzumaki Mito had received a satisfactory figure, convinced that this profiteer, Uchiha Non, wouldn't take advantage of her again this time. A mere 500,000 ryans wasn't a lot for her. She hadn't expected to get so much. It was the reward for an A-rank mission. She'd only been hoping for a few 100,000 ryans more, but she hadn't expected Uchiha Non to be so generous. The extra 450,000 ryans was a favor from Uchiha Non. He'd cheated her out of so much money last time, and yet he hadn't let her find a reason to vent and find some peace. The next time she draws the Nine-Tails chakra, she'll probably be reluctant to do so. This isn't something a mere 500,000 ryo can easily secure. This is a big deal with a small fortune. Besides, it's not wasted money. It's a good deal to build a relationship with Tsunade. Uchiha Kusunoki is also quite interested in Tsunade. Of course, it's not about her physical abilities, but her talent. In the future, Tsunade will be a top-tier medical ninja in the ninja world. This 500,000 ryo won't be her loss. Uchiha Kusunoki watched Mito, who looked like she'd won a great victory, leave her office in high spirits. Tisk, what a lack of vision. Uchiha Kusunoki felt a little resentful. Mito had no faith in her ability to direct a film. She had given Mito the opportunity to take advantage of her. If it were her, she would definitely take 1% of the total profits. Mito had no idea how many connections Uchiha Kusunoki had cultivated to make a film that would establish her as a star. The Fire Country's daimyo was responsible for handling the national channels. As the Kage of the most powerful of the 5 major ninja villages, he held less influence than the daimyo. But within the ninja world, Uchiha Kusunoki was his turf. He sent letters to the Kages of the other 4 major ninja villages, with the exception of Kumagakure, the film's villains, as well as the smaller ninja villages, promoting his film and urging them to attend. He also sent letters to the ninja gold exchange houses, gambling dens, and yakuza organizations. After all, none of this required any investment, as it was the reputation of Uchiha Kusunoki and Konoha. Not using this information would be a waste. A brilliant film, without adequate promotion, will falter, like a piece of gold covered by a rag. Without the rag, it will never shine. Uchiha Kusunoki's debut film has already trended in the Naruto world before it even launched, its promotional momentum rivaling that of a certain spicy food. The next day, on set, get out of the way. I'm playing our own Konoha ninja. Don't try to grab my forward protector. You look so dark, you're definitely from Kumagakure, you idiot. Do you want to fight? Before Uchiha Kusunoki even arrived, the extras were already nearly engaged in a brawl over the role of Konoha ninja. Kumagakure, the film's villains, had been hounding Konoha throughout the Ninja World War, and were naturally despised by everyone in Konoha. It was only when Uchiha Kusunoki arrived that they stopped fighting. Ultimately, he decided to simply draw lots to select the roles, and the scene felt like a massive script-based killing spree. This was his first time directing a film, and Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't very familiar with the process. To avoid any mishaps, he hired two renowned directors with a track record of box office hits to serve as assistant directors, ensuring everything flowed smoothly. Scene 5, Shot 6. This sequence depicts the trio's first encounter with the enemy on the battlefield. Freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, the inexperienced trio nearly got wiped out, only to be saved by the arrival of a Jonin. "Oh, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die," Jiraiya screamed, his face covered in dust, his clothes tattered, and his arms and back covered in wounds. The actors acting opposite Jiraiya and the other two were all retired Chunin. Uchiha Kusunoki had instructed them to strive for authenticity, so they just followed the scripted fights and didn't worry about any injuries. The crew had the ninja world's top medical ninja, so minor injuries would heal in a short while. "Jiraiya, your crotch is wet. Did you piss yourself?" Tsunade heartlessly mocked Jiraiya. Her performance hadn't been much better than Jiraiya's. To help the trio forget they were filming, Uchiha Kusunoki even cast a few illusions. All three were students who hadn't even graduated and had never seen blood. They were all on the verge of peeing. Of course, Jiraiya might have actually peed himself. How could this be the water from the water jet? So in the plot, Jiraiya insisted he hadn't peed himself. If he admitted to his beloved Tsunade that he'd peed himself, he'd never get her. Orochimaru chimed in, saying he wouldn't miss out on such a fun experience. "Director, is this too much?" Uchiha Kusunoki was enjoying the scene when the assistant director beside him asked with concern. He'd filmed martial arts scenes before, but the movements and techniques were strictly controlled, and the blood in the scenes was just props. He wasn't as exaggerated as Uchiha Kusunoki's. The martial arts scenes were all grandiose, and the destructive power of the ninjutsu was jaw-dropping. It was truly eye-opening. The sight of the kunai-piercing skin and gushing blood had given the assistant director a shudder. After all, he was just an ordinary person, filming to make money. Even if he hired ninja to perform ninjutsu, he would be extremely cautious. If a murder case arose, the consequences would be disproportionate. They are students at the ninja school, destined to become real ninjas in the future. The stories in the plot will be commonplace for them, Uchiha Kusunoki said leisurely. The assistant director was somewhat incredulous. As an ordinary person, he was too far removed from the ninja world and naively believed that fighting was only for adults. They're still children. Will they go to the battlefield so early? The assistant director felt a pang of sympathy. He also had children, about the same age as Jiraiya and the others, who complained about school every day. Is that strange? In a ninja war, it's common for children of this age to go to the battlefield. Uchiha Kusunoki's tone was solemn, thinking of the future of the anime, Konoha at the end of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, where children of this age would actually go to the battlefield. Kakashi went to war at 6. Shisa seemed to be 7, and Uchiha Itachi was already killing people at 4. Konoha hadn't fallen into such decline yet, it was still a wealthy and powerful clan. Senju Tobirama was quite good in this regard. Even when the situation was at its most critical, he didn't go so far as to throw his children into the fray. After graduation, they were given a buffer period to perform some mundane missions, see some blood, and then assigned to logistics, tasks far from the battlefield and less risky. The other 4 major ninja villages, the smaller ninja villages of the ninja world, and the various ninja factions didn't care about this, nor did they have the ability to take care of it. How cruel, the assistant director sighed, smacking his lips. Uchiha Kusunoki patted him on the shoulder and said, "Konoha doesn't like war. As the Hokage, I personally made this film to show the future ambitious men of the ninja world the cruelty of war, hoping to curb their warmongering. Hokage-sama, your intentions are truly well-intentioned." The assistant director was moved by Uchiha Kusunoki's words. He was somewhat familiar with Konoha's reputation in the Land of Fire, known for its benevolence and righteousness. Damn those other 4 ninja villages. The filming continued. Scene 68, Shot 7. This scene depicts an Anbu ninja from Kumagakure carrying out a secret mission in the Land of Fire. Their tracks are accidentally discovered by ordinary people. To ensure the mission's success, Kumagakure decides to eliminate the entire family, even the children. Konoha's reconnaissance team arrives in time to protect the family and drive away the murderous Kusunoki. This was, of course, Uchiha Kusunoki's illicit scheme. Such awful things happen on the battlefield, and the 5 major ninja villages are no different. Harming innocent people in the pursuit of a mission is inevitable. But this is a film directed by Uchiha Kusunoki as Hokage. Konoha is supposed to be the savior, a godlike being sent down from heaven. Defeating the murderous Kusunoki and saving the people of the Land of Fire is a matter of course, isn't it? Don't be afraid, kid, it's safe now. Click, do it again. Uchiha Non walked over to Uchiha Inahori, looked at him with a look of disgrace, and then cursed. Inahori, you don't know what a gentle smile is. Why do you smile so coldly with that stinky face of yours? This kind of plot that creates great favorability is something Uchiha Non would definitely do for the Uchiha clan. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he should subtly impose a moral filter on the Uchiha clan. At first, Uchiha Non had some patience. After all, it was difficult for an Uchiha to smile warmly. But Uchiha Inahori had failed to act out the scene more than a dozen times, and Uchiha Non wanted to replace him with another Uchiha clan member. Get out, get out. Take over that Uchiha? No, clan leader, there are too many people here. Let's find a place with fewer people. Uchiha Non was too lazy to waste time talking to Inahib. He had given him a chance, but he was useless. He had used his connections to get the role, but he didn't even prepare and practice his smile. Last chance. Uchiha Non returned to the director's seat and gave Uchiha Inahib one last chance. It's amazing that this time, Uchiha Inahib's smile really looked like the real thing, with a warm touch. Uchiha Non nodded. This one finally passed. Just when Uchiha Non was immersed in directing, Nara Shikado ran to the crew and dragged Uchiha Non back to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, filming will be postponed for 2 days. I've received information from Tomita-sama that, aside from the necessary ninjas who remain behind, the main frontline forces will return to Konoha at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Konoha will hold a grand welcome ceremony, and you must be there in person. Uchiha Kusunoki then remembered the date Uchiha Kusunoki had set for his triumphant return, which was indeed during these days. The film's plot coincided with a victory in the war, with a Konoha ninja returning triumphantly. This time, they could film on location, saving some money. Uchiha Kusunoki shared his idea with Nara Shikado, who had no objections and simply followed his wishes. The next day, Uchiha Kusunoki led the Konoha high-ranking officials at the main gate for a grand welcome ceremony, with all the crew's cameras brought out. To present the best possible image, Uchiha Kusunoki had sent someone to inform Uchiha Kusunoki that the welcome ceremony would be recorded with special cameras. Konoha must be in high spirits. Tomita, welcome home, Hokage-sama. I fulfilled my mission and returned victorious. I even brought you an interesting captive. Who is that? It can't be Inoki, no, a bounty hunter. I wonder what's wrong with him. He actually set his sights on the Byakugan. He's very powerful. He almost got me, if I hadn't been unable to sleep and wandered out in the middle of the night. His anatomy is something I've never seen before. A heart. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's have a feast. Uchiha Non, unwilling to discuss such unlucky matters on such a happy occasion, dragged Uchiha Tomita to the hotel for a feast. The table was filled with Konoha's higher-ranking officials, including Nara Shikado, Hyuga Takuma, and Uzumaki Mito. The cups clinked, everyone drank with gusto, and the praises were so overwhelming that Uchiha Tomita gushed over 3 bowls of wine. He had dreamed of this scenario countless times, becoming a frontline commander, leading Konoha to a crushing defeat. Unfortunately, when Senju Tobirama was Hokage, he gave the Uchiha clan no chance to command troops and build their reputation. Takuma, you have to toast me a glass of wine. There's a bounty hunter as powerful as me who's targeting the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The bounty on the black market for your Hyuga clan's Byakugan is over 100 million. Luckily, Uchiha Tomita recounted how, unable to sleep in the middle of the night, he wandered around and spotted a bounty hunter plotting a surprise attack on the Hyuga clan, who were standing guard far from the camp. He then quietly summoned a team of Uchiha Jonin, and while the Hyuga clan ninjas and their branch clan ninjas were engaged in a fight with a bounty hunter, they surrounded him and finally captured him alive. Takuma, still drunk, was sobered up by the shock. He immediately stood up and downed 3 bowls of wine in a row to express his gratitude to Uchiha Tomita. If that reckless bounty hunter had succeeded in ambush, his position as clan leader would have been jeopardized. Let me tell you, That bounty hunter is said to have 5 hearts, and we destroyed 4 of them. Uchiha, upon hearing the number 5 hearts, became restless. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Kokuzu, are you the manipulator behind the futures market? You bastard, die? A bounty hunter with 5 hearts? Kokuzu? Uchiha Kusu's mind flashed back to the Akatsuki's immortal duo. Kokuzu had been captured alive by Konoha at this very moment. His sudden appearance had ultimately impacted the storyline of the Naruto world, creating a butterfly effect. Although Uchiha Kusu had already prepared himself for this, when the butterfly effect actually unfolded, a strange sense of absurdity still arose within him. That bounty hunter even claimed to have fought the Shadame-sama before, claiming to have assassinated him and walked out of Konoha unscathed. Ha 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 ha, humor, assassinated the Shadame-sama, he must be crazy, ha ha ha. Uchiha Tomida's cheeks flushed as he recounted Kokuzu's outrageous claims upon his capture. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became cheerful, and everyone burst into laughter. A mere bounty hunter dared to touch Konoha's Shadame-sama. No one at the table believed Kokuzu's words, except Uchiha Kusu. Because Kokuzu really had assassinated the Shadame, he was jokingly called throwing a shuriken for 800 miles. As for the assassination process, Kokuzu probably exaggerated it a lot in order to make himself look good. After all, he was a bounty hunter. If he had advertised his rich assassination experience and assassinated important figures in the ninja world when he first entered the industry, it would have been much easier to get orders. Although the process was exaggerated, Kokuzu did not lie in the end, and he really walked out of Konoha unscathed. Uchiha Kusunoki decided to meet Kokuzu the next day, wanting to know what had happened to Kokuzu that he dared to attack the main Hyuga family of Konoha. A wandering bounty hunter in the ninja world challenging Konoha's most powerful family was courting death. No one in their right mind would do such a foolish thing. He couldn't possibly be so desperate for the bounty as to risk his life. However, given Kokuzu's personality, such a thing wasn't out of the question. Uchiha Kusunoki was pondering Kokuzu's motive when the people around him began to toast him. On such a joyous day, Uchiha Kusunoki naturally accepted all the toasts, getting drunk and ultimately being carried home. The next day, Uchiha Kusunoki, curious, arrived at the prison where Kokuzu was being held. Kokuzu was bound and covered in layers of sealing jutsu. Uchiha Tomita was wary of a bounty hunter of Kokuzu's caliber, and the slightest mistake could lead to an accident. Are you here to kill me? If you want to, hurry up, Kokuzu said weakly. He looked exhausted these past few days, having to endure a daily diet of ration pills to keep him alive. He barely had the strength to even open his eyes. I don't want to kill you. Although you've offended the Hyuga clan, I admire your strength and conviction. If I intercede on your behalf, the Hyuga clan will show mercy. Uchiha released Kokuzu's seal and handed him a food box containing 3 dishes, a soup, and a few rice balls. Kokuzu, like a starving ghost, opened the box and began to devour the fruit, mumbling incoherently as he ate. Who are you in Konoha? Are you trying to recruit me? My target this time is the Byakugan of the main family, the lifeblood of the Hyuga clan, a seasoned veteran. Kokuzu immediately understood Uchiha Kusunoki's intentions, but he held out little hope. The Hyuga clan was now at the height of their power in Konoha, with their leader, Hyuga Takuma, now serving as the Hokage's assistant. Only the Hokage of Konoha could appease the Hyuga clan and recruit him. I am Uchiha Kusunoki, the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha. Upon hearing Uchiha Kusunoki's words, Kokuzu looked up with a look of disbelief. Was it really the Hokage of Konoha, condescending to recruit a bounty hunter like him? What do I possess that the Hokage of Konoha values so highly? Kokuzu was no longer the rookie ninja who could be swayed by a few words from the village leaders into assassinating Hashirama Senju. Having been a bounty hunter for so many years, he had been through a lot. He had seen too many people who were smiling and calling you a brother 1 second, but stabbed you in the back the next second for profit. His heart had long since become extremely cold, and he would never believe in anything else in his life except money. Uchiha must have saved him because he wanted to gain something from him. However, Kokuzu was confused. He knew very well that he was a prisoner who could be executed at any time. What else could be worthy of Uchiha Nan's attention? His martial arts? Uchiha Nan had no shortage of powerful ninjas who would fight for him. That is naturally your belief. I know your past. You were once ordered by the high-ranking officials of Tokigakure to assassinate the Shodaime of Konoha. Later, the Shodaime was kind enough to let you go. After you escaped, you were made a scapegoat. Uchiha Nan told Kokuzu the past that he least wanted to recall. Kokuzu burped, with a self-deprecating smile on his face, and said slowly, Hokage's intelligence department is really amazing. They have checked my background clearly. I killed all the high-ranking officials of Tokigakure at that time. What kind of commendable belief can a high-ranking official who killed his superiors have? Your belief is something that Konoha ninjas do not have. No one knows better than me how much you want to make money. Uchiha Nan's answer surprised Kokuzu. If you talk about making money, Kokuzu will not be sleepy anymore. He must talk to Uchiha Nan about his ideals. Seeing the eager glint in Kokuzu's eyes, Uchiha Kusunoki smiled with satisfaction. Konoha's future business was bound to be immense. With all the considerations of cost and profit, they needed someone like Kokuzu to work for them. Kokuzu's thirst for profit had driven him to slave labor for decades on bounty hunting missions, only to have all his money taken away by the Akatsuki. He could offer Kokuzu a grander stage, a chance to hone his skills and fully demonstrate his talents in the ninja world. Konoha will need to transform in the future. You can't just toil away at those missions to earn a few bucks. Konoha needs to be involved in food, steel, energy, healthcare, and everything else. You know, industrialization, manufacturing, and even the profitable military industry. Uchiha Kusunoki began to paint the rosy picture for Kokuzu, painting a picture of a trillion, a billion, and so on. Kokuzu's heart began to burn with excitement at his vivid descriptions. Is this the magnanimity of the Konoha Hokage? My mindset is truly too narrow. As long as manufacturing expands across the ninja world, we can even do something more interesting. For example, finance. That's the magic of money, making money faster than a printing press. I've already started planning my financial game. Have you heard of pig iron futures? I'm the mastermind behind this. I've teamed up with a daimyo to manipulate the market, reaping hundreds of billions of taels from those leaks. Kokuzu was listening to Uchiha Kusunoki's promises with great interest, but his face suddenly changed color when he heard about pig iron futures. Damn it, you're the mastermind behind this. All the money I've earned from bounty hunting for half my life, year-round, you've taken away. You bastard. Die. Kokuzu was frail, and his emotions surged. His punches were weak, not fast enough, not powerful enough, and Uchiha Kusunoki easily dodged them. What happened? They were chatting happily, just talking about their proudest trading success, when he suddenly attacked. Uchiha Kusunoki activated the sealing technique in the room, restraining Kokuzu. You bastard, if you hadn't swindled me out of all my money, why would I have taken such a risk as to try to get my hands on a white eye? Kokuzu was tied up like a dumpling, unable to move, but he continued to curse, wishing he could die with Uchiha Kusunoki. Money was Kokuzu's lifeblood, and Uchiha Kusunoki had nearly ripped him off the very root last time. You're into futures trading too. Uchiha Kusunoki remained impassive, but inwardly he chuckled. Kokuzu, you're truly a trendsetter, keeping up with the times. People like you should be working for me. How much did you lose? 10 billion taels. Everything I've ever earned in my life is gone. I haven't even sold those damn futures yet. Oh, I know. If I don't sell, I won't lose money. Fuck you. It would have been nice if Uchiha Kusunoki hadn't mentioned that. As soon as he said this, Kokuzu's inner rage surged. Unable to break free from the seal, his limbs trembled wildly. Don't get so excited. As the dealer, I'm giving you a chance to make money. As long as you curb your greed and sell in time, you can still make a killing. It's you who keep increasing your positions and chasing high prices, because there are many people who have become rich overnight in the futures market. Uchiha Nan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Kokuzu's head, calming him down a bit. He had once made 1 billion ryo, but it was a moment of greed that ultimately led to his losing it all. The digital game of finance is so addictive, so easy to get lost in it. Even now, Kokuzu still remembers the feeling of making money back then. Kokuzu, since you're a futures trader, you should know that everything I just said wasn't just empty talk. Consider becoming my subordinate. I wouldn't necessarily grant such an opportunity to others who would beg me on their knees. Uchiha Minami looked at Kokuzu and extended a team-up invitation. If Kokuzu refused, then Uchiha Minami would be forced to give Kokuzu as a gift to Senju Tobirama. The body transformed by Dyuan should be extremely valuable for research, making it excellent research material. Senju Tobirama would surely be delighted with his gift. Kokuzu's dark green eyes narrowed as he pondered. His current situation left him with few options, death or serving Uchiha Minami. Facing the dog dealer who had taken away half his life's savings, Kokuzu resented Uchiha Minami for not approaching him sooner. He would have offered his services to him on his knees then. Now that everyone was in such an awkward position, this was truly a difficult situation. However, Kokuzu's moral integrity had already reached a low point. He'd committed countless murders, stealing treasures, and backstabbings. Now, not only was his life at stake, but he also had the opportunity to recoup all his past losses. Kokuzu quickly fell to his knees. The dignity of a powerful man was simply not a consideration for Kokuzu. Making money? It wasn't a shabby undertaking. Uchiha Kusunoki was the Hokage of Konoha, the greatest ninja village in the ninja world. Being his lackey was not shameful, while others couldn't even hope to become so. In mere seconds, Kokuzu had mentally prepared himself. I pledge my loyalty to Hokage-sama. Kokuzu pledged his loyalty to Uchiha Kusunoki, which pleased him enough that he once again released the seals from Kokuzu. You won't regret your decision today, Uchiha Kusunoki promised Kokuzu. Hokage-sama, how will I be paid for my work? Kokuzu decided to inquire about the payment first. He would rather die than work for Uchiha Kusunoki for nothing. First, go to Konoha's Ministry of Finance and familiarize yourself with the procedures. Do you know the Fire Nation's annual currency issuance? What are the bank deposit and loan interest rates? What are the exchange rates for the 5 major currencies? I'll give you a few books. Start by studying advanced knowledge. Learn about the theory of surplus value, monopoly value, variable capital, and immutable capital. You want a salary when you know nothing? Do you really think that's some lowbrow way to make money like a ninja? Uchiha Kusunoki had high hopes for Kokuzu. His desire to make money would drive him to continuously learn how to be a qualified capitalist. Kokuzu was stunned by Uchiha Kusunoki's barrage of questions. After all his years as a ninja, he only had an elementary school diploma. What knowledge should a ninja possess? Will learning all this make you a lot of money? Not a lot, but a lot. I'll introduce Narashikato as your mentor. He'll be responsible for the implementation of the future's business. I hope you'll surpass me. Kokuzu's heart was filled with excitement. The mention of futures trading made him imagine a bright future. Making money is as easy as breathing. Master White Fang once wrote this in his book. White Fang? Kokuzu suddenly remembered White Fang. Since Uchiha Kusunoki was the manipulator behind the scenes, wouldn't White Fang, the trumpeter who sounded the alarm for the leaks to step into the abyss, also be in Konoha? Master Uchiha Kusunoki, do you know White Fang? White Fang? You mean Hatake Tsukumo? He's in Konoha? He also participated in the pig iron futures scheme and made a lot of money, almost 100 million ryo. He'll have enough to eat and drink for the rest of his life. Can I meet White Fang? He was very helpful to me at the exchange back then. Okay, since you two know each other so well, I'll arrange for you and White Fang to work together, Uchiha Kusunoki replied casually, unaware that Kokuzu was already gnashing his teeth. A moment later, Uchiha Kusunoki led Kokuzu out of the prison and instructed Narashikato to go through the process of clearing Kokuzu's previous bounty hunter identity and giving him a position on the Konoha ninja list. That evening, Kokuzu finally met his long-awaited master White Fang. Even though Hatake Tsukumo was wearing a mask, Kokuzu recognized him as White Fang. "Dai, you bastard, I reported to school today, so my update schedule might be a bit erratic. Please forgive me, readers." Chapter 90 Uchiha Non, although I run a black-hearted factory, I am a good person. You're quite strong, you little bastard. Kokuzu stood there, panting, staring at Hatake Tsukumo, his dark green eyes filled with surprise. The little bastard before him had exchanged over 20 blows with him, a draw still undecided, even managing to hold his own in close combat. His swordsmanship was so refined he'd practically become a school of his own. If he continued to grow, he'd be completely defeated in a few years. He had to beat him up while he was still young. Otherwise, he'd be out of his league. Word of mouth spread throughout the futures market about Hatake Tsukumo's exploitation schemes, and countless people had been tricked into going all in by his pyramid schemes. The black market bounty on Hatake Tsukumo's head had already reached over 100 million, equivalent to several asumas. If Kikuzu hadn't become Uchiha Kusunoki's lackey, he would have taken Hatake Tsukumo's head and traded it for cash today to make up for his losses. Kikuzu was determined to give Hatake Tsukumo a beating today. He'd lost so much money, and with no chance of reconciliation against Uchiha Kusunoki, he'd have to take it out on this little bastard. "Thank you," Hatake Tsukumo said, feeling a little guilty. He'd been wearing a mask and staying indoors for a while, yet why was the old enemy still coming to visit? It was truly a sin. Just as Kikuzu was about to continue, Narashikeon intervened. He was a bounty hunter who had violated the boundaries of the Hyuga clan, yet the Hokage had personally protected him and was helping him learn about the finance department. It seemed the Hokage valued Kikuzu highly. If he just stood there and watched, the Hokage would find him in trouble if anything went wrong. That's about it. We'll all be working together from now on. If you want to spar, there's plenty of time, HMPH, little bastard, there's plenty of time. We'll see. Kikuzu gave Narashikeon a favor and flashed a subtle smile to Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake shuddered. Being targeted by a ninja of Kikuzu's caliber, what would the consequences be? Hatake Tsukumo would live a blissful life of being tailed gaily. "Master, it's time to wake up." Ling, dressed neatly, awoke Uchiha Minami. The bright sunlight shone on Uchiha Minami's face, blinding him. After several minutes of struggling with the bed, Uchiha Minami finally conquered its constraints and regained his freedom. The weather was gradually turning cooler, and feeling the lingering warmth of the bed, Uchiha Minami pondered whether he should install air conditioners in all the rooms of his house. The production line for air conditioners had been established recently, and Konoha had plenty of workers to work on it. After a great war, not only were Konoha's villagers left jobless, but refugees were also eagerly awaiting work to fill their stomachs. Uchiha Kusunoki's shady factory was filled with a vast army of cheap laborers, earning meager wages. Konoha provided all their food and lodging, and they worked 12-hour shifts, rotating through the night. A Jew would probably weep with envy. Yet, even with such a job, including food and lodging, the refugees were eager to see it. The hard-working men who arrived at their workstations early were still praising Uchiha Kusunoki's reputation. Konoha's Hokage truly was a kind-hearted man. Uchiha Kusunoki walked down the street, reflecting on today's schedule. Over a month had already passed. He had a lot on his plate today. His own movie had wrapped filming a few days ago, and he was working overtime editing it today. He wanted to review every scene. He also had to go to the Hokage's office to listen to Narashikado's daily report. His schedule was packed. "Master, milk tea is delicious." "Really? I still prefer Coke." Uchiha Kusunoki walked down the street, holding a Coke. Keat and Ling each held a cup of milk tea. Several tea shops specializing in milk tea and Coke have opened in Konoha, and long lines have already formed. The characteristic of these two drinks is that they are high sugar and very sweet. Humans are slaves to sugar. The brain is a sugar-crazed organ that cannot survive without it. If sugar is insufficient, it will even break down fat and protein to forcibly synthesize sugar. The sweet and fragrant milk tea directly hits the human weakness, especially girls. Unfortunately, sugar is expensive now, and ordinary Konoha villagers are reluctant to spend money on such things. Only high-income ninjas can afford to drink several cups of milk tea a day. To promote the reputation of milk tea and Coke, Uchiha Kusunoki not only personally endorsed the tea shops, but also approved special funding at every Konoha meeting to provide everyone with a cup of Coke and a cup of milk tea. What the superiors like, the subordinates will also like even more. Besides, milk tea and cola are naturally delicious. Milk tea shops are booming these days, so much so that ninjas might struggle to buy a single cup in a day. Long lines of young men, many waiting in line, wait patiently for a cup of milk tea, hoping to win a beautiful woman's smile. Uchiha Nan's assessment of this kind of behavior is that if you don't get enough milk tea, you'll die of drought, and if you don't get enough milk tea, you'll just end up being a lapdog. Sugarcane and sugar beets are both high-sugar cash crops, but now most people are growing grain. People are starving, and filling their stomachs is more important than anything else. In the future, he might have to stage a ninja-style shift from rice to sugarcane, or sugar beets. As he walked towards his office, Uchiha Nan silently pondered how to quickly address sugar production. But if capital showed its fangs, there would likely be a land grab, akin to sheep eating people, that could starve many people to death. Uchiha felt that even though he ran a shady factory and exploited his workers, he still considered himself a good person. Uchiha Kusunoki still felt a pang of guilt at doing such a heartless act. He was, after all, a kind person. He sighed inwardly, thinking of a possible alternative. The ninja world was vast and full of possibilities, so surely he could find a way to achieve both. He thought of the devouring clan. Bees could collect nectar to create honey, a high-sugar substance. Since his clan specialized in insects, they might be able to breed insects that could produce sugar by eating grass or simply basking in the sun. In the office, Uchiha Kusunoki sat in a chair and said to Shin, Konoha now has a crucial mission for your clan. Shin, upon hearing Uchiha Kusunoki's words, beamed with excitement. He was well aware of his clan's position within Konoha. The devouring clan excelled at controlling insects, but they had a fatal flaw: their fear of fire escape techniques. Before the devouring clan cultivated nano-sized poisonous insects, their combat effectiveness was modest. Gathering intelligence and scouting the enemy's situation were their specialties. Unfortunately, Konoha had better candidates in this area, the Hyuga clan. This left the devouring clan in an awkward position within Konoha. Furthermore, their clan's inherently low profile had kept them in the shadows of the Konoha ninja clan. But now things were different. Hokage-sama actually remembered them and entrusted them with a crucial mission. When Hokage-sama assigns you a mission, it's an opportunity. If you succeed, you'll naturally rise to the top. Hokage-sama, is there some major undercover mission you need the devouring clan for? Devouring Shin's tone was excited, anticipating the task Uchiha Kusunoki was about to assign. Of course not. Every profession has its own strengths. The mission I'm assigning you is your specialty, cultivating a special species of insects. I hope you won't let me down. Uchiha Kusunoki shook his head and spoke slowly. Cultivating insects? Hokage-sama has found the right family. In all of Konoha, no one is more suited to fulfill Hokage-sama's mission than our clan. Devouring Shin's tone was filled with confidence. Their clan were top experts in insect cultivation, capable of breeding insects within their bodies. Uchiha Kusunoki recounted his request to devouring Shin, who was impressed by his wild imagination. His clan had always been dedicated to making insects more destructive and toxic, either drastically increasing their size or shrinking them to the extreme. They had never attempted to cultivate insects specifically for sugar production, nor had they even considered it. The insect's food must be common, such as plants like grass, and they must produce a lot of sugar. If possible, we can also cultivate a type of insect that is not picky about food, reproduces quickly, and has a high protein content. Uchiha thought of the happy guaranteed meal on SYNOPSIS, a protein block made purely from cockroaches. Although the ingredients were disgusting and the taste was unpalatable, it really filled the stomach. Konoha must have great potential in exporting such food. Hokage-sama, the devouring clan will do its best and will gather the strength of all the clan members. This was the first time Uchiha assigned a task to the devouring clan. It was also their first attempt to cultivate these types of insects. Hiruzen was unsure how long it would take to successfully cultivate them, but he must maintain a positive attitude. Don't worry too much. I have a scientific research expert here. You can make a prototype sample insect and write down your breeding plan. I'm sure he can help you quickly cultivate the insect I need. Uchiha was about to add another burden to Senju Tobirama's shoulders. Just like a good ox or horse, you must have more weight on him, otherwise he'll be lazy. Oh? The Hokage has a master of insect cultivation. I wonder when I can meet this master. Hearing Uchiha mention the master of insect cultivation, devouring Shin immediately perked up. He had to meet such a scientific research master. Well, there will be a chance. He's very busy with research tasks right now. Uchiha laughed it off. He didn't know whether Senju Tobirama could cultivate insects. The barriers between industries still existed. Even the most talented Senju Tobirama needed time to explore and discover. The devouring clan could first create a prototype, making it easier for Senju Tobirama to get started. Devouring Shin tactfully skipped the topic and quickly excused herself to return to the clan, intending to immediately gather all the clan members to cultivate the insects Hokage needed. After devouring Shin left, Narashikeon entered the office and began his daily routine, reporting to Uchiha Kusunoki. The air conditioner is selling very well among the Fire Nation nobles. Practically every noble has but one. The daimyo is even asking Konoha to speed up production. He wants to renovate every palace in the Fire Nation Imperial Palace. Narashikeon's tone was filled with joy. The air conditioner was quite cheap, With incredibly low labor costs, the expensive part was the materials. Each unit cost just over 100,000 ryo, but Uchiha Kusunoki sold it to the nobles for 880,000 ryo. They claimed it was specially made for the nobility, and the patterns on the exterior were all carved by Jonin. Of course, that was nonsense. It was all done by craftsmen, but the nobles, who were still interested in branding, fell for it. The regular version only costs 298,000 taels, but they didn't even look at it. They are nobles, and the regular version is consumed by ordinary people. As nobles, they naturally want special supplies for nobles. Then build a few more production lines in the next few days. The daimyo is rich now. He made a lot of money in the futures market before, and he has a lot of money waiting to be spent. Remember to pay extra for the supporting chakra power system. Just say that it was rushed and the cost will increase. Those nobles won't care about this small amount of money. Uchiha showed a satisfied smile. It was really exciting to make money from the rich. Remember to have all the cinemas in the Land of Fire purchase Konoha-produced air conditioners. Give them some discounts on the price. Building a reputation is paramount, but we can't miss out on the civilian market either. In other ninja markets, cinemas still need a daimyo's promotion. You can give them a small commission as an introduction, a percentage of which you can decide. Remember to get Kakuzu involved. He's very interested in this kind of thing and should have quite a talent. Uchiha kept exhorting Narashikeon. The aristocratic market is enormous, and they need to expand sales not only in the Land of Fire but also in other countries. This requires the help of the daimyo's channels. Giving the daimyo some sweeteners will encourage them to promote their products. Currently, the aristocracy still dominates the market for affordable luxury industrial products like air conditioners. A more affluent shinobi might have to save up for half a year to buy one, but Uchiha won't give up on cultivating their market. They can afford regular movies. With the color weather, they can enjoy the warmth of air conditioning upon entering the cinema, and even color temperatures in the summer. This was a privilege only the daimyo could afford in the past. They'll definitely be tempted. The benefits of installing air conditioners in cinemas this time will also boost box office sales. Even in the White Elephant Kingdom of the 21st century, a considerable number of people went to the movies just to get free air conditioning. I'd make 7 dumplings just for this. This is a unique kind of bundled sale. Okay, Hokage, that bounty hunter, Kakuzu, is truly talented in business and is dedicated to the effort. He's been burning the midnight oil these past few days studying economics. Narashikeon mentioned Kakuzu and praised him highly, especially when he learned about the costs and profits of air conditioners, as well as the terrifying sales figures behind them, and began studying like crazy. His dedication to studying business economics was something he felt he couldn't match. After all, in order to better serve Uchiha, Narashikeon had been poring over business-related books. Chapter 91. If you can't open the Rinnegan, then watch a movie to relax. For the past few days, Uchiha Kusunoki and his 2 assistant directors have been arguing endlessly over which scenes in the film should be retained and which should be cut. Uchiha Kusunoki's assistant director is incredibly dedicated and responsible. As a director with a track record of box office hits in the Land of Fire, he possesses a unique perspective on cinema and offers no shreds of respect to the new director. When it comes to arguing, he's unrelenting and unyielding. After several days of debating, Konoha's first published film, Uchiha Kusunoki's directorial debut, Saving the Jinanabito, has finally been fully edited and submitted to the Land of Fire for review. Some unscrupulous individuals often exploit film production as an opportunity to insinuate satires on prominent figures within the nation, making this review essential. Sensitive scenes must be removed, or the film won't be released. Uchiha Kusunoki, of course, was an exception, receiving a lightning-fast approval. Despite the film's touchy-feely overtones, the reviewers were quick to dismiss the film, recalling the recent slaughter of Konoha in the Land of Fire for pig iron futures. Konoha and the powerful had recently been in competition over the iron ore trade, and Konoha's ninjas had been frequently visiting the residences of the powerful, delivering fruit baskets. How could they possibly be unaware of the illness of those powerful figures? The reviewers, concerned for their own safety, ignored the potential for ulterior motives and approved the film. From the start of filming to its conclusion, the film was a hot topic in the ninja world. Directed by the Hokage of the most powerful ninja village, this was the first war film from a ninja's perspective, based on the First Shinobi World War. Shocking, technologically innovative, and filming in color, All kinds of buzz were planted around the film, and as soon as the release date was confirmed, pre-sale tickets were sold out. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Kusunoki had only one mission today, to take the Konoha high-ranking officials to a movie. Naturally, they were paying for the film themselves, hoping to contribute to the box office success of Uchiha Kusunoki's debut film. Movies were no stranger to the Konoha high-ranking officials. They always felt a certain loneliness they couldn't shake, requiring specialized knowledge and skills to learn. They'd sneak out of their homes in the middle of the night to watch late-night movies. Men, such things were inevitable. Uchiha Kusunoki's movies had become a hot topic in the ninja world. Considering Konoha's current Hokage never played by the rules, the films he personally directed were of great interest to the entire ninja community. A color movie, I'm really looking forward to it. As soon as the movie's opening played, the dazzling color images whetted the audience's appetite. This was a brand new technological revolution. The ninja world had long suffered from black and white films. If they couldn't even masturbate to their heart's content, what hope was there in life? The directors specializing in erotic films were immediately delighted. Their industry seemed poised for a resurgence. Uchiha Kusunoki had been prepared for this. If he couldn't make money making his own movies, he would impose a technology tax, levying hefty patent fees on erotic films. He held the technology for color movies in his own hands. If he didn't pay, he wouldn't use it. Of course, as technology spreads, piracy is inevitable. Small workshops will inevitably find ways to circumvent Uchiha Kusunoki's technology fees. But every industry has its own tycoons, and targeting the major directors and publishers of pornographic films in each country is enough. Konoha's intelligence department is no slacker. They've already thoroughly investigated these individuals' backgrounds. Without exception, they're all involved in organized crime and terrorism. But as the leader of the ninja world's most powerful terrorist organization, how could Uchiha Kusunoki be afraid of them? He'll likely rake in over $1 billion in patent royalties annually in the future, and this figure will undoubtedly increase annually, reaching tens or even hundreds of billions. As we all know, humans are driven by two things, lust and food. If you're not lusting after lust, it simply means you're hungry. This is another huge source of income. The movie quickly gets to the point. War films are all about war. The protagonists take to the battlefield, encountering wave after wave of battle. The ferocious physical combat and the dazzling display of ninjutsu will open the audience's eyes. Ninjas are incredibly rare compared to the entire Naruto universe, and ninja wars remain a mere figment of the imagination of ordinary people. Even the ninjas of the smaller villages of the ninja world exclaimed at the spectacle of ninjutsu duels. After all, these were wielded by veterans of Konoha's wars. To ensure captivating spectacle, Uchiha Kusunoki dispatched several jonin for a spectacular duel. The spectacular fight was met with applause, and the blazing fire of the ninjutsu waves was a breathtaking spectacle of exquisite beauty. However, all this came at a price. The aftermath of the battle was a devastating mess, with corpses strewn across the ground, and dozens of lives lost in this unknown part of the ninja world. The ninjas, having endured it all, wore solemn expressions, a stark contrast to the jubilation of ordinary people. The underlying tone of war was pain. The story continues, and Uchiha Kusunoki's illicit agenda unfolds. The ninjas of Kumagakure are truly despicable. They don't even spare children. We're still Konoha? The audience was outraged. While the ninjas expressed disdain for Kumagakure's actions, they merely offered a few curses. But when the choice truly came to them, most would have made the same choice. Infiltration missions involve a life or death struggle. Any misstep could wipe out the entire team. A few untouchable lives are nothing compared to the lives of ordinary people. But the civilians' reactions were truly heartfelt. The casual killing of civilians by ninjas was commonplace throughout the ninja world. Many had witnessed ninjas casually murdering helpless civilians for missions, food, or even just for fun. The ninjas of Konoha are truly righteous. From now on, you'll have to go to places like Konoha to do business. Similar sentiments echoed across the ninja world. The plot continued, reaching the film's climax. Would they really abandon their companions, their life or death companions, just to carry out a mission? In the story, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are at odds. Determined to complete their mission, Orochimaru chooses to adhere to the ninja code, prioritizing the mission above all else. Jiraiya then utters his famous line, "Those who break rules and regulations are called trash. But those who don't cherish their companions are even worse than trash." This statement instantly captivated the audience, and the strong sense of personal heroism made everyone identify with Jiraiya. The choice between becoming a hero and saving their companions, or becoming a tool and carrying out a mission, the choice was all too easy. Even the ninjas skillfully assumed Jiraiya's role, despite his violation of the ninja code. Of course, some were displeased, such as the daimyo, who sensed a hint of danger in this plot. It completely contradicted their long-held belief in the ninja as a tool, a heresy. Sanctions. The movie was pulled from the shelves. However, upon realizing that this was a film produced by the Hokage of Konoha himself, they became as quiet as quails. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire remained silent. The story quickly came to an end. The remaining two-man team successfully completed their mission, laying the foundation for victory in the war, and Konoha's king's army returned triumphantly. The joy of victory in the war did not last long, as a sad soundtrack sounded. The screen turned blood red, and what came into view was a dense pile of corpses. The picture zoomed in to show a series of memorials. The ninja in charge of counting casualties numbly wrote down each death list and skillfully wrote a letter to the family. A feeling of sadness permeated the air. Whether it was ninja or ordinary people, the memory of war was painful. Humans are such strange creatures. On a normal day, they can curse ninjas with the most vicious curses, but when they really see the piles of ninja corpses, ordinary people will still feel pity from the bottom of their hearts. Ninja lives are lives too. Who would be willing to be an executioner if they could choose? I heard ninjas are still going off to war as children, while my kids still worry about not getting enough pocket money. Ninjas are truly miserable, being used as killing tools, working for those daimyo, constantly carrying out missions and then dying. Does this seem to be the fate of ninjas, destined to be used as tools for life? Perhaps the ninja code isn't a set of rules that must be followed. In the story, the Hokage personally presents Jiraiya with the Konoha Hero Award. This movie was directed by the Hokage. The leader of the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world personally challenges the notion that ninjas are tools. Ninjas aren't just consumables to be used as tools. Especially the ninjas of Konoha. After Uchiha Kusunoki ascended to power, he provided them with the largest pensions in the ninja world. Unlike other unscrupulous ninja villages that withheld ninjas' wages, even those injured and disabled were forced to accept missions assigned by the village. The movie ends. Uchiha Kusunoki leads the group out of the cinema. Accompanying him are Konoha's top brass, who have already made connections to Uchiha Kusunoki's actions since taking power. The Hokage seems to be trying a new path. In Iwagakure village, Inoki, newly appointed the third Tsuchikage, arrives at the Iwagakure movie theater. Konoha's third Hokage personally writes to Inoki, urging him to go see a movie. A dignified Hokage actually going off to make a movie? Confused, Inoki enters the theater and watches the entire film. What sinister intentions? Now the whole world knows Konoha is a good person. They're quietly robbing the ninja village, aren't they? Is Konoha that rich? If the ninjas follow suit and don't diligently complete the noble's tasks, how can the ninja village still receive funds from the daimyo? Inoki's brows furrow, bewildered by the current Hokage's thoughts. It's understandable that he wants to promote a positive image of Konoha. If he were to make a movie himself, he'd certainly promote a positive image of Iwagakure. But to challenge the ninja tool theory, a lowbrow shinobi theory, is like lighting a light in a toilet, courting death. After a great war, the ninja village was already severely damaged. Now they were flirting with the daimyo's bottom line. Did they even expect to recover the daimyo's funds? I don't understand. Inoki pondered for a long time, still puzzled by Uchiha Kusunoki's confidence. What a beast. Konoha's Hokage is a beast. How dare you smear the Hidden Cloud village? It's just the second Hokage who killed them. They're just one Hokage, but the Hidden Cloud village lost the hearts of the entire ninja world. He deserves death. The third Raikage slammed his fist on the table, raging. If the village wasn't truly unable to fight, he would have definitely had a serious fight with Konoha. This was a blatant false accusation. Go, gather the men. Let's make a movie in response. Lord Raikage, we don't have a script, idiot. Can't you just plagiarize, remake this movie? Lord Kazakage, the movie directed by the third Hokage is coming out today. Masa, the third Kazakage is another anonymous name. I made it up, brushed off the dust and dust as he sweated profusely, using magnetic escape to pan for gold in the desert. A movie? Do you think I have the time? Masa rolled his eyes at his men beside him. They were so clueless, they didn't see he was busy working to support his family. The entire Sand Village's financial resources are on my shoulders. Instead of watching movies, I might as well spend some time digging for gold, so the village can buy more food. The village is so poor, and you still want to go to the movies? It seems you're just too full. You'll have to starve for a few days. This damn environment, the wind and sand. How could Konoha be so lucky, living in the most fertile land in the ninja world, and now even starting to enrich their spiritual life? Kirigakure the third Hokage is truly an interesting man. There will definitely be more and more movies like this. Compared to the physical, the mental attack is the most terrifying. Mizuto was just thinking about how to deal with this situation when another knock sounded at the door. Mizuto-sama, regarding the pensions owed to the Hazuki clan, and the Mizuno clan, Mikaguaya clan, ever since Mizuto ascended to the throne of the third Mizukage, his bloodline clan has been finding ways to oppose him, each one demanding money. Don't you know that Kirigakure is also short of money? The daimyo of the Land of Water is also a stingy person. Sooner or later, all of you bloodline clan members will be shot to death. Mizuto flipped out of the window with a somersault. He had no money, so he had no money. If he couldn't afford to provoke them, he could avoid them. He also needed to save some money to train ninjas to fight against a blood ninja clan in the village. In a cave somewhere in the ninja world, an old man came out of the cave. His hair was mostly white. In order to open the legendary eyes, he felt that his vitality seemed to be absorbed by the eyes crazily, but even so, the conditions for opening were not met. The sun is so dazzling, let's go out and relax. The legendary eyes can't be opened in a short time. I don't know what the ninja world is like now. I'm afraid it's a mess again. Directed by the third Hokage himself, a movie, I'm Not a Eunuch. I first posted it on Kidian. QQ Reading is not the main site. Now the update here will be delayed for several days. Kidian has been updating normally. You can come to Kidian to catch up. Chapter 92, Tobirama, I'm sorry to inconvenience you a little. Is that fellow Senju Tobirama dead? The old man's body was slightly hunched, his face a complex expression, joy mixed with regret. In Uchiha Madara's heart, Senju Tobirama should have died long ago. From the day Senju Tobirama killed Izuna, he should have been buried with Izuna. What a pity, I can't avenge Izuna with my own hands, Uchiha Madara murmured, his tone full of regret, and then looked up at the oversized movie poster hanging in the cinema. The third Hokage's magnificent masterpiece saves the Shinanibito and Uchiha-nan. Uchiha Madara's only remaining eye shrank. Konoha's third Hokage is an Uchiha? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara subconsciously thought he was seeing things. Senju Tobirama was narrow-minded and had always regarded the Uchiha clan as a thorn in his side. A villain like him would never pass the position of Hokage to someone of the Uchiha clan. That's right. Uchiha Madara rubbed his eyes and realized the third Hokage's name on the poster was indeed Uchiha. Interesting, truly fascinating. The possibility of Senju Tobirama passing the Hokage position to an Uchiha was practically zero. Uchiha Madara didn't believe it was possible, so the answer was obvious. A clan member named Uchiha Kusunoki successfully staged a coup and seized the third Hokage position after Senju Tobirama's death. The Uchiha clan had a successor, despite the betrayal of his former members for the sake of a false peace. But seeing a member of the Uchiha clan break through Senju Tobirama's restrictions, defeat the dominant Senju clan in Konoha, and ascend to the throne of Hokage, Uchiha Madara was extremely relieved. The Uchiha clan was invincible. A mere Senju clan, Senju Tobirama was no match for the Uchiha clan, except for you, Hashirama. Hashirama, what would you think if you saw this happen? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but daydream. Hey, do you want to buy movie tickets? This is a movie directed by the third Hokage of Konoha. If you want to see it, pay up quickly. There's a line behind you, the staff's urging voice interrupted Uchiha Madara's reverie, and the people in the queue behind him continued to urge him. How much? Uchiha Madara hadn't finished his words when he remembered he had no money on him. It was useless to ask. But do you have to buy a ticket to see a movie? This is a movie directed by an Uchiha. As the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, should he buy a ticket to see a movie of the younger generation? Uchiha Madara immediately prepared himself and naturally chose to skip the ticket. The ninja world has become filthy again, Uchiha Madara said disappointedly as he watched the movie, even though he had long suspected that after his and Senju Hashirama's death, the entire ninja world would be engulfed in war once again. But the peace that had once defined the ninja world was the fruit of his and Hashirama's efforts, his pure yet ridiculous ideal. Having that ideal shattered, Uchiha Madara felt a deep sense of unease. Hashirama, our efforts have been in vain. But I found the right path, and this time, I must walk it alone, Uchiha Madara lamented. The person is gone, and we are no longer the same youth. He showed little interest in the fight scenes, which were filled with flashy, impractical ninjutsu and the tactical techniques of novices fighting each other. It was truly boring. Those who break the rules and regulations are called trash. But those who don't cherish their companions are even worse than trash, breaking the shackles of ninja companions. Uchiha Madara's calm expression shifted. Was that Uchiha Kusunoki's ambition? It was quite similar to what he and Hashirama had done when they were young. It was a shame this path wasn't feasible. Humans are pathetic creatures. Greed and jealousy can break the ninja code, but what good will that do? You can't be companions with everyone. The fate of a ninja is ultimately slaughter and death. I wonder if this young man has awakened his main Decay Sharingan. Uchiha Madara longs to meet Uchiha Nan and invite him to join his plan. He vaguely feels that by the time he awakens his Rinnegan, he'll be old and on the brink of death, powerless to carry out the final Moon Eye plan. He needs a helper. An Uchiha, who resembles him in his youth and has awakened his main Decay Sharingan, would be the perfect helper. Madara feels his aging body. He's no longer young, and even one of his invincible, eternal main Decay Sharingans has lost its sight. But thankfully, he still has you, Hashirama. Madara caresses his chest. He can feel Hashirama's face through his clothes. He still possesses Hashirama's power within him. Combined with their combined strength, Madara remains confident that no one in the ninja world can rival him. Only by showing Uchiha Nan the true nature of the ninja world will he willingly serve him. This requires careful planning. After watching the movie, Uchiha Madara was determined to conquer Uchiha Nan before he grew old. As soon as Uchiha Madara left the theater, a dark creature emerged from the ground, its face filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Why doesn't this guy, Uchiha Madara, just stay underground and open his Rinnegan with all his strength, and dare to wander around the ninja world? What if the ninjas from Konoha find out? Heiju followed Uchiha Madara with dissatisfaction. He had waited 1,000 years to finally meet Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra, who possessed the talent to open the Rinnegan. He couldn't let this happen now. What if he was discovered and interfered with Uchiha Madara's opening of the Rinnegan? Would he still have to wait another 1,000 years? The ninja world without a mother is pure hell. Mom, I miss you so much. Konoha. Is that Orochimaru, so handsome? Can you give me an autograph? Ever since Uchiha Kusunoki's movie became a hit, Orochimaru, still studying at the Ninja Academy, has been subjected to harassment his age shouldn't have to endure. Orochimaru was already incredibly popular at the academy, and after starring in the film, his popularity skyrocketed. Little girls from all grades lined up to see him. He was handsome, strong, and had everything a little girl wanted. Not only at the Ninja Academy, but even major film directors were optimistic about Orochimaru. If he joined the film industry, he would surely become a superstar, earning hundreds of thousands, or even millions per film. Making money wasn't a problem, and Uchiha Kusunoki had no problem with Orochimaru joining the film industry. He didn't even need to be there in person, he could just use the clone jutsu and even work with several crews at once. It was practically money-making. Even some prominent figures with particular fetishes wrote to Uchiha Nan, asking if he would part with them. Regarding this kind of rubbish, Uchiha Nan simply sent ninjas to remove the filth that was disturbing their minds. Okay, Orochimaru said with a mechanical smile, helplessly signing autographs for each of the little girls. This is so infuriating. I played a dead hero in the movie, so why is Orochimaru more famous than me? Jiraiya looked at him with envy. If Orochimaru didn't like this kind of treatment, he could do it for him. Actually, some people at the ninja school also asked Jiraiya for autographs, but it was mostly boys. The girls always went to Orochimaru. Because Orochimaru is more handsome and stronger than you, Tsunade revealed the key point, leaving Jiraiya deeply shocked. Jiraiya, don't be too discouraged. If you want a girl to ask you for an autograph, I can help. Tsunade, Jiraiya smiled incredulously. Could it be that his springtime was finally here? I can satisfy your vanity a little if you can lend me some money, just a few tens of thousands of ryo. Jiraiya sighed, feeling lost. He had thought his springtime had arrived, but it turned out he was just asking for a loan. Tsunade, I remember it was only a few days ago that I got my 50,000 ryo for the film. I lost it all yesterday. Tsunade's face was filled with frustration. Why had she practiced all that gambling, But it hadn't worked at the table at all. No way, Jiraiya refused decisively. He had been borrowed money from Tsunade countless times. In the past, a simple honey trap would have swindled Jiraiya out of his meal money, but the honey trap had been so frequent that even a pervert like Jiraiya had grown immune to it. Orochimaru. Tsunade quickly changed her target, aiming at Orochimaru. Orochimaru flexed his wrists, signing dozens of names at once, making his hands sore. Faced with Tsunade's request to borrow money, Orochimaru also chose to refuse. Lending money to a gambler is like throwing meat buns at a dog. What's more, Orochimaru didn't even choose to ask for a salary. He exchanged the salary for the opportunity to study under Uchiha Kusunoki. Tsunade, you forgot, I didn't ask for a salary at all. I exchanged the salary for the opportunity to study under the Hokage. Orochimaru's words made Tsunade completely give up. Tsunade, who was anxious to borrow money to make ends meet, had forgotten about this matter. Uzumaki Mito took Tsunade's 450,000 ryo from Uchiha Kusunoki in advance, leaving only 50,000 ryo for Tsunade. Since Tsunade had already earned 50,000 ryo, Tsunade would not have to pay any pocket money for the next 6 months. Now Tsunade faced 6 months of poverty, and she couldn't even afford a cup of sweet milk tea. After school, Orochimaru said goodbye to Jiraiya and Tsunade at a fork in the road. Uchiha Kusunoki sent someone to inform Orochimaru that he could visit the Hokage's office today. The movie's projected box office figures are out. They're incredibly popular, breaking the record for the Fire Nation alone. They've already grossed over 400 million in the Fire Nation alone, and we're still counting the rest of the region. I'm afraid the total could reach 1.3 billion, excluding labor and distribution costs. The film's profit is a whopping 600 million. Uchiha Kusunoki listened to the report and nodded in satisfaction. The first color film, the full promotional efforts of the daimyo, the use of Konoha's network of channels within the ninja world, and the popularity of the First Ninja World War all combined to create this miraculous box office success, making it the highest grossing film in the ninja world to date. This record will likely stand for over a decade, until living conditions improve and people have more spare cash. This is a good start. The reputation of Konoha film and television has spread. 30% of the profits will be used to establish the Konoha Ninja Welfare Fund, which will specifically subsidize Konoha ninjas who are disabled or injured due to missions. Uchiha Kusunoki did not forget to take care of the ninjas in the village. The film industry is a major way for Konoha ninjas to find employment. After the movie became a hit, the ninjas who had been struggling in the front line in obscurity and became tools for task execution in the past all gained traffic exposure of varying sizes. Ninjas are also human beings. Who doesn't want to gain fame and fortune and be the focus of everyone's attention? There is no danger in this line of work, and you can use your clones to run to several crews to make money. Ninjas who have tasted the sweetness will probably love this part-time job. It's a two-way rush. Uchiha Kusunoki has already written the script for the next movie, which is called The Birth of the Ninja Village. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were tired of killing after thousands of years of fighting, and two geniuses appeared in each clan, Hoshirama Senju and Uchiha Madara Uchiha. In the process of the growth, Hoshirama Senju and Madara Uchiha got to know each other and fell in love, crossed out, gradually broke through the barriers of family hatred, and jointly established the ideal to pacify the wars of the Warring States period. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, a tragedy struck. Senju Tobirama killed Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. A disagreement arose between the two, leading to a fierce battle. Ultimately, to fulfill his ideals, Uchiha Madara wisely chose to abandon his hatred, forgiving Senju Tobirama for killing Uchiha Izuna. He reconciled with Senju Hashirama and together they established Konoha. This film fully captures the compassion of Senju Hashirama and the strength and tolerance of Uchiha Madara, while Senju Tobirama can only be slightly compromised. However, this adaptation is not a fabrication, nor is the detailed explanation a lie. Uchiha Minami can confidently guarantee that all of this is true. He has not fabricated a single word. Even if Senju Hashirama saw the film and approached Uchiha Minami, he would have acknowledged it. Of course, Senju Tobirama would not acknowledge it, instead using the Flying Thunder God Slash to show his affection for Uchiha Minami. However, this time, Uchiha Kusunoki was merely the screenwriter, leaving the actual filming duties to the two assistant directors from the previous film. Uchiha Kusunoki was highly impressed with their previous work. The two assistant directors readily accepted Uchiha Kusunoki's invitation. The Konoha ninjas' acting was top-notch, and they were incredibly obedient to the director's orders. The fight scenes were full of physical force, and the ninjutsu was dazzling and spectacular. The usual entertainment industry traps of bribery, high-handedness, and other frivolous practices were completely absent, creating a truly divine cast. Furthermore, directing a film in the past meant not only dealing with regulatory oversight but also dealing with the social circles around the set, a complex process. All these obstacles vanished before the Konoha crew. Who would dare to challenge the Konoha crew? A single shuriken shot would send them into the side of the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 93 Uchiha Tobirama, you will admit that you voluntarily stayed to work for me like a slave, right? Hokage-sama, the iron mines have been consolidated and acquired. Nearly a quarter of the Fire Nation's iron ore has been purchased by the Konoha Iron Mining Company. Now that the war is over, the price of pig iron in the Fire Nation has begun to stabilize. Furthermore, due to the previous futures trading plan, pig iron prices will not fluctuate significantly over the next 1 or 2 years. According to calculations, it will take Konoha 5 to 8 years to recoup its investment. Konoha's actions this time are too drastic. Daimyo Narashikeon reported the recent iron mine acquisition results to Uchiha Kusunoki. Honestly, Narashikeon disapproved of Uchiha Kusunoki's large-scale iron ore purchases. The investment was large, and the payback period was long. If such a large financial expenditure were used to train ninja, Konoha's recovery would be greatly accelerated. Moreover, Konoha's attack on its competitors this time could be described as brutal. Words like plunder and opportunism are not an exaggeration to describe Konoha. The families that control the iron ore business are extremely wealthy and powerful in the Land of Fire, and have long since made their mark with the daimyo. Luan, relax. I guarantee that the demand for steel will far exceed your imagination. We even have to consider the issue of insufficient steel production leading to rising prices. Konoha has consumed more steel in recent months than it did in the past year, and that was when Konoha was still at war. Factories, roads, housing, lights, cables, and other infrastructure all consume vast quantities of steel. Konoha has already begun its industrialization journey, and it will continue to expand in the future, radiating from Konoha to the entire Land of Fire. Naraluin was overwhelmed by Uchiha Kusunoki's words. Konoha's growth rate in recent months was incredible. Just a few months ago, Konoha's merchants were half dead and on the verge of bankruptcy, but now, smart shop owners have opened 1 or 2 branches. The place where merchants once gathered has transformed into the commercial center described by Uchiha, offering everything from food and drink to entertainment. Konoha's population has increased by nearly a quarter. During this period, Konoha has been collecting refugees en masse, building power plants, sweatshops, and expanding roads, all of which require a tremendous amount of manpower. Konoha's various fiscal revenues have soared, exceeding 15 billion yen. Putting aside funding from the daimyo, the bulk of Konoha's revenue has traditionally come from commissions earned from ninja missions. Now, this proportion has drastically shrunk, now accounting for less than 1/6. This is certainly due to the war-induced decrease in the number of missions. Even if the number of missions returns to normal levels, or even exceeds them, it will not account for a significant portion of Konoha's revenue. Even a quarter would be a significant contribution. In just a few months, the vibrant atmosphere of life is still evident before our eyes. As for the daimyo, you can make excuses. Even though Konoha can thrive without his funding right now, we still need to maintain a good relationship with him. Between nations, the daimyo wields far greater power than our ninja village. Konoha will need to deal with the daimyo in the future. Uchiha Kusunoki simply sent Narashikato to appease the daimyo. Just make up some excuse. Just to impress the subordinates. I give you a favor, you give me a favor, and we all live in peace. It's those insects who died. Anyway, the daimyo is unhappy with them, and you, the daimyo, took advantage of this opportunity to plunder their property. It's just that Konoha's methods were more brutal, forcing them to make a choice with a knife. The daimyo was just playing by their rules, eating the fat meat, and the way he did it was a little more impressive. We're all birds of a feather. Don't laugh at the second brother, big brother. Furthermore, Konoha's development still requires the daimyo's help, and it's not time to turn against him yet. So far, Konoha and the daimyo have had a relatively pleasant cooperation, and it would probably take some time to adjust to new daimyo. The daimyo will understand this minor misunderstanding. If he doesn't, Uchiha Kusunoki will seriously consider a new daimyo. Just as the Ming Dynasty Emperor easily dissolves in water, so too can the shinobi daimyo easily dissolve in detonating tags. As you command, Hokage-sama, Narashikyo nodded, then picked up another document and addressed Uchiha Non. The third Kage of the Kurigakure, Mizuto, has accepted Konoha's invitation to the 5-Kage meeting. Now we need to confirm the location, time, and list of attendees for the meeting. Uchiha Non pondered for a moment. This was a major problem. The meetings had always been held in Konoha, back when Hashirama Senju was still alive. Hashirama had personally sent them invitations, stating that if they refused to show respect and come to Konoha, he would personally go to their villages to invite them. This was truly sincere. Uchiha Non assumed that Hashirama Senju meant to personally invite the first Kage of the 4 major ninja villages to Konoha, bearing gifts. However, the first Kage of the other 4 villages would be terrified by the sight of this invitation. Asking Hashirama to personally invite them wasn't just an invitation, it was a direct attempt to destroy their villages. In the end, of course, they all came to Konoha in droves. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't have the same charisma and power as the Shodaime, so he couldn't go to their ninja villages and invite their Kages personally. He still had to find a place everyone could trust to hold the meeting. Previously, the second Hokage of Konoha and the second Raikage of Kumagakure were both killed in surprise attacks at the border negotiation table. If the meeting was still held in Konoha, the Kages of the other 4 ninja villages might not have the courage to come to Konoha. What if this was a trap, and Konoha was planning to do something bad, risking the wrath of the ninja world, and gathering the entire village's strength to wipe out the Kages of the 4 villages? Would that be the end of it? Notify the 4 major ninja villages that Konoha will convene the 5-Kage conference in U country to draft a post-war treaty for the ninja world. Security will be handled by U country. The 5 major ninja villages can only bring 1 Kage escort. Uchiha Kusunoki pondered for a moment and decided to hold the 5-Kage conference in U country. U country was isolated from the rest of the world, and U country had always been harmless, known as a place forgotten about war. He believed no ninja village would refuse to hold a meeting in U country. Even with a small team, he wouldn't have to worry about the other ninja villages threatening him. Furthermore, U country was said to be beautiful, and its hot springs were truly exceptional. Holding the meeting there would also allow him to take advantage of a government-funded trip. Yes, Hokage, Narashikyo nodded, then left a room to attend to the tasks assigned by Uchiha Kusunoki. Time to slack off again. Uchiha Kusunoki reclined on the sofa, a cold cola in hand. It was delicious. His idle time didn't last long before there was another knock on his door. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru walked in somewhat awkwardly, his heart brimming with excitement. He was about to study under the Hokage, a truly exciting prospect. Orochimaru, how was your recent movie shoot? Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Orochimaru and casually chatted with him. Right now, Orochimaru hadn't yet revealed the demeanor of a future psychopathic scientist. He even seemed a bit shy in front of Uchiha Kusunoki. It was rare to see Orochimaru like this. It was a shame he didn't have a camera, or else Uchiha Kusunoki would have taken a picture of him. Not bad, but the opposite sex at school are a little too excited to see me, and it's disturbing my studies, Orochimaru said with a hint of resignation. Dealing with these clueless female classmates was exhausting. He would have preferred to read more during breaks. Ha, that's really hard on you. Jiri, I should appreciate your treatment. Uchiha Non understood Orochimaru's situation perfectly. He'd been just as popular back in the Ninja Academy, but Uchiha Non, like Orochimaru, wasn't particularly interested in these matters. At the time, Uchiha Non was still focused on becoming stronger to deal with Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the First Shinobi World War. After chatting with Uchiha Non for a while, Orochimaru couldn't contain his inner desire to learn, and wanted Uchiha Non to teach him something real. Hokage-sama, what are you going to teach me today? Come on, follow me back to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Non led Orochimaru directly back to the Uchiha clan's grounds, to where Senju Tobirama was conducting his experiments. Upon entering the laboratory, they were greeted by 3 barrier sealing jutsu, designed to prevent Senju Tobirama from escaping. One of the barrier sealing jutsu was a special sealing technique, one of which was also engraved in the Book of Seals. When Tobirama Senju invented the Flying Thunder God technique, he was worried that if this perverted forbidden technique were leaked, it would cause irreparable damage to Konoha. So he invented a special seal to counter the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the activation conditions were rather harsh, and it could only be used in a fixed location. Later, Tobirama Senju left it in the Book of Seals. It was discovered by Uchiha and used on Tobirama Senju. That day, Uchiha remembered that Tobirama Senju's face was very dark. Orochimaru followed behind Uchiha, constantly looking around. The technique mark on the seal made Orochimaru's eyes widen, his eyes filled with a desire for knowledge. This time he had come to the right place. The Uchiha clan actually hid such a secret base. The Hokage was going to teach him the real thing. Don't be busy, Tobirama. I've specially approved one of your clones to take a break today and come out to meet someone. Uchiha Kusunoki looked at the dozens of Senju Tobirama busy in the laboratory and called one of them to take a break and come meet Orochimaru. Huh? You're really kind-hearted. Senju Tobirama's face was unhappy. No matter what time, Uchiha Kusunoki would make him angry. Special approval for a clone to take a break? What kind of beast could say such a thing? He really treated himself like a beast. Don't be angry, Tobirama. Today I'm introducing you to a good beast of the future. No, a good student. His scientific research talent is no less than yours. Senju Tobirama looked at Orochimaru behind Uchiha Kusunoki. Orochimaru's brain had crashed now. He actually saw the second Hokage of Konoha. The dead second Hokage actually appeared again? Orochimaru, you should be familiar with this person. He is the second Hokage of Konoha. The second Hokage died in the negotiations between Konoha and Kumaga. But even after his death, the second Hokage still cared about the future of Konoha. He took the initiative to teach me a forbidden technique in a dream, which can allow the dead to stay in the world for a long time in a strange way, and willingly continue to shine for Konoha, silently burning himself in this dark basement to illuminate the future of Konoha. This is the great will of fire. Tobirama, do you think I am right? Senju Tobirama's face darkened instantly. He was indeed an evil Uchiha by nature. He was full of nonsense, and now he doesn't even need to draft a lie. It was obviously Uchiha, you bastard, who secretly dug up my own grave, and used Tsunade as a bargaining chip to coerce and bribe me to work like a slave for you in this laboratory for liver experiments. However, when Senju Tobirama saw Orochimaru with stars in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, yes, I did this all for Konoha. Here, Senju Tobirama had no choice but to follow Uchiha-nan's words and admitted everything. Could he still deny it now and tell all the truth? His own grave was dug up. The forbidden technique he invented was used on himself by Uchiha-nan, and he could only endure the humiliation and be forced to work like a slave for Uchiha-nan. This was not just throwing his face directly on the ground, but also rubbing it in front of Uchiha-nan and a junior. Senju Tobirama still wanted to retain his last bit of dignity. For the sake of Konoha, he was willing to be the root of Konoha, silently working in the darkness, burning himself, and lighting up the future of Konoha. Such beautiful words are also face-saving. It can only be said that the IQ spirit will never go out of date. The second Hokage is really great. Orochimaru showed an expression of admiration, marveling at Senju Tobirama's will of fire. But what interested Orochimaru the most was what kind of forbidden technique could allow a dead person to return to the world of the living. Orochimaru was so excited that he subconsciously licked his lips. He felt his blood trembling. He knew that from today on, his life would be divided into two parts, and his future life would be extremely interesting. Huh? Did Orochimaru lick his tongue just now? Uchiha-nan discovered Orochimaru's little action. Uchiha-nan looked at Orochimaru's childish face and felt a little dazed. Licking the tongue was Orochimaru's signature move in the anime. Orochimaru is still a normal child now, just a little more curious, and his mind is not perverted and twisted. With Senju Tobirama as a guide, he should not develop in the direction of the perverted scientist in the original work, turning himself into a man or a woman. It seems that Senju Tobirama is quite perverted. So it is not surprising that Orochimaru follows him and becomes a perverted scientist. What kind of good person couldn't wait to use his brother's corpse for human experiments after his brother's death? But with Senju Tobirama around, at least Orochimaru is unlikely to defect from Konoha in the future. If Senju Tobirama could even fail in this, Uchiha-nan could use this black material to harass him for the rest of his life, but Uchiha-nan definitely didn't want that to happen. You said this kid has a scientific talent comparable to mine, huh? Really? I don't believe it. Chapter 94 Uchiha-nan, Tobirama, I use the impure world reincarnation to eliminate your sins. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law in this? He, the dignified second Hokage of Konoha, was trapped in this dark underground laboratory,
toiling like a slave for nothing for an Uchiha. The perpetrator slapped the victim, then hit him smile and say, "Well done, Uchiha Kusunoki was capable of such a horrible thing." Senju Tobirama swallowed his anger, unwilling to continue arguing with Uchiha Kusunoki on this topic, and changed the subject, bringing the conversation to Orochimaru. "Tobirama, you have to trust my judgment. Orochimaru's talent for ninjutsu research is undoubtedly the strongest in the ninja world right now." Uchiha Kusunoki had great confidence in Orochimaru. As the man and woman who had survived from Shippuden to Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, Orochimaru's ninjutsu research was battle-tested, having escaped death countless times. When it came to researching life-saving ninjutsu, even Senju Tobirama would be awed. "HMPH, the strongest in the ninja world," Senju Tobirama snorted, his expression etched with disdain, a complete disregard for him. "Tobirama, when I say the strongest in the ninja world, I'm not including you. I'm referring to the current ninja world. After all, you're already dead, and yet I'm still ranking you among the living," Uchiha Kusunoki said teasingly. It was so amusing to watch Senju Tobirama get so mad after bickering with him every day. "You bastard, die!" Senju Tobirama couldn't hold back any longer and punched Uchiha Kusunoki in the face. This bastard was teasing him again. He had to teach him a lesson. "Tobirama, the world is so beautiful, yet you're so irritable. This isn't good." Uchiha Kusunoki casually caught Senju Tobirama's fist. Senju Tobirama's clone's punch wasn't fast enough, nor was it powerful enough. Even if it hit him, it wouldn't hurt. Orochimaru watched with rapt amusement. The two Hokage of Konoha engaged in a brawl right in front of him. This kind of scene didn't come around for a decade. And there was definitely something going on between the Nidaime Hokage and the Hokage. The truth definitely wasn't what the Hokage had just said. This is truly amusing. "Tobirama, Orochimaru is still here. You don't want me to blow your clone to pieces with one punch, do you?" Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand. Senju Tobirama was furious, but he had to hold it in. As long as Senju Tobirama kept holding back, he'd soon get used to it. HMPH, Senju Tobirama retracted his fist and turned to look at Orochimaru. It was quite ordinary. "Tobirama, I leave Orochimaru to you. You'll be his teacher from now on." HMPH, not just anyone can be my disciple. Senju Tobirama looked displeased. He was the second Hokage of Konoha, the most formidable scientific researcher in the ninja world. Not just any random person could become his disciple. Orochimaru, standing nearby, showed no sign of fear at Senju Tobirama's words, instead glancing at Uchiha Kusunoki with gratitude. The Hokage had already shown such high regard for him, personally introducing him to the second Hokage. This crucial opportunity required personal effort. Orochimaru then stepped forward, looked at Senju Tobirama, and said, "Nidaime-sama, I will do my utmost to prove my ability." Senju Tobirama's expression changed slightly as he watched Orochimaru boldly step forward. This brat still had some courage. "For the sake of the evil, Sandaime, I will teach you for a while, if your talent doesn't meet my standards." Out of respect for Uchiha Kusunoki, Senju Tobirama reluctantly accepted Orochimaru, promising to spend a little time each day teaching him. He simply didn't have the time to teach a student who was too dumb. Uchiha Kusunoki was getting more and more outrageous, coming up with one research project at a time. Recently, he even took a few insects from the Aburim clan and asked him to research a new type of insect that could produce large amounts of sugar simply by basking in the sun. Faced with such an idiot, Senju Tobirama wanted to punch that bastard Uchiha Kusunoki to death. Outsiders simply couldn't understand the difficulty involved. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't understand research at all. But Uchiha Kusunoki disagreed. He directly asked Senju Tobirama if the research funding wasn't enough. If not, he offered to significantly increase it. He knew he was a scientific researcher. Senju Tobirama eventually gave in, proving that Uchiha Kusunoki truly was. However, given the limited time and heavy workload, Uchiha Kusunoki decided to step back and research insects that could produce large quantities of sugar by consuming only weeds and other plants. He also assigned Senju Tobirama the task of developing insects that could mass-produce protein blocks and intermediate protein block production methods. Of course, Uchiha Kusunoki's research assignments didn't stop there. Cement, radios, chakra trains, track laying, iron ore smelting upgrades, high-yield crop seeds, chakra batteries, and internal combustion engines, a wide range of research tasks were assigned to Senju Tobirama, increasing his workload to an incredible level. His current clones were no longer enough for Uchiha Kusunoki to handle. After Uchiha Non saw that Senju Tobirama had agreed to teach Orochimaru, he pulled him aside and whispered to him. Tobirama, don't teach Orochimaru about ninjutsu, I'll take care of that. Uchiha Non had already made plans for Orochimaru's future. He was determined to keep an eye on him, focusing all his scientific talent on improving productivity. He didn't want Orochimaru to touch any of the strange ninjutsu development and human experiments. What do you mean? Aren't you worried I'm not teaching you well? I'm a master of ninjutsu research, a mere brat, a master of forbidden techniques in the ninja world. Don't lead Orochimaru astray. Konoha already has one master of research obsessed with human experiments. Just train Orochimaru to be a master of science and engineering. You know better than me how many people died in the invention of the impure world reincarnation technique. Desecrating the souls of the dead will not end well. May the six-path sage forgive your sins. Amitabha, Amen. Uchiha Kusunoki curled his lips, interrupting Senju Tobirama. HMPH, superficial. Senju Tobirama was furious. Uchiha Kusunoki had the nerve to challenge him on this matter. Uchiha Kusunoki's proficiency in impure world reincarnation was no less than his own. Senju Tobirama, the founder of impure world reincarnation, immediately recognized Uchiha Kusunoki's mastery of this forbidden art, surpassing even his master. You're even better at impure world reincarnation than I am. If I suffer retribution, your fate will surely be even worse, Senju Tobirama immediately countered, firmly opposing Uchiha Kusunoki's shameless behavior. Tobirama, you're wronging me. I've always used impure world reincarnation on you. You desecrated the souls of the dead. I brought you back to life to fight for the future of the ninja world. This is helping to atone your sins. I've done immeasurable good deeds. At worst, you'll have many children and live a long life. You won't end up alone like you. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled, his few words like a sharp sword piercing Senju Tobirama's heart. It was truly Garen's whisper, a silent, yet piercing blow. You born evil Uchiha brat, I will execute you right here. Senju Tobirama, his defenses completely broken, charged at Uchiha Non with his claws bared, determined to fight him to the death today. Either Uchiha Non died, or he, Senju Tobirama, died. Today, only Uchiha Non would die. Uchiha Non formed a hand seal, and Senju Tobirama was instantly restrained, unable to move. Tobirama, your chi cultivation skills are poor. You need to practice. I'm here today. If you lose your temper, just blink. After about a minute, Senju Tobirama finally prepared himself and regained his freedom. This Senju Tobirama clone glared at Uchiha Non and led Orochimaru to a nearby lab table, intending to practice the basics. He also gave Uchiha Non a long list of precious books left by Senju Tobirama, all of which Orochimaru would keep. Then, Uchiha Kusunoki walked over to another Senju Tobirama, who was busy at the lab table. Tobirama, how's the Hashirama cell experiment going? Uchiha Kusunoki was deeply concerned about the progress of the Hashirama cell experiment. An orphan with no siblings, he had no chance of achieving a quantum leap in his power by transplanting Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan like Uchiha Madara had, unlocking the eternal Mangekyo. Therefore, Uchiha Kusunoki was eagerly anticipating the Hashirama cell experiment. Besides his own lottery system, the best way to further enhance his own strength was to use Hashirama cells. Excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan would lead to blindness, but Hashirama cells could not only significantly extend the Sharingan's useful life but also grant him a partial sage body. Their powerful recovery abilities and vast chakra reserves made Uchiha Kusunoki envious. In this Naruto world, where the power of heaven and earth rests within oneself, no matter how powerful one's power, it was not as important as one's own strength. Upon hearing the words Hashirama cells, Senju Tobirama paused his experiments, a complex expression crossing his face. Recently, Senju Tobirama had been conducting experiments on Hashirama cells, following Uchiha Kusunoki's ideas. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Kusunoki's ideas were correct. The Uchiha clan's cells, the Sharingan, and the Sharingan's eye power all had varying degrees of inhibitory effects on Hashirama cells. Simply by mixing Hashirama cells with a special potion in the correct proportions and injecting them into Uchiha tissue, the cells would gradually fuse with these cells. Through various tests and experiments, it was confirmed that Hashirama cells could greatly enhance the Uchiha clan's vitality and eye power, even allowing them to possess some of the qualities of a sage. Perhaps even more daring could be achieved. recreating the wood release technique used by Big Brother to suppress the entire ninja world. However, if Hashirama cells were injected into the tissues of ordinary people, they would be eroded and destroyed. This would require the addition of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan cells, whose eye power would neutralize and suppress them. As if Hashirama cells were inherently designed to enhance the Uchiha clan's power. Faced with this result, Senju Tobirama was baffled. What kind of luck had the Uchiha clan gotten to be so compatible with Hashirama's cells? The Senju clan, clearly a main clan, had a strong rejection system, making them only slightly better than ordinary people. Now that preliminary experiments on Hashirama's cells were complete, human trials were underway. They would need to analyze various data points to formulate the most suitable Hashirama cell solution. In the future, Uchiha cells could be mixed with Hashirama cells to dilute and suppress their powerful aggressiveness. Perhaps one day, even ordinary ninjas would have the opportunity to enhance their strength through injections of Hashirama cells. However, the thought that the Uchiha clan would be the primary beneficiaries of Hashirama cells made Senju Tobirama feel like he'd eaten a pile of hard, runny shit. It was truly unfair. Senju Tobirama recounted the recent progress of his experiments, leaving Uchiha Kusunoki extremely excited. His strength could finally reach a new level. Seeing Uchiha Nan's overjoyed expression, Senju Tobirama felt even more displeased. Uchiha Nan's power was about to increase, and his chances of becoming the master were even slimmer. HMPH, don't be so happy, all of this is just preliminary experimental conclusions. It hasn't been tested on humans yet, so everything is still unknown. So I advise you not to rashly inject the current Hashirama cell solution. Uchiha Nan nodded, understanding the principle that a gentleman should not stand under a precarious wall. If you want to proceed with the next phase of Hashirama cell experiments, you must provide me with members of the Uchiha clan for human testing. Hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Uchiha Nan fell into deep thought. Human testing carries too many uncertainties. According to Senju Tobirama, he wants to test the limits of Hashirama cells in the human body, which may involve human lives. With the lives of his clan members at stake, Uchiha Nan must carefully consider this matter. Can we use ordinary ninjas first? Finally, we'll conduct human experiments on the Uchiha clan. As clan leader, I'm responsible for their lives. Uchiha Nan decided to sacrifice his friend before himself and use ordinary ninjas first. After the Great Ninja War, Konoha's dungeons were filled with prisoners from enemy villages. Perfect experimental material. Yes, but it will take longer, and many of the experimental materials will require the deaths of many more people. Uchiha Nan nodded, agreeing to Senju Tobirama's terms, as long as it provided a little more security for the clan members. As for experimental material, Konoha's dungeons were full of prisoners. Their lives were no longer theirs the moment they were captured. In the ninja world, there was no such thing as preferential treatment for prisoners. Prisoners were the spoils of war for the ninja villages. As for time for the experiments, that was even simpler. Just keep squeezing Senju Tobirama. Time is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it a little more, it will come out. Senju Tobirama would surely slack off every day when he was away. Chapter 95 Uchiha Nan, why is it only 70%? In the land of fire, early winter had arrived, and the temperature had plummeted. This year, the snow had arrived earlier than usual. Inside the imperial palace, the daimyo, dressed in a thin shirt, was aided by his attendants as he reached the window. As soon as he opened the window, a gust of wind and snow swept into the room, making the daimyo shiver and dusting his face with goose feather-like flakes. What a heavy snow! Konoha's invention of air conditioning is truly miraculous. It's a snowy winter outside, but it feels like spring inside this room. It's such a shame, Konoha. The daimyo had the window closed before he could finish his words. He had been feeling miserable lately. Impeachment petitions from his loyal ministers and generals piled up on his desk like snowflakes. Traitors, treason, and disaster for the nation and its people. All sorts of charges were hurled at Konoha. A bunch of money-grabbing idiots had been living in comfort for so long that they had forgotten the swords of the ninjas. Did they really think those ninjas couldn't lift a sword? There are actually idiots who suggest that the Hokage of Konoha be escorted to the land of fire to be punished. The current third Hokage is a fucking Uchiha. Such greedy idiots actually want to kick someone when he's down. The daimyo knows too well the relationship between the land of fire and Konoha. It seems that Konoha needs the funds of the land of fire to maintain its operations, but in fact, the land of fire cannot do without Konoha. Without the Konoha ninjas to help the nobles suppress the rebellion, those unruly people will be able to attack their own palace. Konoha's recent series of actions are a bit out of line, but what can he do? Can he really punish Konoha and arrest Uchiha Kusunoki? Don't dream. The daimyo sighed heavily. Ever since the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, reconciled the hatred between the ninja clans, created ninja villages composed of ninja clans, and brought the scattered ninja clans together into one group. His father, the previous daimyo of the Land of Fire, had privately warned him that ninja would eventually realize their place and become the true masters of this world. It was a blessing for ordinary people like them to be able to command ninja to carry out missions and happily enjoy 1,000 years of prosperity. He shouldn't dream that such days could last forever. He still had to face reality. Facing Konoha's growing power, which repeatedly challenged the nobles' boundaries, the daimyo maintained a principle: play it safe, just make do with it, one day at a time, a day at a time. The daimyo himself still wanted to live a few more years, so he'd turn a blind eye. However, Konoha's move this time was too drastic. In its pursuit of the Land of Fire's iron ore, it had effectively offended the interests of a significant number of the Land of Fire's top brass. This wasn't just a matter of snatching food from a tiger's mouth, it was a direct act of cutting flesh from their very flesh. Even if the daimyo tried to cover up for Konoha, the impeachment petitions continued to pour in. The court was riddled with corrupt officials and cliques. The daimyo sighed internally, pondering how to handle the situation. He had already sent representatives to Konoha, but so far, there had been no news. Lord Shikato of Konoha has arrived. A servant entered the room. The daimyo was overjoyed at the voice and quickly invited Nara Shikato in. "Daimyo-sama, how are you?" Nara Shikato greeted the daimyo with a broad smile. The daimyo, perched on a recliner, smiled back and casually exchanged pleasantries. "This year's snow is heavier than usual." "Yes, but what's the difference between here, daimyo, and spring?" "That's all thanks to Konoha." Nara Shikato smiled broadly. The daimyo had placed another large order for air conditioners. It seemed he was serious about renovating the entire palace. He's truly rich. After finishing his cup of tea, Nara Shikato decided it was time to get down to business. He jokingly said, "I heard there's been some mosquitoes buzzing around the daimyo's ears lately. Even the Hokage, toiling away in Konoha, has heard them." "Is that true?" "They're just a bunch of insignificant mosquitoes. If they were just disturbing everyone, it would be fine, but I'm afraid if they bite someone, the itchy bites would be unbearable. Do you have any suggestions, Shikaon-kun?" The daimyo put down his teacup, his smile still etched on his face, and he looked at Nara Shikaon expectantly. The daimyo, in his mind, believed the best solution would be for Konoha to write a letter of apology, which would be met with a furious reprimand. He lifted it high, then gently set it down. Konoha would be at peace, and the troublesome nobles and ministers under his command would be dealt with. This matter could be brushed off. Your Highness has always been kind to Konoha, so Konoha will naturally not make things difficult for the daimyo. Even before Nara Shikaon finished speaking, the daimyo's brows lit up with joy. Nara Shikaon took out an envelope and handed it to the daimyo, who eagerly opened it. Inside was the apology he had been longing for. Thousands of words, filled with absurdities. The core message was that Konoha had indeed acted unkindly in this matter, and that the daimyo begged for magnanimity and, considering Konoha's years of dedicated service to the Fire Nation, give Konoha another chance. Ha! Konoha truly is the backbone of the Fire Nation. If it weren't for the fact that those people under your command were so noisy, I really wouldn't want to trouble the Hokage to deal with this matter." The daimyo excitedly walked over to Nara Shikaon and took his hand to show his closeness. "Loyun-kun, please stay in the palace tonight. I will give you a good banquet." Nara Shikaon broke free from the daimyo's hand and took out a sealing scroll from his arms. "Your Highness, Konoha has given you face. But the Hokage has said that Konoha's face must be restored." Nara Shikaon's words froze the daimyo's smile. He didn't understand what Nara Shikaon meant, but instinctively felt that something was wrong. "Your Highness, please take a look at what the loyal ministers and generals of the Land of Fire have done over the years." Nara Shikaon formed a seal, and a host of charges were handed to the daimyo. Buying and selling official positions, corruption and bribery, forming cliques for personal gain, disregarding human life, usury, setting up private courts, and even participating in the struggle for the throne among the daimyo's sons. This series of filth was thoroughly investigated by Konoha. The people involved in the charges were all ministers and nobles who had impeached Konoha in recent days. Just a few charges could confiscate their property, exile them, and even execute their entire families. This. The daimyo was so surprised that he couldn't even utter a word. On the one hand, he feared Konoha's usurpation, which had already broken the bottom line of non-interference between Konoha and the Fire Nation. On the other hand, he was amazed at the audacity of these insects, who would do anything for money. The money and land they had collected over the years was far beyond the daimyo's imagination. If all these charges were really put into practice, the entire Fire Nation court would undergo a complete overhaul, and the number of people involved was so large that even the daimyo dared not act rashly. Your Highness, what do you think should be done with these people? This was the first time Narashikawan had seen these charges. The value of the wealth and land involved had long exceeded 1 trillion taels, which made Narashikawan so greedy. What kind of bullshit ninja mission was this? He could just eat up these insects that were harming the country and the people, and Konoha could live a rich and prosperous life for 20 years. However, Narashikawan could only think about this kind of thing. The nobles of the Fire Nation have been intermarrying for generations, and their relationship network is complicated. Everyone is a relative. Can you really kill them all, daimyo? If these crimes were really made public, even the daimyo might die suddenly and quietly in the palace. A divided Fire Nation is not what Konoha wants. By then, all kinds of monsters and demons will emerge from the Fire Nation. The First Ninja World War has just ended, and the commotion these people will make may be no less than a ninja war. Harmony, stability. A stable country is what Konoha wants. If Konoha really wants to arrest them one by one according to the list, try and kill them. The daimyo would be the first to disagree, likely turning against Konoha and declaring it a traitor. Nobles with money and food should contribute generously to the other 4 ninja villages, urging them to help slay these traitors. The most dedicated would replace Konoha and move to the land of fire to live happily ever after. Sand Village, already starving for money and food, would likely be the first to step forward, followed by Iwagakure and Kumagakure. So, Uchiha Kusunoki set the tone, only the ringleaders would be executed. Kill the insects who clamored the loudest, the ones charging the front. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Konoha is only giving you a favor by negotiating a deal with you, rather than just slaughtering your entire family with shuriken and then taking over easily. How could you be so ungrateful? You're truly evil. You must be punished and eliminated. It took a long time for the daimyo to recover from his shock, and he opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. It happened too suddenly, and the daimyo had no time to prepare. Could there be some mistake? I know their character, and each of them is an honest and upright official. The daimyo tried to say some nonsense to cover up what kind of insects under his command were. The daimyo knew very well that some of the crimes involved were unknown to him. In the past, if the daimyo found out that these people could do such a bold thing, he would definitely get angry and kill some of them. But now it is different. Konoha wants to overturn the table. It's just that they robbed some iron ore by trickery, and were impeached by the ministers a little bit. Everyone just fooled around, and the matter passed. What do you mean by wanting to overturn the table now, Konoha? Why do you have to do this? Can't we all sit down and talk? Your Highness, do you mean that Konoha is framing the princes and ministers of the Land of Fire? Konoha can't afford this charge, Narashikawa sneered, and the sneer made the daimyo break out in a cold sweat. The air conditioner was obviously turned on very high, but the daimyo felt like he was in an ice cellar. Of course it wasn't Konoha, I naturally trust it. But this, the people involved are also, the daimyo was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. There were wolves in front and tigers behind, and both sides could kill him if they pushed him too hard. It was obviously just a trivial matter at the beginning. Although the daimyo had a headache, he didn't really take it to heart. But Uchiha didn't think so. It was just such a small matter, but that group of insects made such a fuss, and the daimyo was there procrastinating. If Konoha does something a little bit out of line in the future, this group of people will still chase Konoha to impeach it. It's better to make a big deal out of this time. Mr. Lusun once said that if a room is too dark and you want to open a skylight, no one will agree. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they will come to reconcile and agree to open the skylight. The same goes for this group of insects. We must solve the problem once and for all, and not leave any tails. Narashikawa looked at the panicked daimyo and felt that the situation was almost critical. He said, Your Highness, please be patient. The Hokage has already considered everything for you. These people are really despicable, but this matter is serious. The Fire Nation cannot do without these insects for the time being. This time we can only punish the ringleaders and single out the fattest and most guilty insects for trial. It's also easy to deal with the remaining insects. These crimes have always been there. We can slowly kill them. It will take more than 10 years. Narashikado's words calmed the daimyo's heart. He really thought that Konoha was going to turn against the Fire Nation for such a small matter. Just don't turn against them. Just don't turn against them. As long as the days of wealth and peace can continue, that's fine. That's good, that's good. The daimyo wiped the sweat from his head, and only now did he realize that the back of his underwear was soaked. It was so exciting. He almost scared himself to death. Daimyo, Konoha thinks these people should be killed. They have committed the most corruption and abuse of power, and have plundered the most wealth. Narashikado showed a greedy smile. The property of these nobles that was confiscated was a total of more than 60 billion taels. This was the property accumulated by their family for more than 10 generations. They were really fat pigs. The daimyo was scared to death just now, but now there was a greedy look in his eyes. These insects did so many bad things behind his back and almost caused Konoha and the Land of Fire to fall out. They must be severely punished. They coveted my money. Hokage-sama has thought it through very carefully. Let's settle this matter. Your Highness is really wise and brave. How about we split the spoils 30% and 70%? No problem. The daimyo nodded and agreed to the share of the spoils. He had just received more than 100 billion taels a few months ago. And now it has several hundred billion taels. He was really lucky recently. Since the daimyo agreed, don't forget Konoha's 70% share when the time comes. What? Konoha's 70%, Your Highness? Konoha is the victim this time. It has been framed by these corrupt officials and has now taken a step back. Your Highness can't just not give any psychological compensation. Narashikado's face instantly darkened, and he looked at the daimyo with a gloomy look, which made the daimyo's words that he wanted to argue stuck in his throat. If he continued to argue at this time, the daimyo was really afraid that Konoha and the Land of Fire would fall out. 30% is 30%. With these crimes, there is still a long way to go before they can be slaughtered. Just do as the Hokage says. The daimyo wiped the sweat from his head and replied with a smile. Narashikado's smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. Konoha has made a profit again this time. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 The Uzumaki clan, poor relatives came to visit. It's unfair, let me go, you lowlifes, I'll report it to the daimyo. I'll report it to the daimyo, a prominent figure from the Fire Nation screamed frantically, his clothes ripped by officers. Before he could even grasp the situation, he was already being taken to a prison van. Teams of officers began to flow in and out of his home, each pushing a car filled with all sorts of gold, silver, and treasures. Konoha ninjas mingled with the officers, assisting in the search and seizure. Uchiha Kusunoki had originally wanted to take over the entire operation, sending Konoha ninjas on a sweeping sweep, but the daimyo refused to agree. Konoha had crossed the line between the Fire Nation and Konoha, and the daimyo would not allow Konoha to interfere in the Fire Nation's internal affairs. However, Uchiha Kusunoki was not confident in the daimyo, and even more so in his subordinates. Konoha's past intelligence gathering had been incomplete, especially regarding the insect's assets. It was impossible to overestimate it. The insect's wealth must have been far greater than 600 billion ryo, and Uchiha Kusunoki wouldn't allow himself to suffer even a fraction. Furthermore, the mountains of silver piled up during the raids would have tempted even the most upright of hearts, let alone these insects, whose hands were already tainted. 70% of that money belonged to Konoha. After some friendly negotiations, the daimyo finally agreed to Uchiha Kusunoki's request and allowed Konoha to participate in the raids. The raids lasted 3 days, and the entire families of the insects were executed. This massive political upheaval shook the entire political landscape of the Fire Nation's capital. By then, no one cared much about Konoha's past. A tragic tragedy. Once powerful figures like them had their families shattered in a matter of days, their wealth painstakingly accumulated over a decade gone. It wasn't that no one had approached the daimyo to plead for mercy. Faced with these pleading princes and ministers, the daimyo simply tossed the charges Konoha had compiled before them. With all the witnesses and evidence, there was no way to deny a single point. The daimyo's cold gaze and warning words made the remaining insects tremble, as if the daimyo still held a large number of incriminating charges against them. There was no way to save them, no way to save them. They were left to fend for themselves. Before long, the wisest among the insects were horrified to discover that the high-ranking officials being executed were all those who had been most active in impeaching Konoha in recent days. The truth was revealed. Konoha had taken action. Their methods of concealing their dirty deeds might have worked for ordinary people, but against ninjas, they were simply a show of force. A simple illusion could make them confess completely. The hedonistic Fire Nation dignitaries finally remembered their common status and actively ignored Konoha's various transgressions, acting like good children. They had secretly sent people to Konoha to surrender, each presenting a priceless gift as an apology. Konoha, what a bunch of scoundrels, you're living a peaceful life, yet you're trying to bring trouble upon Konoha? Uchiha Kusunoki sat in his office, facing a retainer of a powerful Fire Nation official. Despite Uchiha Kusunoki's undisguised sarcasm towards his master, he dared not betray the slightest discontent. The recent political upheaval in the capital had frightened these men to death. The blood of the beheaded figures still flowed in the market. Their status was even more noble than that of their masters, and their entire families had been executed. How could he and his master dare to show any anger? They were lucky to have saved their lives. Uchiha Kusunoki chatted with these people briefly and then told them all to leave. If it weren't for the gifts, he really wouldn't have even met them. Unfortunately, these people were truly lavish. The compensation Konoha had received in recent days was already worth over 1 billion ryo, and that didn't even include the personal gifts the insects had given him. These insects truly had money. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed inwardly. The ninja world's class stratification was appalling. They hadn't just been in business for 3 generations, but more than a dozen. Compared to these insects, Konoha was a pauper who commanded the Fire Nation's most powerful military. What a life of poverty they had led before. Suddenly, the door to Uchiha Kusunoki's room flung open, and Kokuzu burst in, his eyes gleaming like a hungry wolf that had been starving for months. Hokage-sama, don't hesitate. Lead Konoha and charge. Slay those nobles. I, Kokuzu, will lead the charge, cage them, kunai in hand, follow me. Kokuzu had been busy sorting out the accounts these days, and the constant flow of money had filled him with excitement. He knew the nobles were wealthy, but he hadn't imagined they were this wealthy. Following Uchiha Kusu for so long he had suddenly cleared his previously rigid mindset. What mission was it? It was better to take advantage of the rich and make the most money. Be patient, their money will eventually belong to Konoha. Uchiha Kusu tried to soothe Kokuzu, whose eyes had already turned green. Although they were already green, now wasn't the time to turn on the Fire Nation yet, just let them be. Finally, Kokuzu left Uchiha Kusu's office with reluctance. Not long after sending Kokuzu away, Narashikeon entered the office. Hokage-sama, the Uzumaki clan is sending someone to Konoha. I'm afraid they're seeking aid. The Uzumaki clan helped Konoha a lot during the First Ninja World War, but they were in a tough spot lately. Narashikeon recounted the Uzumaki clan's plight. A small island nation with a small population, no money, no people, no food, and everything else was lacking. While nominally a nation, with a Uzumaki village, the island is actually home to only the Uzumaki clan, a so-called nation that exists solely on the island. To help Konoha win the First Ninja World War, the Uzumaki clan burned all their accumulated wealth. It was like a poor relative visiting. A few days later, the Uzumaki clan arrived in Konoha. How grand, so impressive, clan leader, is Konoha so prosperous? Uzumaki Yaoi asked, as if she had never seen the world. Konoha's development was like a car on the highway. In just a few months, Konoha had transformed. The biggest change, of course, was in Konoha's transportation. Uchiha Kusunoki ordered the demolition of all the existing walls surrounding the roads, widening them and paving them all with new cement. Build roads before you get rich, Uchiha Kusunoki firmly embodied, a principle proven true by the passage of time. The widened roads greatly accelerated Konoha's commerce. The spacious, clean concrete roads were a bustling scene for merchants from all over the world, seeking to trade in Konoha. The bustling streets were bustling with pedestrians, and the constant walking of vendors outside the shops was incessant. Konoha has truly changed so much, incredible. Uzumaki Reed blinked, unsure of what to say, and simply glanced around. Clan leader, Didn't you say Konoha's current situation isn't optimistic? Uzumaki Reed ignored Uzumaki Yayoi. He had no idea how Konoha had ended up in such a state. The last time he had corresponded with the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he had complained about Konoha's financial pressures and how they were still waiting for financial support from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Months ago, Uzumaki Reid had considered asking Konoha for aid. It was Senju Tobirama's letters that had painted Konoha so poorly that Reid was embarrassed to even bring it up. But the Uzumaki clan was truly unable to hold on any longer. Even if they no longer wanted to trouble Konoha, they were now forced to come to Konoha for help. "Grandpa, it smells so good," Uzumaki Yotsuki pointed to a tea shop. The aroma instantly captivated the 13-year-old girl. Having traveled across the ocean to Konoha, exhausted from the journey, her stomach had long since been depleted. The aroma of milk tea instantly captivated Uzumaki Yotsuki. "Then give it a try." Uzumaki Reed stroked Uzumaki Yotsuki's hair, a loving look on his face. Uzumaki Yotsuki had come to Konoha on a mission. He hoped she wouldn't meet the conditions. "How much is this one?" The waiter said a number, causing Uzumaki Red to frown. This milk tea was damn expensive. "Buy one. For the sake of the child, it was okay." "Clan leader, what about me? You're a grown man, and you want me to pay for you. Buy it yourself." Uzumaki Reed glanced at Uzumaki Yayoi with disdain and paid the bill. Konoha had truly changed. So much had happened. Uzumaki Red walked down the street, observing every blade of grass and tree in Konoha, which was filled with vitality from top to bottom. Meanwhile, Uzumaki village remained desolate, still marred in the shadow of war. Uzumaki Reed racked his brains, but he couldn't understand why Konoha village had become so prosperous. He simply stopped thinking about it. The Uzumaki clan was finally getting better. Konoha was prosperous, so how could they forget about the Uzumaki clan? Konoha's big brother stood up and began to drink and eat meat with big mouthfuls. It was no simple matter for the Uzumaki clan, as the younger brothers, to join the big brother at the table and eat a few bites. Uzumaki Reid had been nervous on his way to Konoha. If Konoha wasn't wealthy, he could just provide some food and not bother Konoha with anything else. In his best-case scenario, Uzumaki Reid only wanted to get a few billion taels back from Konoha. "Stop it, you jerk. Hey, you jerk. Why did you even tear the cup open and pick it up with your hands?" Reaching a short distance from the Hokage building, Uzumaki Reed straightened his clothes. He was about to meet Konoha's third Hokage. A poor younger brother meeting a rich older brother, at least, should observe proper etiquette. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Yayoi was so clueless, tearing the cup open and picking out the black beads stuck together inside and eating them. "Master, this is delicious. This is delicious. I think it's called black pearl, Yangayu, am I right?" Uzumaki Yangayu nodded, continuing to sip, chewing the pearls in his mouth. They were soft, tender, and sweet. "You loser." Uzumaki Reed rolled his eyes at Uzumaki Yayoi, urging her to finish her meal quickly and clean her sticky hands. Hokage building. "Lord Azuki, why didn't you send someone to notify us beforehand? Konoha has prepared a grand welcome ceremony." Nara Shikeon looked at Uzumaki Azuki and his group with some surprise. How could they arrive 2 days earlier than the intelligence had indicated? "Shikeon-kun, Konoha and the Uzumaki clan are one family. There's no need for a welcome ceremony. We just happened to arrive with a favorable wind, so the ship was much faster. Lord Azuki, please don't think Konoha's hospitality is poor," Nara Shikeon said kindly. Konoha had a very high regard for the Uzumaki clan. This was truly a younger brother who treated Konoha like a good brother. When the younger brother arrived, the older brother naturally had to treat him well. "Hokage-sama, is it convenient for you to meet us now?" Uzumaki Azuki's smile was a little awkward. In the past, Konoha's Hokage had always been a member of the Senju clan. The Uzumaki and Senju clans had been friendly for generations, and Senju Tobirama was even the Uzumaki clan's son-in-law, effectively cementing their relationship. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was the younger brother of Senju Tobirama and a relative of the Uzumaki clan, and they still got along very well. But things were different now. Konoha's Hokage was now a member of the Uchiha clan, and the relationship between the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans had become more common. This was her first meeting with Konoha's third Hokage, and Uzumaki Uchiha was a little nervous. "Of course I have time," Nara Shikeon replied confidently. Uchiha-non was a hands-off manager, spending far more time slacking off than working, and he was probably still slacking off in his office. I'm sorry for not welcoming you, Uchiha-kun." Upon hearing that the Uzumaki clan had arrived, Uchiha-nan hurriedly had them in and had 3 sofas brought in. Uzumaki Uchiha, Uzumaki Aoi, and Uzumaki Yotsuki each sat somewhat awkwardly on their sofas, somewhat surprised by Uchiha-nan's office environment. Luxurious, too luxurious. The spacious room was decorated in warm colors, with bright lights on from the ceiling. Even though it was winter, the room felt cozy. 2 potted plants sat on the desk. Milk tea, cola, ice cream puffs, and miniature cream cakes filled the coffee table with a variety of desserts. Uchiha-nan only liked iced cola. Feng and Ling loved the other desserts, so Nan had them stocked daily. Was this work? This was clearly meant to be a treat. They looked delicious. Uzumaki Aoi, already hungry, was about to try one when Uzumaki Reed's deathly stare forced her back. Uzumaki Yotsuki swallowed. Girls can't resist beautiful and delicious desserts. Just a little snack, everyone, try something new. Uchiha-nan, noticing their reservedness, took the initiative and took a cone to eat. The 3 of them relaxed a little and began to feast on the desserts on the table. The ocean was vast, and eating fish every day made them vomit. Even rice balls were considered a good meal. Desserts were already a delicacy they could no longer enjoy. Ahem cough, Uzumaki Red tried to save his image. He could still enjoy the food slowly and methodically. Uzumaki Aoi ate a piece of cake in one bite, her mouth full. When she could hardly swallow, she took a gulp of milk tea. Uzumaki Yotsuki had the reserve of a little girl, eating the cake in small bites. Uzumaki Reed looked at Uchiha-nan a little embarrassedly. Uchiha-nan just smiled and didn't care. He knew the situation of the Uzumaki clan. They were already short of food, and Uchiha-nan was waiting for the Uzumaki clan to come to Konoha and ask for help. After some pleasantries, Uchiha-nan and Uzumaki Red went to another room. They were going to talk about business. Hokage-sama, the Uzumaki clan is not in a good situation recently. Uzumaki Reed sighed and told the story of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan and Konoha are one family. Konoha will not stand by and watch the Uzumaki clan suffer. Uchiha-nan continued Uzumaki Red's words very considerately. It was really a relief for Uzumaki Red to take the initiative to ask for a loan. How much support does the Uzumaki clan want from Konoha? Just tell me a number, Uchiha-nan said very proudly. 500 and 500 million ryo, Uzumaki Red said a number tentatively, without asking for an exorbitant amount. This number was enough for the Uzumaki clan to overcome the difficulties. 500 million ryo, Uchiha-nan's voice rose an octave, causing Uzumaki Red's expression to change. Actually, 400 million, Reed-kun, do you look down on Konoha? 5 billion ryo. Chapter 97 Mito, shut up. I won't let you slander Uchiha Kusunoki. Hokage-sama, that 500 million ryo, Uzumaki Red couldn't believe her ears. She looked at Uchiha Kusunoki with an expression of disbelief. Even the number she was mumbling was wrong. 500 million ryo, 5 billion ryo, Hokage-sama, you're giving me a surprise today, aren't you? Receiving Uchiha Kusunoki's reassurance, Uzumaki Reed's head began to spin, and her legs felt a little weak. Is this what it feels like to have a big brother leading you? It was so cool. Hokage-sama, the Uzumaki clan, and Konoha, share life and death together. Uzumaki Reed excitedly spouted off words about how Konoha would always be the Uzumaki clan's big brother, how they were loyal and devoted, and how they would never abandon each other. Reed-sama, the bond between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan has stood the test of time. This small amount of money is nothing. Konoha has always been generous to its brothers. Uzumaki Red nodded repeatedly, her favorability towards Konoha's new Hokage, Uchiha Kusunoki, skyrocketing. Look at how generous the current Hokage is. 5 billion ryo, a small sum. Even when Hashirama Senju is the Hokage of Konoha, he wasn't that generous to the Uzumaki clan. Who said the Uchiha clan was cold and aloof, difficult to get close to? Rumors, all rumors. Uchiha-nan looked at Uzumaki Riai's reaction with satisfaction. If you want to take, you must first give. Uzumaki Riai thought that if it was 8, Uchiha-nan was after the entire Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was worth much more than a mere 5 billion ryo. With the money in hand, the relationship was in place. Uchiha-nan and Uzumaki Riai chatted happily, and Uzumaki Riai took the initiative to get close to Uchiha-nan. 20 years ago, the Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan would talk about old stories. It was said that when Hashirama Senju got married, the then Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Madara, had a little trouble with the Senju clan over Uzumaki Mido. Uzumaki Reed brought this up, not to provoke the Uchiha clan. Instead, he lamented that if Uzumaki Mido had a younger sister, they could have married into the Uchiha clan, and the relationship between the three clans would have improved significantly. Uchiha Non smiled and nodded, not saying much, but he was already internally complaining. How foolish, Uzumaki Mido was the mistress. If Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were a man and a woman, the storyline of the Naruto world would have ended. Apparently, Uzumaki Reed, a veteran, still believed that Madara and Senju Hashirama's falling out stemmed from Mido. After reminiscing about the past, Uzumaki Reed turned to the present, discussing the comradeship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan during the First Shinobi World War, the recent situation of the Uzumaki clan, and how Konoha's recent developments were truly frustrating. As Uzumaki Reed spoke of this, her expression darkened considerably. Konoha's development was accelerating at a pace the Uzumaki clan couldn't even imagine. The last time Uzumaki Uchiha and Senju Tobirama exchanged letters, Senju described Konoha as destitute people and deep debt. Later, Konoha experienced a crisis of internal strife following the death of the Hokage. Later, Konoha faced wars with Iwagakure and Kirigakure. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha practically single-handedly defeated the remaining 4 major ninja villages. Konoha's situation should be similar to that of the Uzumaki clan. Struggling to maintain normal operations and requiring at least a year or 2 to recover. But now, Konoha doesn't look like it's been through war at all, it's thriving. Despite Konoha's financial backing, the Fire Nation, it couldn't have recovered so quickly. This must be due to the Sandaime Hokage. During Senju Tobirama's reign, the Fire Nation daimyo also provided financial support to Konoha, yet they were still so poor they had to cry poverty to the Uzumaki clan. Now, not only has Konoha escaped the shadow of war, but it also has the resources to provide substantial aid to the Uzumaki clan, donating 5 billion ryo. The current third Hokage is a capable man. Uzumaki Reed was chatting with Uchiha Kusunoki while his mind was working furiously, and his eyes looking at Uchiha Kusunoki became more and more fiery. At the beginning, Hashirama Senju is the son-in-law of the Uzumaki clan, and Tobirama Senju is Hashirama Senju's younger brother. Both of them were relatives of the Uzumaki clan. Now that the Uchiha clan is in power in Konoha, Uchiha Kusunoki is still a tough guy sent from heaven. The relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan is very good, but the small ninja village has its own way of survival. In addition to the necessary friendly relations and interest binding, marriage is naturally the best bond. Uzumaki Reed thinks that the Uzumaki clan should also be more closely related to the Uchiha clan. If the wives of all the successive Hokage of Konoha were from the Uzumaki clan, then the Uzumaki clan could really rest easy. Uchiha Kusunoki was thinking about how to properly relocate the Uzumaki clan to Konoha, and did not realize that another pimp was thinking about sending him a little girl. Ashire-kun, Konoha's ninja school is opening soon. Are you interested in sending some of the Uzumaki clan's outstanding juniors to Konoha for further training? Uchiha Kusunoki thought for a moment and decided to start with the young ones. As long as the Uzumaki clan sent them, Uchiha Kusunoki would be confident that they would all remain in Konoha. By providing these young Uzumaki clan members with favorable living conditions, high-paying jobs, and a little ideological education, they would be eager to join Konoha, perhaps even returning to the Uzumaki clan to spread the word about Konoha's favorable policies and immigrate to Konoha with their families. Konoha and the Uzumaki clan had such a close, almost brotherly relationship, surely Ashire-kun wouldn't refuse. That's how America recruited the world's best talent. Uchiha Kusunoki explained the concept of exchange students to Ashire-kun. Konoha was the most advanced and powerful ninja village in the entire ninja world, boasting the best faculty and teaching environment. The Uzumaki clan and Konoha are brothers. Right now, the Uzumaki clan is struggling. Why not cultivate their talented young people in Konoha? Once they become exceptional ninja, they can return to the Uzumaki clan and shine. The rich will benefit the poor. With Konoha's advanced experience, the talented ninjas trained in Konoha will surely become the backbone of the Uzumaki clan upon their return. The Uzumaki clan's future is limitless. Ashire-kun, I know the Uzumaki clan is in a difficult situation right now. As their good brother, Konoha will definitely support them to the end. Don't worry, Konoha will cover all tuition, living expenses, and training resources for any Uzumaki clan member who comes to Konoha for further training. Uchiha Kusunoki's skill in painting a rosy picture was as perfect as ever, and Uzumaki Uchiha Rino was quickly seduced by the blueprint. Uchiha Kusunoki, truly a kind man. Hokage-sama, is this true? Uzumaki Reed felt lighthearted, dizzy from the surprises he'd received today. Of course it's true, Konoha has always treated the Uzumaki clan as its own. What's the difference between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha's ninja? Uchiha Kusu's resolute response moved Uzumaki Red beyond words. It was a heartwarming statement. Uchiha Kusu and Uzumaki Reed quickly agreed on a rough plan of action. The process was simple: simply submit the names of the outstanding Uzumaki clan students and choose an auspicious date to send them over. Uzumaki Reid hesitated over whether some less talented students would qualify to come to Konoha as exchange students. After all, Uchiha Kusu had just said they would select the best. Konoha had already been generous enough, and Uzumaki Reed felt she couldn't be too ungrateful. She should try to select the most talented students to come to Konoha, so as not to waste Konoha's precious resources. Uchiha Kusunoki simply waved off Uzumaki Reed's hesitation. This gesture wasn't a refusal, but a way of saying nothing more. Uzumaki Reed, even if you emptied the entire Uzumaki clan and sent it to Konoha today, Konoha would still be able to eat it. Kusunoki, no words can express how I feel right now. Uzumaki Red no longer addressed him as Hokage-sama, but simply addressed him by his name as a gesture of affection. Even the Senju Tobirama brothers hadn't treated the Uzumaki clan so favorably back then. If it weren't for the significant age difference, Uzumaki Red would have kowtowed to Uchiha Kusunoki. Uchiha Kusunoki patted Uzumaki Red's shoulder, indicating that this was his duty. After everything was settled, Uzumaki Reed suddenly brought up Uzumaki Yotsuki. This time, Uzumaki Reid had brought her here to test her qualifications to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This was the original agreement between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, with their advanced sealing techniques and strong physiques, were the most suitable to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Haratsuki's talent was considered top tier within the Uzumaki clan, and her mastery of sealing techniques far surpassed her peers. Uchiha Kusunoki stared at Uzumaki Haratsuki, aware that he had completely disrupted the storyline of the Naruto world. In the original plot, the selection of the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki wouldn't take place until over a decade later. Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't concerned about this matter, as Uzumaki Miro still had a dozen more years to live. This little girl, Uzumaki Haratsuki, could at least enjoy a normal life for another decade. Moreover, Uchiha Kusunoki felt that in a decade or so, he would surely be able to complete one or two gold-awarded quests and easily become the next Uchiha Madara. By then, why would he even need a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? He could just unleash the Nine-Tails as a mount. While Uchiha Kusunoki was lost in thought, Uzumaki Reed began to talk non-stop about Uzumaki Haratsuki. Uzumaki Reed began by praising Uzumaki Yotsuki's talent and masterful sealing techniques. Gradually, she began to casually reveal Yotsuki's personality and hobbies. Yotsuki has long admired the Hokage-sama. She loves nothing more than strength. The conversation gradually veered off topic. Uchiha Non realized this was another old man who liked to pimp. Non quickly avoided the subject. If he had taken the initiative and accepted Uzumaki Reed's kindness, Hinata Takuma, the old man, would surely follow suit. Uchiha Non didn't want to have so many women in his family that they could even have a mahjong table. In a strange atmosphere, Uchiha Non ended his discussion with Uzumaki Reed. Uzumaki Reed then invited Non to meet with Uzumaki Mito. The matter concerned the selection of the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Uchiha Non, the Hokage, must be present to take charge. Brother Reed, Mito Uzumaki was immediately overjoyed to see Uzumaki Reed's arrival. Uzumaki Reed is a little older than Uzumaki Mito, and they are cousins. Uzumaki Reed has always taken care of Uzumaki Mito when they were young. Mito, after a touching family reunion, Uzumaki Reed talked to Uzumaki Mito about serious matters. He wanted Uzumaki Mito to test whether Uzumaki Yotsuki was qualified to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mito simply ignored Uchiha Non, who was standing beside him, and walked straight towards Uzumaki Yotsuki. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help feeling nauseous when he saw Uchiha Non. The total box office of the first movie published by Konoha was released a few days ago, and it was a little higher than expected. The net profit this time was close to 700 million. For this good news, Uchiha Non couldn't wait to hold a celebration meeting and specially invited Uzumaki Mito to attend. Uzumaki Mito had a dark face throughout the whole process and didn't say a word. Another huge loss. Mito Uzumaki was filled with regret. If she had chosen a 1% net profit, Tsunade's pay would have been a whopping 7 million ryo, equivalent to the price of the 9 tails chakra she'd been selling for over a year. The money didn't matter to Mito, it was a significant sum. She didn't make any money, and she didn't even regain her face, it was already painful enough. Uchiha Kusunoki even teased her in front of her. If God gave you another chance, would you still choose 500,000? Bang! Faced with Uchiha Kusunoki's taunting, Mito Uzumaki smashed a table and stormed off. Good girl, this will be a little painful, Mito said, caressing her red hair. A determined expression crossed her delicate face. Long ago, Uzumaki Rai had informed Uzumaki Yotsuki about the Nine Tails and her potential future mission, to become the vessel of the tailed beast and Konoha's ultimate weapon, the Nine Tails Jinchuariki. A surge of yellow Nine Tails chakra flowed into Uzumaki Yotsuki's body, and an indescribable wave of negativity washed over her. The Nine Tails chakra continued to erode her skin, but she quickly suppressed it with a sealing technique. Uzumaki Mito gave a wry smile, this child had met her standards. She knew all too well her fate as the Nine Tails Jinchuariki. Without her own transcendental identity, she would be nothing more than a humanoid weapon in Konoha. Uzumaki Rai's heart was equally complex. The Uzumaki clan had fulfilled their promise to Konoha, but the entire burden would fall on a single young girl. What a cruel fate. If Uzumaki Yotsuki could replicate Uzumaki Mito's story. Uzumaki Rai hadn't given up on her pimping motives, this time not only for the Uzumaki clan but also for Uzumaki Yotsuki's future. Master Non, since Yangayu has passed the test, why not let her stay with you? Uchiha Nan's eyes widened. You old man, you're still lusting after my body. Uzumaki Mito, standing by, was instantly furious. Uchiha Nan's reputation as a sex-hungry man was known throughout Konoha. Everyone knew that he could easily get a pair of twin toys from the daimyo. Leaving a girl as adorable as Uzumaki Yangayu with Uchiha Nan was like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. More importantly, Uchiha Nan, a man without any moral principles or integrity, would definitely lead Yangayu astray. Impossible, Yangayu must not be handed over to that bastard Uchiha Nan. Uzumaki Mito immediately erupted in curses, memories of past conflicts with Uchiha Nan flooding back. He'd deliberately beaten himself into a pig's head to trick him into signing a low-priced contract. Shut up, Mito, I forbid you to slander Master Nan's reputation, Uzumaki Rai interrupted Uzumaki Mito with great momentum. Chapter 98 If you don't buy a house in Konoha, why would your mother-in-law marry her daughter to you? Uzumaki Rai interrupted Mito's words with a fierce momentum, leaping in front of Uchiha Minami. Uchiha Minami was the benefactor of the entire Uzumaki clan. Mito, you've gone too far. You're so disrespectful to the Hokage. Uzumaki Rai stood by Uchiha Minami with awe-inspiring dignity, speaking righteously. Brother Reed, Mito was speechless. Uzumaki Rai didn't side with him, but instead sided with Uchiha Minami. Why? This was her family. Uchiha Minami, what the hell did you do? Uzumaki Mito gritted her teeth, glaring at Uchiha Minami with indignation. She couldn't understand why, in just one day, Uzumaki Rai had become so close to Uchiha Minami. Uchiha Minami watched with fascination, having never expected Uzumaki Rai's reaction to be so drastic. Such is the allure of money. What can I do to the Uzumaki clan? The Uzumaki clan are Konoha's beloved relatives, our brothers and sisters. I added a small amount, not much, just 5 billion ryo. 5 billion ryo is a fortune. Even if the Senju clan were to empty their treasury, they couldn't come up with that much, unless the Senju clan truly collapsed and sold all their land and property. No wonder Uzumaki Mito has become obedient. Now, no matter how much she argues with Uzumaki Rai, she won't side with her. A daughter married off is like water spilled. Strictly speaking, Uzumaki Mito is a member of the Senju clan, two separate families. Uchiha Kusunoki aided the Uzumaki clan with real money, directly buying off the entire clan with money. That sum is enough for the entire clan to risk their lives for him. Moreover, Uchiha Kusunoki is the Hokage, so righteous that Uzumaki Rai, with any sense of purpose, would know who to lick. Uchiha Kusunoki has given too much? Mito, you need to be sensible. Hokage-sama truly cares about the Uzumaki clan. We Uzumaki clan are honest people. We cannot repay kindness with enmity. You have no respect for Uchiha Kusunoki. You don't even consider him the Hokage. You don't even want to call him Hokage. Uzumaki Rai, acting like a brother, lectured Mito earnestly. Mito is the bond between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha. If Mito doesn't even respect the Hokage, how can the Uzumaki clan progress with the Hokage in the long run? This money was well spent. Uchiha Kusuno looked at Mito, who was limp after being scolded by Uzumaki Reed, and his expression was almost strained. Although he tried hard to maintain his expression, a smile still appeared on his lips. After lecturing Mito, Uzumaki Red continued to discuss the issue of Uzumaki Ujutsu with Uchiha Kusunoki. Uchiha Non had no interest in this young girl. After all, she was too young, and some parts of her body hadn't fully developed yet. He preferred someone a little older, for example, in terms of age. It would be better for Uzumaki Yotsuki to stay with Uzumaki Mito. Having such a master of sealing techniques to train her would be of great benefit to her future development. With Uzumaki Yotsuki's matter settled, Uzumaki Rushi took Uzumaki Aoi to Konoha for a while, intending to further her studies. Konoha was prospering, and Rushi wanted to learn from its advanced practices and return to further the Uzumaki clan's prosperity. Clinging to Konoha's influence wasn't a long-term solution. However, Rushi's wish was likely to be dashed. Konoha's rapid development was due to two key factors. The ruthless exploitation of Tobirama Senju's labor force to develop high-tech sweatshops, and the slaughter of pigs. In Uchiha Nan's eyes, the Fire Nation nobles were nothing more than a bunch of fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. The Uzumaki clan doesn't have a slave as splendid as Senju Tobirama, nor do they have nobles who tower over the ninja. He's the daimyo of the Whirlpool country. Uzumaki Azuchi holds the titles of daimyo of the Whirlpool country, the Uzumaki Kage of the Whirlpool village, and the head of the Uzumaki clan. He's gone. One night a few days later, at the Hokage's residence, Uchiha Kusunoki lay shirtless on his bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Human desires are so ridiculous. Sometimes we make mistakes and lose our way, but with sincere repentance and a diligent effort to correct them, we can regain inner peace and freedom. Now is sage time. Master, haven't you rested yet? Feng and Ling leaned in, their eyes gleaming. Unfortunately, sage time was over. The younger brother triumphed over his mind once again. After a few cycles of this, Uchiha Kusunoki finally regained his usual composure, a habit he'd always had. Banishing all other desires, including sexual desire, his mind was focused solely on the gravest of matters concerning all of Konoha. Konoha is thriving. Various factories and small workshops have sprung up around the city, selling a steady stream of cheap industrial goods to the Land of Fire. Under Uchiha Kusu's deliberate policies, merchants from across the Land of Fire have begun traveling to Konoha en masse. Konoha has its people, both wealthy and marketable, and with abundant spending power. Everyone knows that doing business in Konoha is profitable. Opening a shop in the commercial center of Konoha can bring in a fortune. Housing prices are skyrocketing throughout Konoha, especially in the heart of the city. Prices have even surpassed those in the Land of Fire's capital. Konoha should probably establish a new department specifically to manage population flow, as so many people are flocking to the city. Konoha's publicity campaign has been instrumental. A blockbuster movie has exposed the righteousness of Konoha to the entire ninja world. Coming to Konoha reveals its truly auspicious location. Buying a property in Konoha not only allows you to own a profitable business, but also comes with that most valuable attribute in the entire Naruto world, safety. The days of living in Konoha, buying a house, getting a Konoha ID card, and enjoying hot pot and singing in your room, only to be suddenly robbed by a wandering ninja, are over. Which wandering ninja had the audacity to run wild in Konoha? Not only in Konoha itself, but even within 100 miles of Konoha, every wandering ninja, wandering samurai, and bandit was annihilated by the ninjas dispatched by Uchiha Kusunoki. Konoha was a major business destination, and the safety of merchants coming to Konoha was impossible to guarantee, let alone a successful business venture. Uchiha Kusunoki had declared to the entire ninja world that any foolish wandering ninja who dared to attack a merchant in Konoha would be a traitor to Konoha. While it didn't completely eliminate wandering ninja attacks on merchant caravans, it did provide a significant level of security for those traveling to Konoha. After all, Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't just a casual apology, he'd actually killed countless people in the ninja world. It wasn't just merchants, ordinary people, including the nobles of the Land of Fire, were eager to buy property in Konoha. After being ravaged by Uchiha Kusunoki, the nobles learned their lesson, finally remembering that they were, after all, mere ordinary people with worldly power and immense wealth. What was power and wealth to a ninja wielding the might of a warrior? They were nothing more than fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Uchiha Kusunoki still needed them, letting them continue to suck blood from the Fire Nation and fatten him up. When he ran out of money, they would be the first to be slaughtered. The noble insects were a bunch of shameless and despicable bastards, knowing only too well how to keep their families going for millennia. That meant never going down the same path. If they couldn't defeat Konoha, wouldn't they have simply joined it? The clever insects divided their family overnight. Some continued to serve as officials in the Fire Nation, while others settled in Konoha, buying property and starting businesses. After all, doing business in Konoha was profitable these days. Hokage-sama, we've been Konoha for a long time. You can't just attack our own people. We contribute a significant amount to Konoha's GDP. Houses. Houses in good Konoha locations are so hard to come by. Originally, Konoha houses were worthless, especially those commoners' wooden houses, which cost less than the air conditioners Uchiha sold to the nobles. But the demand for them is overwhelming. Those who sold their houses 2 months ago are now regretting it bitterly. Real estate prices are rising faster than they've regretted it. By the time those who regretted selling their houses want to buy new ones, the money they've already spent on their homes won't cover them. They're forced to live in Konoha renting, and the prices are constantly rising. You won't rent? There are plenty of people looking. The plight of these unfortunate people is clearly visible to the remaining unsold residents. They're aware of the rising prices and are meticulously guarding their property deeds. Spending a fortune on your own house? Sorry, not selling, no matter how much money you offer. But the power of money is far greater than most people imagine. There are always those who can't help but sell their houses, only to watch the housing prices soar and become the next unfortunate ones. Too few houses, too many people. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed. He actually had to worry about overpopulation. This was something Senju Tobirama hadn't even dared to imagine. Population represented the fundamental potential of a ninja village. Refugees, merchants, ordinary people, and nobles, they all flocked to Konoha, waving their cash in hopes of buying homes and settling down there. Konoha's main city area was already overflowing with people. There were simply too many people, no room at all. But Uchiha Kusunoki didn't want to push these people out. Aside from the refugees working in sweatshops, the others were the wealthiest families in the ninja world. Konoha's current population policy was crude and simplistic. Ordinary people who bought a house in Konoha and lived there for more than 3 years were issued Konoha resident ID cards. As they discovered the value of Konoha's properties, their eyes lit up and they began buying properties like crazy. This wasn't just speculation, they were coming to Konoha to live there. Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't wield an iron fist to punish them. After all, they were paying real money and genuinely wanted to be Konoha's dutiful sons. The only option now was to expand Konoha's territory. It was inevitable. Konoha had no shortage of land. The surrounding area was entirely forest and wasteland, all of which belonged to Konoha. This would perfectly solve Konoha's problem of overpopulation and insufficient housing. Uchiha Kusunoki pondered the plans for Konoha's new urban area, commercial, residential, school, and hospital. A new urban area would require a full complement of amenities, and building all of these from scratch would be an astronomical expense. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't want to shell out the money. Such a large expenditure would seriously hinder Konoha's development. Then, Uchiha Kusunoki thought of pre-sale properties. Although the area surrounding Konoha was still barren, he believed that as long as Konoha released a plan, Konoha would build a new urban area here, complete with the best hospitals, the best schools, and the safest location in the entire ninja world. Even if he put a sign on the wasteland now, it could be sold as a house. Uchiha Kusunoki was well aware of how profitable real estate was. If this plan succeeded, Konoha's financial report next year would look particularly impressive. Money, houses, how could every world be so inseparable from these things? When a young man from Konoha visits his wife in the future, the first thing his mother-in-law will ask is if he's bought a house in Konoha. Thinking about this, Uchiha Kusunoki fell asleep. The next day, Uchiha Kusunoki went to work as usual. While at work, several nobles presented gifts, hoping to use their connections to buy several large houses in central Konoha, intending to move their second son, their youngest son, and their illegitimate child to Konoha. As Hokage, Uchiha Kusunoki could easily have managed this, but he refused. He couldn't let such a bad example get him into trouble. How could he embezzle or accept bribes? The Hokage's power was a public institution. He couldn't jeopardize his reputation for a mere gift of 1 million ryo. Of course, the gifts couldn't be returned. Since Uchiha Kusunoki had no business doing anything for them, it wouldn't be considered embezzlement or bribery. Luiden, Konoha's housing prices have skyrocketed. Yes, Hokage-sama, Konoha has a lot of migrant workers now, all wanting to buy a house and settle down there, so prices are going up. Narashikaon recalled recent housing prices. They'd indeed been rising rapidly. Home-built wooden houses weren't worth much, but a bunch of newcomers had driven up Konoha's prices. Are you interested in doing a big deal? Uchiha Kusunoki smiled, and this time, Narashikaon understood. Hokage-sama, are you talking about selling houses? But all the houses in Konoha are owned. Where can we find houses to sell? We can't just sell all the family houses, can we? Narashikaon shook his head, thinking the Hokage was having another fit. Konoha's houses were all owned. If he wanted to make money selling houses, he at least had to own them. Uchiha Kusunoki found a map and drew a circle on it. Just sell the house here, Hokage-sama. This is a wasteland, I know, but there will be houses here in the future. Chapter 99, The blessing bestowed by Lord Hokage makes people involuntarily raise their right hands and shout long live. Houses themselves aren't worth much, especially in this world of extraordinary power, so quickly building a batch of habitable houses is a simple task for a ninja. But is Konoha selling those worthless houses? Uchiha Kusunoki is selling Konoha's future. It seems Narashikado's vision hasn't been fully realized. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed softly. Kuro, you should know how profitable the shops in Konoha's commercial center are right now. If Konoha were to build the most profitable and secure commercial center in the ninja world on this wasteland, with surrounding residential areas, hospitals, and entertainment centers, would you choose to buy a house or a shop here? Narashikado nodded without hesitation. He understood the business plan Uchiha Kusunoki had drawn up. Konoha would become the factory of the ninja world, leveraging its technological advantages and cheap labor to seize the world's wealth. Every penny earned would belong to Konoha, and there would be no taxes. Even the daimyo wouldn't have the guts to challenge Konoha to pay taxes. Opening a shop in Konoha's commercial center means opening a shop in the most prosperous area of the ninja world. If you can't make money, you deserve to be poor forever. The same goes for buying a residential property. It's fully equipped with amenities, everything you need for dining, entertainment, and a prime location. Just buy it and wait for it to appreciate in value. That's it, then, as long as Konoha can write a PowerPoint presentation, or business plan, even if we just put up a sign in the middle of nowhere, the wealthy merchants and nobles will line up to pay us. We can just collect the money first and do the work later. Uchiha Nan's words suddenly enlightened Narashikaon. This was just getting something for nothing. That's not good. Narashikaon hesitated. He used to be a ninja who honestly completed missions and earned commissions. Konoha's population is already too high, and the construction of a new urban area is imminent. Originally, Konoha would have to pay for this outlay entirely. Now, Narashikaon is a little uncomfortable with the idea of using other people's money to do his own work. What's wrong with that? Those insects from the Fire Nation are so eager to buy a house and settle down in Konoha. They just want to jump ship and become Konoha's minions. I'm being merciful and giving them a chance this time. Narashikaon fell silent. The Hokage's words were blunt but true. He could already see through Uchiha Kusunoki's ambitions. Feeling a little cold, the Hokage wanted to change his clothes. Hokage, your idea is brilliant, Narashikaon agreed wholeheartedly. Uchiha Kusunoki's decision was beyond his persuasion. In that case, let's get ready. Building a new urban area as grand as Konoha's current one required countless considerations, involving numerous conflicts of interest. Careful planning and preparation were essential. Uchiha Kusunoki waved Narashikaon off to work on a plan. Narashikaon nodded, a bitter feeling building within him. He was about to have another busy day. Since following the Hokage, the workload has increased. Working all night long to develop plans has caused my hair to fall out even more. But it's actually profitable. Uchiha Kusunoki has always been generous with his staff. Narashikaon has now earned 3 lifetimes worth of retirement savings. This is the pain of making too much money. This is another massive project. Worth billions, perhaps even tens of billions. Konoha's new city district isn't just a bunch of shoddy buildings built with a few earth escape techniques. It involves power infrastructure, underground water system design, and Konoha's defensive barriers. All of these are complex issues. After more than 10 days of tireless work, Narashikaon and his team produced a draft, meticulously considering every detail. From site selection and construction, to personnel deployment, and even the defensive barriers for the new city district. Uchiha Kusunoki reviewed it and agreed. With everything in place, all that was left was waiting for the big players to come in and pay. Konoha's publicity machine was in full swing, and within a few days, the Konoha sales office was already lining up to pay. Naturally, the insect nobles had no shortage of housing funds, so they readily sent people to line up and pay for the houses, more as a gesture of goodwill than anything else. Konoha, Dad, please accept my niece. The insect nobles bought up entire districts at a time, their lavish spending so unbelievable that even Uchiha Kusunoki felt he'd underpriced his own property. The nobles' contributions alone covered most of the construction costs. However, they bought prime locations, the remaining, less developed areas were reserved for the commoners, at much lower prices. Even if they still couldn't afford to buy, Uchiha Kusunoki thoughtfully offered them loans. With the meager wages they earned in sweatshops, they could pay off the entire loan in 20 years. Konoha earns money, Konoha spends it, and once they leave, they want to take it home. This is Konoha's blessing. At least after a lifetime of hard work in Konoha, you can still live a stable life for 20 years, own a house there, and with a little luck, start a family, and repeat the blessings. That's wonderful, everyone's faces beaming with smiles. This is what Takage-sama calls a blessing. Uzumaki Raid had recently traveled throughout Konoha village with Uchiha Kusunoki, from sweatshops to the current construction site of the new city. Although everyone was working tirelessly, even eating was a race against time, the light in their eyes was dazzling. Uzumaki Reed, a veteran ninja from the Warring States period, had fought his entire life, a dedicated warrior who sought to further the Uzumaki clan's prosperity and make it even more powerful. So, Uzumaki Raid asked Uchiha Kusunoki the secret to Konoha's prosperity. His younger brother, Uchiha Kusunoki, was so humble in his request, and Uchiha Kusunoki enthusiastically explained it to him. He was bewildered by Uchiha Kusunoki's strange words, capital, productivity, and all sorts of new vocabulary that left him baffled. After a few days of searching, Uzumaki Reed seemed to understand something. Uchiha Kusunoki offered them stable jobs, adequate food, and even the chance to buy their own house. It wasn't a cheap wooden house, but a concrete one. To attract ordinary buyers, Uchiha Kusunoki had built a model home. A complete departure from the rough, insect-eaten wood, the house was painted white, impeccably clean, and fully equipped with electricity, with lights in every room. The design was exquisite and beautiful. While the space was smaller, with only one bedroom and bathroom, accommodating only one person, and the price was slightly higher, requiring almost a lifetime of labor to pay for it, it wasn't bad at all. But for the slaves of that era, this was simply unbelievable. War, aristocratic exploitation, natural disasters, and other devastation had numbed the ninja world slaves. The First Shinobi World War had especially ravaged the land, with displaced people everywhere and wealth rapidly concentrating in the upper echelons. They had been disciplined to the point of stuttering, and could now call the insects clear soup masters. Uchiha Kusunoki targeted the nobles, plundering their wealth accumulated over decades and centuries to build massive infrastructure and factories, offering them jobs and food. Who dared to speak ill of him? Even Konoha's lower-ranking ninja began to abandon their duties, abandoning legitimate missions to work alongside the commoners. This was a truly remarkable development. Once dedicated killing machines, ninjas simply carried out missions for commission, executing whomever their employer commanded. Now, they were gradually becoming involved in production and construction. This was undoubtedly due to Uchiha Kusunoki's deliberate guidance. The industrialization of ninja had always been his forte, and he was truly willing to invest in it. This was particularly true in the area of education. Thanks to the thriving insects, who fed Konoha, Uchiha Kusunoki had the funds and the ability to implement large-scale, drastic reforms in education. The Ninja Academy is once again accepting large numbers of students, but this time, Uchiha Kusunoki has implemented a stream-based ninja education system. Ninja with combat talent will receive the traditional training, while less talented ninja will only progress to Jinan, capable of mastering a few fire and earth release techniques. Those unskilled will be sent to work as construction workers. Even Jinan possess far superior physical abilities to ordinary people. Chakra is the difference between ordinary people and ninjas. Jinan who master chakra can scale walls and scurry through trees like monkeys, something ordinary people simply can't do. Even when working at a construction site, ordinary people can only carry 1 or 2 stacks at a time, while Jinan can lift at least 3. Such is the difference. However, ordinary people with the talent for refining chakra are rare. When other ninja villages encounter such talents, they'll be forced to take them to the battlefield for a stroll, regardless of their talent. They simply can't afford to leave them to work as construction workers. All of this required substantial financial resources, and Uchiha Kusunoki had plenty of it. If they weren't enough, they could just go slaughter some more pigs. The Land of Fire had plenty of fat pigs anyway, so even if they slaughtered too many at once, they could just keep them fat for a while longer. Hokage-sama, can the Uzumaki clan achieve all this? Uzumaki Azuki's eyes gleamed. The Uzumaki clan also wanted to progress with Konoha. Humph. Want to progress? Of course not. Would the Uzumaki clan just join Konoha? Why would they need to improve themselves? Of course, this was all in his heart. Uchiha Kusunoki certainly wouldn't say it out loud. Of course, Konoha's advanced experience can't be explained in a few words. Therefore, for the long-term development of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha has specially prepared an exchange student program for you. As for the Uzumaki clan, we will do our best to teach them and pass on the secrets of the village's prosperity and strength to them. They won't need it anymore. Uchiha Kusunoki skillfully painted a long-winded picture for Uzumaki Reed, making her eager to return to the Uzumaki clan immediately and pack up all the clan's young talents to send to Konoha to learn. Work's over, dinner's ready, a loudspeaker interrupted their conversation. Before they knew it, it was already lunchtime. Uchiha Kusunoki had originally planned to take Uzumaki Reed back to Konoha's Grand Hotel, which hosted foreign guests. Uzumaki Reed insisted on dragging Uchiha Kusunoki along to the construction site for a boxed lunch, wanting to experience the local life. Well, it wasn't even a boxed lunch. The construction contractor called the chef and served the day's lunch. They were all black protein blocks, Senju Tobirama's latest development. Insects are naturally high in protein, and the protein blocks in SYNOPSIS were made entirely from cockroaches. The insects cultivated jointly by Senju Tobirama and the Aburain clan had even higher protein content than cockroaches. It was the method of producing the protein blocks that took Senju Tobirama a while to figure out. Recently, the Aburain clan has been mass-producing them using tree bark, weeds, various slops, and even garbage. These insects' greatest strength is their adaptability to their diets, growing large and reproducing quickly. The protein block factory has already begun production, and these workers are the first tasters. How does it taste? Uchiha knew the raw materials, but for psychological reasons, he hadn't tasted them yet. Uzumaki Reed, however, didn't know and took a bite. It tastes a bit sticky, but quite juicy. Nothing special. Uchiha took a bite, and the taste was indeed similar to what Uzumaki Reed had described. If you didn't consider the raw materials to be a bunch of juicy, large insects, then this would be a pretty good meal. 2 or 3 pieces of rice would fill an average person, and with a few pickles, it was a decent lunch, considering they hadn't had much to eat in the past. Is that Hokage-sama? Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't wearing his divine robe today, just casual clothes. There wasn't even the Uchiha clan crest on the back of his clothes, yet he was still recognized. This caused a stir, and the workers munching on protein bars around the construction site all looked at Uchiha Kusunoki. Most of the workers at the Konoha construction site were refugees seeking a living. They had previously worked in sweatshops, but now the construction had begun, the wages were higher than in factories, and the men, eager to earn more, went straight to work there. Women, who lacked the strength, continued to work in the factories. At night, when the work was over, they returned to the sweatshops for the night shift, working until midnight and then going to bed. Electric light is a real blessing. Uchiha Kusunoki approached the workers, raised his hand, and a thunderous cheer erupted. How is everyone doing in Konoha? Are you able to eat? Has everyone bought a house in Konoha's new city? Uchiha Kusunoki, acting like a caring leader, inquired about the workers' food, clothing, housing, and transportation. A rugged man at the head of the group gave a simple smile and shouted back, Hokage-sama, we can eat well in Konoha now, and we even get paid working in the factory. I even bought a house in Konoha. I took out a 20-year mortgage, and now I'm building my own house. My son is lucky enough to go to the school run by Hokage-sama. The rugged man's eyes grew red as he spoke. Life seemed hopeful now. With just a little effort, a good life would be within reach sooner or later. Hokage-sama, long live, Hokage-sama, The man's congratulations once again ignited the crowd's cheers. Uchiha Kusunoki stood in the crowd, bathed in the midday sun, his entire body radiant. Uzumaki Reed, standing nearby, was speechless with excitement. Was this the Hokage of Konoha? It's so terrifying. Chapter 100, Lord Hokage, do you want a wife? It was so refreshing. Uchiha Non enjoyed the cheers, his vanity was greatly satisfied at this moment. Uchiha Non asked himself if he had a moral vacuum, but he didn't expect that the aristocratic insects did more bad things than himself. These cattle and horses in front of him had been exploited by him to the point of working 2 or even 3 shifts, and they were still so grateful to him. That is, in the Naruto world. If it were in the original Rabbit country, a capitalist like him, or a people's entrepreneur, would definitely be sprayed on the hot search. Fortunately, this is in the ninja world, and he might even be named one of the top 10 good people in the ninja world. The cattle and horses are happily exploited, and he feels extremely comfortable exploiting them. This wave is a two-way rush. Uchiha Kusu's public display of power had a profound impact on Uzumaki Reed. Uchiha Kusu's prestige in Konoha was now comparable to that of the first Hokage. Even the first Hokage hadn't achieved such a remarkable feat, making ordinary people sincerely chant "Long live a ninja," a common will prevails. Even if the other 4 ninja villages truly joined forces to attack Konoha, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. The Uzumaki clan would hold on to Uchiha Kusu as their powerful partner. Uzumaki Reed was determined. Uchiha Kusu was their son-in-law, and even the 6th sage couldn't snatch him away. The Hokage still had a thing for women. Rumor had it that when Uchiha Kusu first met the daimyo, he brought back a pair of beautiful twins to serve as bed warmers. As long as the women in the family showed some initiative and determination, they would surely win Uchiha Kusu. Afterwards, Uzumaki Rushi bid farewell to Uchiha Kusunoki and returned to the Senju clan, ready to work on Uzumaki Yotsuki's morale, both for the Uzumaki clan's future and for her own happiness in the rest of her life. As the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, her ideal destiny was naturally to marry the Hokage of Konoha. Just like Uzumaki Mido, who would have the guts to treat a Hokage's wife like a weapon? Hoping Yotsuki would be more sensible and proactive, visiting Uchiha Kusunoki's home more often, listening to his teachings during the day and being imbued with the will of fire at night. Uchiha Kusunoki then returned to the Hokage's office, enjoying his leisure time. The others in the Hokage building were constantly busy. With the new year approaching, everyone was working furiously, eager to finish their tasks as soon as possible. After all, no one wanted to stay in the office overtime during the Lunar New Year holiday. Who wanted to spend the holiday enjoying a warm home with their wives and children? And perhaps, taking advantage of the festive occasion, they could have a second or third child. Hokage-sama, the date for the 5-Kage Summit has been set. It's set for February of next year. Narashikato continued to report daily to Uchiha Kusunoki on Konoha's progress. The only thing that could get Uchiha Kusunoki's attention was the 5-Kage Summit, which had been planned for months. With the exception of the Sand Village, the other 3 ninja villages were plagued by internal strife following the death of the second Kage. The newly appointed Kage were struggling to mediate and suppress the various factions within the villages, as well as the reactionaries who opposed them. The 5-Kage Summit was constantly being delayed. After all, who wouldn't want to leave for a meeting and return to find their house robbed and the village elected the 4th Kage? In the Hidden Mist village, the Bloodstained clan was particularly restive. Rumors circulated that the Bloodstained clan had united and sent assassins to assassinate the 3rd Mizukage as he was leaving the village to meet the daimyo, killing one of Mizuto's guards and injuring 2 others. Whether this was true or not was unclear, but later, strange rumors began to spread throughout the Hidden Mist village and even the Land of Water, claiming that the Bloodstained clan was a scourge, a curse. Wherever they went, war and death would follow. The Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Mist village were much calmer, quickly embarking on post-war reconstruction efforts. However, the results were less than ideal. Without funds, they struggled, their ingenuity lacking. They desperately negotiated with a daimyo for money, even resorting to kunai and shuriken to reason with him. The Hidden Mist village was truly helpless. Even if they killed the daimyo, they couldn't expect any additional funds. They were truly broke. The sheer amount of sand everywhere made it impossible to cultivate the land. It was truly a disaster. After reporting on the 5-Kage Summit, Narashikaon recounted trivial matters. For example, the timing of the Lunar New Year holiday and the amount of Lunar New Year allowances for ninjas. Hokage-sama, I have a suggestion. Should we hold a grand celebration this new year? This is your first year in office, and we must do so in a grand manner. Otherwise, how can we showcase your achievements? Narashikeon sweetly flattered Uchiha Non, who relished the opportunity. While his words were a bit cheesy, Narashikeon swore to heaven that they were sincere. In his heart, even if Senju Tobirama were resurrected, he would firmly side with Uchiha Non and support him as Hokage. After all, Uchiha Non was so good at raising money and managing production. Who wouldn't love a Hokage who spent lavishly? When Senju Tobirama was in office, he left a mess behind for Uchiha Non. It was clear who was more suitable for the position. Then let's arrange it this way, Uchiha Non agreed. This was about promoting his own achievements, so naturally, the more the better. To ensure the most effective publicity, Uchiha Kusunoki emphasized the importance of careful promotional methods. Every street and alley in Konoha must be adorned with slogans like, "Without the Sandaime Hokage, we wouldn't have this good life today," "Konoha is red, the sun is rising, and the ninja world has a newcomer." These slogans will subtly influence generations, especially in schools. Hokage's kindness is unrequited. Narashikeon took up his notebook and wrote down Uchiha Kusunoki's requests. Lights and decorations were displayed, gongs and drums were blaring, and firecrackers were set off. These were all essential requirements. Most importantly, the funds had to be provided. Even good words couldn't compare to concrete actions. Konoha's finances were abundant, and this year, the ninja's Lunar New Year allowance would be doubled. Each factory employee could also receive a few pounds of meat. Without meat, what kind of New Year would it be? Narashikeon wrote down everything, preparing to implement it. Time passed quickly, and with only 2 days left until the New Year, the New Year celebrations planned by Narashikeon had already begun. Konoha was in a state of complete revelry. A major ninja world war had ended, leaving scars that would forever scar the village. But the future was promising, and everything was moving forward. The streets were festooned with lights and a variety of decorations, along with banners promoting Uchiha Kusunoki. No one questioned the message, as, at least so far, he had fulfilled all of it. The ninjas received a generous New Year's allowance and embarked on a life of shopping. Konoha's merchants were busy, making money. Their sales in just one day were equal to the previous 2 or 3 days' worth. The cattlemen and horsemen had also received a brief holiday, and with their meager wages, they were able to go out and spend some money. After all, they needed to buy a new outfit or two for the new year. The Hokage, kindly, even gave them a few pounds of meat. But what good would it be without wine? The only option was to buy it. Uchiha Kusunoki had the day off, and guests kept arriving. Uchiha Tomita, the Uchiha clansman. Even Uchiha Kagami, who had been bedridden for 6 months after being slashed by Uchiha Kusunoki, came. It felt like a reunion, a smile that would finally end all grudges. When Kagami first learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had been killed, and that Uchiha Kusunoki had become Hokage, he was in so much pain that the wound on his stomach burst open. A usurpation of the throne. This was a blatant usurpation. But Uchiha Kagami could do nothing but quietly observe Uchiha Kusunoki's every move, watching Konoha gradually emerge from the mire of war and begin to flourish, surpassing the peak of its reign under Senju Tobirama. Undefeated, Konoha experienced a second spring under Uchiha Kusunoki's leadership, and Uchiha Kagami gradually began to feel relieved. His teacher, Senju Tobirama, would surely be delighted to see this and would have a new respect for Uchiha Kusunoki. It was only hard on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. "You are indeed more suitable to be Hokage than Hiruzen," Uchiha Kagami said, leaving behind these words before departing. Though meant as congratulations, Uchiha Kusunoki felt a tinge of bitterness and resentment laced within them. The only thing that bothered Uchiha Kusunoki was the Uchiha elders. They were overjoyed to have Uchiha Kusunoki as both clan leader and Hokage, fulfilling the long-cherished wish of the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha were stronger than the Senju. These old stubborn people from the Warring States period were obsessed with this very thing. The only thing that displeased the elders was Uchiha Kusunoki's marriage. He was already 17 years old, and he still hadn't married. The 2 women he kept at home were nothing more than playthings, content to keep him happy. If they could bear him a son or daughter, they might consider inducting them into the Uchiha family tree, adding the noble Uchiha to their names. After all, the Uchiha clan was a prestigious ninja clan with a 1,000-year-old heritage, their family background rivaling even the great nobles of the Land of Fire, even the daimyo. As the head of the Uchiha clan, He naturally wanted to marry a woman of exceptional family background, appearance, and talent. The best choice was naturally to choose one from within the clan, from 10 to 30 years old, from young to mature, as long as Uchiha Kusunoki wanted. No woman in the clan could refuse to become the wife of Konoha's Hokage. A quick marriage and the birth of a supremely gifted Uchiha clan prodigy, considering Uchiha Minami possesses two decay boundaries. Uchiha Minami wanted to push back a bit, already accustomed to the blissful pleasures of 3 people. Adding another, or even more, would take some getting used to. Well, it wasn't impossible. Just as Uchiha Minami was struggling, Hinata Takuma arrived with Hinata Asuka, Uzumaki Ishihara with Uzumaki Yotsuki, and Nara Shikeon with, well, gifts. They arrived at the same time, as if by appointment. Outside the door, Uzumaki Ishihara and Hinata Takuma exchanged a glance. Seeing the girls accompanying each other, they instantly understood each other's intentions. You're also plotting to become the Hokage's wife? How absurd. Upon entering, they heard that the Uchiha clan elders were planning to find a wife for Uchiha Minami within the clan. The two exchanged glances and immediately formed a united front, offering to shield Uchiha Minami. A man's ambition should be like a mighty river, flowing eastward to the sea. Why dwell on the land of gentleness? Lord Hokage should be fighting for the future of Konoha at his age now, and should not be distracted by personal affairs. The two men spoke righteous words one after another, and forced the elders of the Uchiha clan to retreat like a supporting role. The two girls lowered their heads and were too embarrassed to look up at Uchiha Nan for their shameless behavior. Before coming to Uchiha Nan's house, Uzumaki Ishihara and Hyuga Takuma had already instructed that Uchiha Nan must be captured, as this involved the interests of the entire clan. In the end, the elders could not convince the two shameless old things, and could only leave cursing. That? The two shameless guys, who came with 2 little girls, were just coveting the body of the clan leader and wanted the Hyuga clan Uzumaki clan to produce a Hokage wife. However, the elders weren't too offended by Hinata Takuma and Uzumaki Ishihara's actions. After all, the meat will rot in the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Kusunoki's children all have the surname Uchiha. It would be best if they all married him. Uchiha Kusunoki entertained the pimps, and Nara Shikeon seemed a little awkward during the process. He came alone, bearing only gifts and no girls. He was really out of place. He'd come at the wrong time. Uzumaki Ishihara and Hinata Takuma sighed inwardly. With all that disruption and the presence of competitors, Uchiha Kusunoki and Uzumaki Yotsuki Hinata Asuka hadn't had a chance to be alone. Uchiha Kusunoki worked all afternoon, finally entertaining the wave after wave of guests. In the evening, Uchiha Kusunoki didn't forget Tobirama Senju, who was still working tirelessly in his lab during the New Year holiday. He arrived at Tobirama's basement laboratory, where years weren't counted, and he was still working furiously on his experiments. Orochimaru, remember this cell, this principle. As soon as Uchiha Nan entered the laboratory, he heard the voices of Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama looked the same as before, with a dead look on his face. Orochimaru looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes that were frighteningly heavy, but he was full of energy. As expected of Orochimaru, he was still studying with Senju Tobirama in the laboratory during the new year. It was just Orochimaru's condition that made Uchiha Nan very worried. The physical fitness of a ninja is indeed stronger than that of an ordinary person, but there is still a limit. Will he really not die suddenly? Orochimaru, why don't you go back and have a rest? Do you remember when was the last time you saw the sun? Orochimaru never left the laboratory after he came last time. As a result, Uchiha Nan had to deliver food to Orochimaru on time every day, and he never ate on time. Often, when Uchiha Nan delivered dinner, Orochimaru hadn't eaten lunch yet. No, Hokage-sama, I think I'm in very good condition now. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.